Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 1301 Accidentally Become a Tao Lord. Chapter 1301 Accidentally Become a Tao Lord. Just as Lex was getting ready to teleport over to Cassandra, he received a few reports about issues occurring within the Midnight Games. Although he had taken precautions to avoid external interference on the planets, no preparation was perfect. It seemed that certain people participating within the Midnight Games had received external bribes from people who had ulterior motives for some of the planets where the war was occurring, or the participating planets. Wartime was perfect to conduct sabotage and assassinations, and so people found a way to make it happen. The most ideal thing was for the assassination targets to die during the war itself, which was easily achievable. Many times, the assassins didn't even need to strike on their own. They just needed to ensure reinforcements would not arrive in a timely manner if their targets were under pressure. This was not entirely Lex's problem. Anyone who participated in war would know the risks they took. But considering that Lex created this entire war for personal reasons made him feel like their deaths were, to a small degree, his fault. The fix was an easy one. He made some changes to the Midnight Games using his authority, and people who would purposefully sabotage allies during war would be deemed traitors and would be marked as such by the system. Killing a traitor was equivalent to 100 enemy kills. It was not a perfect solution, since Lex was familiar with the concept for suicide warriors, but it would stabilize the situation for now. Lex was once again reminded of how much work he was delegating to his staff members and the system, which renewed his intention to spend more time managing the inn once this next task was done. With his changes implemented, Lex teleported over to Cassandra. "It's time," Lex said, waking his teacher from her meditation. "By the way, while I have you, what's a good way to use the heart's blood of a Jorlum, or even a heart, to train regular humans? I'm not asking for myself. I can probably manage to absorb it just fine on my own. I'm asking for the other workers. For all the advantages they've gotten from the inn, very few of them have become immortal in the last 2 decades. Cassandra studied Lex, her gaze profound, for a while before she spoke. "Do you have some kind of misconception about what it takes to become an immortal? Becoming an immortal within 100 years is considering the highest level of talent among the entire human race. Temper your expectations, young man. The progress of Ian workers is more than sufficient. As for the heart's blood of Jorlum, I actually do not advise you to use it casually. At minimum, the user must be an Earth immortal, and preferably at the peak of the immortal realm before you can use the blood. Jorlum as a species are one of the most destructive and chaotic in the universe, and their nature is carried on in their blood. Used carelessly, it can even affect the psyche of the user. If the workers of the Midnight Inn weren't exceptionally talented to begin with, I'd say let them at least reach the heavenly immortal realm before using it. Rather than them, I suggest you feed the blood to the Kuan Pung I have seen within your inn. Kuan Pung have the heritage of devouring, which is similar to the Jorlum, who eat entire star systems to sustain themselves. As for the heart itself, I suggest you forget about it, and don't you dare consume it yourself either, at least until you reach the very peak of the heavenly immortal realm. I think the best course of action would be to just submit it to the innkeeper. If you really must use it yourself, then I suggest you find an excellent chef within the celestial immortal realm, have them prepare a smidgen of it, and then serve it as a meal to other celestial immortals." Lex nodded along and kept listening. As far as training humans was concerned, Cassandra was the best and most knowledgeable, which is why he consulted her on how to train others. As for himself, his situation was too special. Unless he explained to her about how he had absorbed Tao-level ingredients, he doubted she would fully understand what he was capable of. She asked, "Have you experienced any problems lately? I would check on you personally, but in my current state, I do not want to consume any extra energy." "Not bad at all," Lex said. "Why don't I show you?" Lex summoned the power of Lotus, bringing forth the associated tattoos. The inn would suppress his aura from hurting anyone nearby, but Cassandra still felt it and paused briefly. Your world seed lotus has already transformed into a realm seed lotus, which is an extinct species. Since it is bonded with you, you can consider using some of the Jorlum blood and meat as fertilizer for its realm, but only a small amount. I'll do just that, said Lex. He hadn't thought that even the brand new realm could benefit from using Jorlum blood as fertilizer. Clearly, this was an ingredient on another level. Here, once you take a look at my sister, we can head to the crystal realm, said Lex as he brought Cassandra to the still sleeping moon. Though Cassandra was conserving energy, she had already promised Lex to take a look at Moon, so she extended her spiritual energy, then looked at Lex with an unusual expression. Lex asked, confused. Cassandra didn't look worried, so it couldn't be bad news, right? You are nurturing a realm inside of yourself due to your connection to the lotus. In your case, you're nurturing a realm by association, or doing it indirectly. That does not mean that there's a real realm inside your body. Your sister's situation is similar, and yet different. Your sister, I believe, treated a planet as a golden core in her cultivation, but her physique, which is purifying the planet, has caused an unexpected mutation. The planet within her is turned into a realm seed. So just like you, your sister is nurturing a realm inside of herself, except that in her case, it's quite literal. Chapter 1302, please consult with me in the future. Chapter 1302, please consult with me in the future. Lex looked at Cassandra, questioning his entire relationship with the woman. In his impression, she was always a direct and straightforward person who always focused on the task at hand. But clearly she had taken to cracking jokes recently, which is why she had not mastered the art of timing. He waited for her to laugh, but instead Cassandra just kept looking at him with a straight face. His intuitive understanding of others' thoughts and emotions kept telling him that she was sincere, which made the joke even less funny. For several seconds they just looked at one another, which, considering the fact that they were immortals and process time much faster than mortals, may as well have been hours. Lex asked, I have not exaggerated your sister's circumstances. In fact, considering that my clone does not have the full scope of my own investigative abilities, I may have understated the intensity of her situation. From what I can tell, the realm seed within her body is also nurturing the souls of countless humans who remained within the original world. I cannot be certain of their current status, but it is entirely possible that they too come linked to the new realm, or even your sister. If they have strong feelings of worship or admiration toward your sister, it is entirely possible that they start to generate divine energy, which would feed your sister, either turning her into a deity or the new realm into a divine realm. If your sister becomes a Tao, Lord-level deity with a divine realm, I cannot even begin to speculate how immensely powerful she will become. It is almost certain that she will become one of the strongest deities alive in the universe. For that reason, I actually encourage you to shift her from the Midnight Inn to the Temple of Fasting. The Temple of Fasting is specially equipped to stay hidden from even Tao-level entities, preserving the possibility of a resurgence among humans. This way, no one will be able to discover her existence at all, including those Tao-level entities who seek to keep humanity suppressed. Of course, this is just my suggestion. If the innkeeper is willing to hide your sister, then I'm sure she is just as safe here as she would be within the Temple of Fasting. It's just that, if she is moved to the temple, then the innkeeper will avoid being pulled into this power struggle prematurely. For the sake of full disclosure, I also have to admit that I have never seen a physique like your sister's. Lex asked, ignoring the enormity of everything else that Cassandra just said. He was also now thinking if he should look into ways of finding taro fertilizer once more to speed up the maturing process of the realm within Moon. At the same time, he was concerned if speeding up the process might somehow harm Moon. Why was this so complicated? Compared to what he did with Liz, all he did with Moon was help her absorb a planet. What was the big deal with that? Wait, I will consider what to do with Moon, but first, I might need you to come look at my other sister as well. Cassandra showed no change of expression externally, but Lex felt that her emotions were quite turbulent beneath that calm facade. This time, it was Cassandra who kept looking at Lex, waiting for him to reveal that he was joking, but he did not. Do you know, In the history of humanity, there has never been anyone as absurd as you and your siblings, Cassandra said straightforwardly. Not even the original 13 humans, born directly from the hand of the mother, could match up to you. Come, take me to your other sister. Let me see how far her bonding process has gone, and what its repercussions are going to be. It would be quite funny if humanity, which has lacked a Tao Lord for so long, suddenly gains 2 of them, and they happen to be sisters. In the future, when doing something so out of the ordinary, please feel free to contact someone from the temple. Lex did not respond to that. He was well aware of the fact that what might be in the best interest of humanity might not be in his personal best interest. That was why he was hesitant to move Moon to the temple. Though it might assure her safety, her physique was extremely unusual. Who knows what the temple might decide to do once they learn more about it? All in the pursuit of strengthening humanity. He did not want to deal with any more Moon clones than he already was. It seemed like the only viable option would be to strengthen the Inn's protective formation somehow. Lex teleported Cassandra and himself to the site where Liz was fusing with Nemo. They did not go too close lest they disrupt the process, but just came close enough for Cassandra to take a look. Well, the good news is that your sister won't directly shoot to the Tao realm, which means her bonding process won't take billions of years. The not-so-good news is that she will need a very effective way to hide herself if she ever wants to leave the Inn. The enemies of humanity will sense the turbulence she will cause as soon as she leaves the protection of the Inn's formation. To be clear, her strength and universal relevance are nowhere near that of your other sister. But it will take a long time before Moon reaches a level where others might sense her even for just existing. This sister of yours, Liz, Lex informed her. Lex asked. He did not think it would be much of an issue to convince Liz to stay in the Inn for a while. The Midnight Realm was big enough for her to explore for quite a while, not to mention the many minor realms it held. That is completely up to how long the Sovereign thinks it should take, Cassandra said, a rare hint of fatigue showing up on her face. Let's hurry to the Crystal Realm now. Lex nodded, and then teleported the 2 of them to the Crystal Realm. This technically counted as a use of Cassandra's privilege, as well as Lex's increased authority over the system. Otherwise, it was not so straightforward for guests to travel to the other realms connected to the Inn. It had been a long time since Lex had come to the Crystal Realm, and for what he recalled, the entire realm was being engulfed by a savage war consisting of hundreds of thousands of immortals. Such a vast number of immortals was difficult to gather even among the average Fugan battlefield within the Origin Realm. Considering the fact that the Crystal Realm was also suffering from a severe weakness in the foundation of the realm itself, Lex expected that the war had caused the situation to deteriorate. When he arrived in the realm, however, he discovered the opposite to be true. The sense of weakness he felt from the realm had in fact dissipated to quite a large degree, while the realm itself seemed much more solid and vibrant in its laws, though the landscape seemed utterly devastated. It had been a while since even the tavern left the Crystal Realm, so he was not exactly abreast with the news of the place, but the situation was completely out of Lex's expectations. This land has been nourished by the blood of countless foreign immortals, Cassandra said, as she surveyed the lands. Yeah, the realm is being invaded by a foreign race known as the Craven. I actually have an appointment with one of the leading figures of that race coming up. But that can wait. Let me take you to the capital of Hum Nation. Since Lex had spent some time within the Crystal Realm, he could easily find the locations he had previously visited even without the need to visit actual teleportation formations. His teleportation capabilities had progressed drastically from when he was here last. A moment later, the 2 of them disappeared. Chapter 1303 Back to the Crystal Realm Chapter 1303 Back to the Crystal Realm Lex did not directly teleport over to the capital, but that was only because as the realm underwent some change, the spatial coordinates of many places had changed as well. The fact that when he teleported over, he appeared over a large, charred piece of land covered in darkness, with countless monsters sleeping within. Lex had actually forgotten that within the Crystal Realm, darkness could breed monsters out of thin air. He was quite curious about how such a thing was possible, in terms of laws and would definitely take some time to look into it. It was funny. Coming back to the Crystal Realm, Lex felt like his time here had been like a vacation. Yet it was within the Crystal Realm where he faced some of his greatest humiliations. It was here that the Crystal Race tried to imprison him. It was here that the Craven attacked the tavern, nearly killing all his workers. He had to run away from King Cornelius too because of how weak he was, and it was here that he had been looked down upon by the two deities who led the Soul and Frio birds. Never had he been more aware of his weakness than in the Crystal Realm. Yet now that he was returning as an Earth immortal, all of it seemed so silly. Of course, it was far from being irrelevant. Lex was not the kind of guy who would take revenge for every petty thing, but he would definitely not forgive the actions of the Craven. As for the others, well, he did not have too good of an impression of the Crystal Race, but at least the Trollops weren't bad. The realm has clearly grown, Lex said awkwardly, as if explaining why his teleportation failed. This realm is a territory of Ventura Academy. They artificially created a near-extinction level threat here so that they could hold exams for some of their students. Although the manager for this realm from Ventura has claimed that they won't actually allow the realm to fall to destruction, who knows if that claim is true? It is entirely possible, Cassandra said. The realm wars have seen countless such things. Larger realms feeding on smaller realms to speed up their own growth is a common sight now. Everyone wants their realm to reach maturity before the universe enters its next phase. If they can bring a new realm to maturity or close to maturity, they might be able to nurture another Tao Lord or strengthen their existing ones. Lex recalled what Cassandra had told him before about the realm wars. The universe was about to end its early or beginning phase in which realms would grow stronger. The birth of a new realm was good to nurture a new Tao Lord, and the maturing of a realm was good to strengthen a Tao Lord, which is why everyone was in a rush to strengthen their existing realms to mature realms, or get their hands on others' realms. It was essentially so each faction could get and train more Tao Lords. Lex did not know the details of what phase would follow the early phase. Would it be the adolescent phase? The middle phase? If Lex had to guess, then if the theme of the early phase was to birth new Tao Lords and strengthen existing ones, then it was about rapid expansion. That would then be followed by a period where a new order would be reached, and the focus would be on maintaining the advantage rather than expanding rapidly. Of course, this was just a simple guess based on his limited knowledge of things. Whatever it would be called, and whatever traits it would have, that was countless years in the future and too far from Lex. What mattered more was that whatever was happening inside the Crystal Realm was a much more tame version of what was happening in the whole universe. The guy we're going to meet, King Cornelius, is also a member of Ventura. Last time I talked to him, he claimed to be trying to redeem the realm from its current manager by providing enough merits to Ventura. I don't know if it's possible, but he is an ambitious man. For what it was worth, Lex hoped that Cornelius would discover a way to redeem the realm. The Crystal Realm was quite massive, at least as far as Lex was concerned, and was home to countless beings. Even though a lot of them were incredibly shady, that did not mean the whole realm deserved to die. Also, Lex himself was quite interested in the realm. It held many secrets, and though Lex was not interested in taking huge risks for resources anymore, within the Crystal Realm, he was now near the peak of power. He feared nothing here, which meant that he could explore the secrets of the realm freely. Once, when Lex had a weaker understanding of deities, he thought that there might be something special about the realm, which made it easier for deities to be born here. While now he knew that such a thing was not necessarily true, his gut told him that this realm was far from normal. By the way, I just remembered something. Someone once told me that the Craven are devouring the laws of this realm, using them to nurture Earth immortals. Lex asked once he teleported one more time, and still did not end up in the capital. It seemed the realm had changed a lot, but the fact that he couldn't find the capital was fine. But why could he find no signs of Nation? The area covered by that empire was greater than the surface area of the entire Earth. He should be in the vicinity of it. Chapter 1304 Back to the Crystal Realm 2. Chapter 1304 Back to the Crystal Realm 2. Humans become immortal by undergoing a tribulation and creating their tenets, which help them manipulate laws. That does not mean that every other race does it the same way. Craven are a race that devour anything and everything they come across, laying waste to entire realms if they can. Naturally, then, the way for them to grow stronger is to devour laws. It's a lot easier for weaker, newer realms compared to older, more mature ones, which is why you will often discover Craven invading new realms. The nature of their race is such that they are excellent cannon fodder for other, stronger races, but that's it. The third time Lex teleported and still did not find the capital, he knew that something was amiss. He spread his spirit sense far and wide and began to sense the changes in the realm. There is something wrong with this place, but I can't tell what, Lex said after a few moments. My instincts aren't detecting any danger or threat, nor can I sense something amiss. For a moment, Cassandra was silent while she thought. Previously, you mentioned that Ventura might be holding some exams here, she said, her voice calm. Lex did not know what that meant, but at least it wasn't something bad. It would suck if he visited the Crystal Realm after a few years, only to discover that the Craven had already wiped everyone else out. Since the coordinates he recalled seemed to be incorrect, Lex began teleporting in a specific direction, hoping to encounter some town or settlement from where he might be able to get directions. It was a simple plan and should have worked without a hitch. In fact, it did end up working in a way. As Lex was teleporting through the realm, he eventually sensed someone relatively close by, so he corrected his direction and teleported that way. Instead of a town, Lex teleported over a large military base, filled to the brim with a few different races, most of which he didn't recognize. That was still fine, considering that the Crystal Realm had countless smaller and weaker races, with only the major 7 getting recognition. Lex and Cassandra were quickly spotted, especially since they weren't really hiding. A number of imps, small red-skinned creatures with wings and a very high affinity for fire, flew up into the air and surrounded them. "Who are you?" yelled one of the imps, a captain in the Golden Core realm. "My name is Lex. I mean no harm. I'm just a little lost and could use some help finding my way. I'm on the way to the Hum Nation. Could you mind pointing the way for me?" Considering that humans were one of the top races in the realm, he wasn't really expecting any problems. Of course, upon hearing Lex's declaration, he immediately sensed their hostility, long before the imps could draw their weapons. Even so, he did nothing as he was more interested in finding out the latest news of the realm. Besides, none of these imps could do anything to him. Before any of the imps could actually attack him, Lex spread out his domination, freezing the whole base under his aura, while he peeked into their minds to learn what they knew. Lex sighed in disappointment as he read through those memories. It seemed a lot has changed. "What happened?" Cassandra asked. "We? Not really. Cornelius is fine and in good health. But the natives of this realm have good reason to be concerned." The exam began, yet instead of targeting the Craven and helping push back their advance, as was promised by the overseer of the realm, the subject of the exam is to help mature this realm and increase the upper threshold of power from Earth Immortal to Heavenly Immortal. In pursuit of that, the examinees have found their own empire, taking advantage of the weakness of the other races fighting the Craven. None of the guards and soldiers in this base were high enough of a level to know the actual plan of the examinees, but they appear to be just spreading chaos where and when they can. They're killing as many immortals as they can, regardless of whether they're Craven or from the other races. A bold strategy, even if it is an idiotic one, Cassandra praised, or came as close to praise as she could. The good news for us, at least, is that I know where to go. I'm not sure how, but in the last few years, the size of the realm has grown nearly 30%. That's an immense amount of growth for a very short amount of time. Lex looked down at the imps and hellions that filled the base, but then decided to ignore them. With his destination now clear, Lex only needed to teleport one more time before he reached the familiar buildings of the academy where he once studied. It seemed so long ago, yet the place looked exactly the same. "Identify yourselves," said a number of guards who suddenly surrounded Lex. Unsanctioned teleportation within the capital was supposed to be blocked, yet Lex did not seem hindered in any way. "My name is Lex. I am here to see King Cornelius too. Please let him know I am here, he will recognize my name. Go inform the king, said one of the guards to his underlings, though the security around Lex did not diminish. If anything, more guards came and surrounded him. As it happened, Lex recognized one of them. Chapter 1305, Orion Realm. Chapter 1305, Orion Realm. Nora Hua Jin was quite an entrepreneurial woman, from Lex's recollection. Even though he himself had very limited contact with her, she was Quinhild's mother, so he's heard a lot about Nora from her. Considering the fact that Lex played a key role in helping Quinhild win over control of a minor realm, their relationship wasn't bad. Similarly, when Quinhild told him stories of her mother, who dared even negotiate marriage and childbirth with the king in exchange for things she wanted, Lex could only admire her. From a certain point of view, Nora could be looked down on for trading marriage in exchange for resources, but in truth it was not easy to grow strong, especially when there was no one stronger looking out for you. In that case, gaining resources through your own means was completely justified. Besides, she treated Quinhild well, so she couldn't have been a bad person. That was not the best thing to judge a person by, but it was enough. The immortals surrounding Lex seemed surprised at his recognition of the woman, and they looked over to her to find her expression painted in disbelief. She asked hesitantly, how many years had it been since she last saw Lex? 6? 7? How could he go from a mere Foundation Realm cultivator to an immortal in such little time? Moreover, even with his aura withdrawn, she could tell that he was not weak at all. The reason why her memory was failing her of when she last saw Lex was because she could tell from observing him that he had experienced many more years than she did, which did not make sense. Not unless... Ventura. Indeed, Senior, it has been a while. He asked. She is doing well. The true path was when humans cultivated spirit energy, their body and their soul all together. For general humans, cultivating all three was too difficult and would limit their growth, so they usually stuck to only one or two. The fact that cultivating only one was a norm, not only in the crystal realm but the entire universe, was a testament to how weak the human race was as a whole. That's great to hear. Please send her my regards. By the way, do you think it would be possible to meet with the king? Nora asked, instead of directly replying. In that case, you likely don't know about what's been going on, have you? Things have changed. Lex refrained from directly asking about the Ventura exam. From what he recalled, the state of the realm as property of Ventura was a secret, and revealing sensitive information carelessly would not help the situation anymore. They just waited patiently while Nora sent a message to the king. Throughout the process, Cassandra remained silent, merely looking around at the academy underneath. This is an academy, named Academy, Lex told her, wearing a reminiscing smile. I studied here for a bit. Cassandra only nodded, not commenting. After a small wait, where Lex and Cassandra remained surrounded by countless immortals, Nora finally received a response. Cornelius is welcoming both of you to his castle, Nora suddenly said, waving her hand and having the others stand down. His condition is not the best. He recently suffered an assassination attempt out on the front lines. It's rare for someone to be able to hurt him, let alone wound him so grievously. Lex could tell that she was refraining from mentioning certain things. It seemed that even among the immortals, there are many secrets. Where is Aegis? Aegis was the crown prince of the Hum Nation and was ridiculously talented. He reached the immortal realm in just a few years of cultivating, and eventually became an alcoholic out of depression since he couldn't find anything challenging. Yet the only challenge he faced was his father, who was so strong he saw no hope of winning. The situation was quite absurd. Of course, he had long since corrected his ways after a subtle round of brainwashing. After a round of encouragement from Lex. Soon they were brought into the palace where Lex immediately lost a lot of respect for the king. Lex always knew that the king had many wives and had many kids. Considering that he was never forceful and that he served his people diligently, Lex thought that it was only a minor vice to have. But why were all his guards women? And the maids and staff were also all women. Heck, if it weren't for a few political personalities in the building, it would practically all be just women. He supposed it was normal for a king to have a massive harem. Even back on Earth, mere mortal kings had massive harems, let alone in the cultivation world. They were soon brought into a room where Cornelius sat comfortably on a large sofa, looking through some information crystals. Physically, he seemed fine, but Lex, who had spent a lot of time learning about medicine and healing, could immediately tell that the man was not even at 20% his peak strength. His spirit energy was weakened, his body seemed frail, and even his soul seemed to have suffered some damage. "Lex," he said as he got up, not in the least surprised by Lex's rapid growth and strength. Cornelius was one of the few who had seen Lex's backer, the innkeeper, when he visited the Crystal Realm. With someone so powerful backing him up, Cornelius wouldn't be surprised if Lex had already surpassed the Earth immortal realm. As a proper member of Ventura, his exposure was quite different. Cornelius' gaze went from Lex to Cassandra, and even thoroughly weakened, he was able to tell that this was not a simple person. "It's good to see you too." "It is what it is," Cornelius said with a shrug. "It will take me a few months before I can recover completely. There are a few reasons I wanted to meet with you," Les informed the man. "Not in the least, because the innkeeper thought that you and Cassandra might benefit from talking to each other. Allow me to introduce you. This is Cassandra, my teacher. Cassandra, this is King Cornelius, the ruler of this nation. Your achievement is quite admirable." Cassandra finally spoke and addressed the king. "I can see that the quality of the cultivation techniques used by people is actually quite high. Even your own cultivation seems specifically designed to suit your physique." Even in his weakened state, Cornelius maintained his confident smile and his casual demeanor. Yet he did not take Cassandra lightly at all. Upon hearing the recommendation of the innkeeper, and that she was Lex's teacher, treated her even more seriously. "It was not designed by myself, although it was designed according to my requirements. Back when I was a student of Ventura, I won a tournament that awarded me a great reward. I used that to have my cultivation technique specifically designed. I've used it as inspiration to design true path cultivation techniques that are easier to cultivate for humans. For the sake of our conversation, allow me to introduce a little about myself first," said Cassandra. "This is merely a clone of mine, quickly losing energy, so I do not have the liberty of a long conversation. Please forgive me. But I am keen to know your views on certain matters, for the innkeeper advised me to talk to you before I made my next big breakthrough. My name is Cassandra Van Zagnew, and I—" Before she could continue, Cornelius lurched onto his feet with absolute shock written on his face. He suddenly exclaimed, interrupting her speech. Lex raised an eyebrow upon witnessing the scene. Why did it seem like Cassandra's family was some kind of big shot? Then again, as a keeper of the Temple of Fasting and the self-proclaimed strongest human, it only made sense for her to have an impressive background, though Lex had never thought of it. Chapter 1306 Human Race. Chapter 1306 Human Race, Cassandra asked, quite curious. Perhaps not for other races, but for humans it is still quite relevant. The Siege of Orion is one of the defining moments in the history of humanity, and in Ventura it is taught in a number of disciplines. I myself learned of the Van Zagnew family while studying military tactics. The way that General Patrick Van Zagnew held the line with inferior forces, using utility formations to quickly move troops across large distances, it was truly inspiring. Cassandra smiled, fondness appearing on her expression for a brief moment. Patrick was always a naughty kid who liked to cause problems. Cornelius seemed even more surprised to hear that. He asked, "He was my son," Cassandra said. "You won't believe how he ended up in the army. It was a complete accident. He tried to run away from home when he was a kid, but had no idea how formations worked, so he ended up sneaking into the wrong one. He was teleported straight to boot camp." Lex observed silently as Cassandra reminisced. He'd never really asked her about her personal life before, nor had he considered it. He only knew her as an acolyte of Nuwa, and the person who controlled the Temple of Fasting. But she was a celestial immortal, so obviously she must have had a very full life. The circumstances that brought her to effectively being locked within the temple must have been insane. Now she was on her way to becoming a Tao Lord. Who knows what would happen to her then? Cornelius stood up straight when he learned Cassandra was the mother of someone he admired, and then gave her a salute, which was very unlike the impression Lex had of him. I'm sorry for your loss. At the same time, I am completely honored to be talking to you. Be at ease, King Cornelius. You yourself have done well by your people. I just want to have a general conversation with you about humanity and what you think about our future. My information might be slightly outdated, so forgive me if I make a mistake. However, before I went into seclusion, humanity had lost their hold over any major realm. We exist in countless realms, sure, but we hold none of them. We attach ourselves to larger powers and survive in the shade of their umbrella, and so we are merely existing. But on a universal scale, while the greater powers are moving forward, humanity is moving backwards. I think, for any chance at redemption, humanity needs to claim its own territory, however small, with its own realm, its own Tao Lord at the helm to clear obstacles. Humanity can once again begin their climb on the cosmic ascended spectrum. The higher they rise, the greater the benefit to the whole race, allowing for more geniuses and high-level cultivators. Once humanity builds its momentum, they can proceed forward. Cornelius nodded, but did not sit back down. He held his hands behind his back and began to walk around his room as if in thought. The table in front of them moved aside, and in its place approached a diagram that looked like a map of the entire crystal realm, at least before its recent expansion. While Cornelius thought, Lex looked at the map and studied humanity's position. They were in direct confrontation with the Craven, more so than their neighbors. The odd thing was, it seemed like that was by design. The territories that the humans claimed seemed like they were specifically putting them in the Craven's path. Why was that? Or perhaps things had only played out that way. After all, who could have predicted the Craven war filled with immortals? In essence, I don't disagree with you, Lady Cassandra. Please, just call me Cassandra. I'm not overly fond of honorifics. Cornelius merely nodded and continued. I don't entirely disagree with you, Cassandra. For humanity to move forward, we do need a Tao Lord, and we do need our own realm. The whole universe races for resources, for realms, for power, also that they can climb the spectrum and gain even more power. Cassandra asked, You see, I think our greatest flaw is not our lack of Tao Lords. Our greatest flaw, ironically, is one of our greatest strengths. The human race is obsessed with hero worship. Were we not born as equals to the other races? For a brief moment in history, were humans and celestials not shoulder to shoulder? Of the other humanoid races, we share the greatest similarity in appearance with celestials, and yet we are so different. Where are they now? And where are we? We draw great strength from looking up at our heroes, and yet we are also content with simply having heroes. Instead of reaching out and supporting them, surpassing them, reaching for greater heights, we place our heroes on a pedestal and separate them from us. We treat them as if we can never be equal, and that they can endure pain, they can endure hardship, they can endure struggle. Of course they can. They're heroes, the leaders of our nations, our strongest warriors, the sharpest minds. Yet at the slightest personal inconvenience, we falter, not thinking that the pain we feel is the same pain as those heroes. When we suffer loss, we don't think that those valiant knights who face the darkness of night on our behalf suffer the same loss. Even if they do, they can deal with it because they're heroes. As long as all the pain, all the burden, all the suffering, all the inconvenience is on them, whoever they may be, it's acceptable to us, and if they falter, there will be no hesitation to lay blame either. I know not everyone is like this. My own empire is filled with those who, from birth, yearn to face and fight the Craven. It's in their bones. It's in their blood. I've shaped their lives, their societies, their history, everything so that each of them will be ready and willing to step up to the mantle. I've done everything I can to help them grow as a whole. But you know what I've discovered? All it takes is 2 generations separated from the struggle, the pain, the push for survival, for the new generation to completely lose that drive. Cornelius paused for a moment before continuing. Cornelius turned around and looked at Cassandra in the eyes. his figure oozing ambition and drive. Even if humanity lacks the will, even if they lose it in 2 generations, all it takes is 1 generation of struggle to bring it back. So what we need is not to change the way humans think. I don't think that will ever be possible. No, what we need is a system to enable stable, yet rapid growth that can also be sustained. Right now, the true path is out of reach for most humans, but if we can simplify the cultivation process, create a technique that's easy, or create a method that achieves great results, then the human race can rise up from the roots. Yes, we can raise our position on the cosmic spectrum with a Tao Lord, which can grant humanity more power. But isn't the spectrum simply just a list of the power held by the entire race, anyway? Lex had never been a part of such conversations, or ever even thought about it. He was too busy surviving to worry about the whole race. Even so, he could see that each of their stances was nuanced, containing countless little considerations. Right now, they were just talking about broad ideas to communicate their standing with one another. Chapter 13:07 Why Can't It Be Both? Chapter 13:07 Why Can't It Be Both? The concept is not bad, but without a Tao Lord, no matter how high we climb, no matter how steadfast we become, humans will always be servants and slaves for others. Then, it will become in the interest of others to ensure that we never gain independence. Right now, humans are in the unique position where we are weak enough that no one particularly wants us, but not so weak that we cannot rise. You talk about the battles in Orion, but it's a fact that no matter how hard we fought, how well we defended, how well we attacked, from the very onset our defeat was set in stone. All races, no matter how noble or powerful, are led by a few individuals. Though Cornelius raised a few good points, Cassandra was not convinced. She had lived through the decline of humanity. We humans are not always like this. We did have some who achieved the Tao. We too were once paragons of power. The human race was looked up to by many so long ago. But as the first kings of humanity fell, one by one, the situation deteriorated. There was no lack of chivalrous people back then. There was no lack of those with courage and determination. And while their sacrifices have saved humanity from much harsher fates, where are we now? We have no voice in the universe, no say. If things do not change, it won't be much longer before we too are sent out to the battlefields like the Craven. We will endure the labor of war for hundreds of years, also that our masters can have a single day's convenience. It seemed an impasse had been reached, for neither of them were willing to budge on their opinions. Cornelius shook his head. Maybe we had a graceful decline, but no matter how chivalrous our people were at one point, it wasn't enough. The celestial race tolerates not a single slight to one of their people. Attack one unjustly, and it is as if you have crossed the whole race. Maybe we can follow the example of other races and find and invest in a single leader and hope to God that the man or woman we choose to follow has some sense. But Cassandra, should such a day come, it won't be the rise of the human race, it will be the rise of that one person. If you become a Tao Lord tomorrow, even with all your ideals, you will not bring about the era of humanity. No, the name of that era in history books written by humans will be named Van's Agnew. Fates forbid, if the Tao Lord we nurture is an arrogant man, or worse yet, a good yet flawed man, what will become of the human race then? To follow a bad leader is worse than to follow no leader at all. Do you know, I built this empire with my hands. I shed my own blood to make it, and the blood of my sons and daughters. I laid my best friends to rest, and my favorite wives. Who can deny that if it weren't for me, this empire would not exist? For all that I have paid, for all that I have suffered, for all that I have done for this empire, is it not right for me to claim that without me, this empire would fall to dust? Yet I am not an arrogant man. I did not let these things go to my head. I always remember that without the people who make this empire, it would be nothing. To ensure that I never forget that for all the sacrifices I have made, the people in it have made more, I named this nation home. Lest I forget that it is a nation for humans. Lest I forget the goals I started this struggle for. Whether a Tao Lord is born or not, I cannot control. Whether the humans get a realm of their own or not, I cannot control. But the destiny of humankind, I can influence. Maybe someone will achieve the status you desire, and they will lead us like you wish. But the rise or fall of mankind cannot be determined by any one person, no matter what kind of cultivation they have. It will be written by every man, woman, and child who will be born of this race. Lex raised an eyebrow. Although he had, just moments ago, decided that his impression of the king had fallen, he was proving himself to be a very complicated man. There was more to him than just seeking out more wives, apparently. For a time, Cassandra did not respond. Instead, she just kept looking at Cornelius, lost in thought. Her body was losing energy rapidly, so Lex could tell that she would be here for only a few more minutes at most. One way or another, this conversation was coming to an end. I see, Cassandra finally said, a flicker of an unknown emotion flashing through her eyes. It was rare for Lex to be unable to detect someone's emotions. I understand now why the innkeeper wanted me to meet with you. Cornelius, too. You are an impressive man. It is not a common man who can speak their mind so determinately in my presence. In certain things, you are still misguided. For all your exposure, you still do not understand what it truly means to have and to not have a Tao Lord for a race. Yet what you have is something I have lost. I have maintained too broad a view from too far for too long. I have become far too removed from the rest of humanity to the point where I can barely be considered human, at least in terms of my heart and mind. Keep struggling, Cornelius. I want to see when I wake up for my next cultivation session, how far you bring humanity or if you fail along the way. If you impress me, then maybe I will also show you something impressive. In the meantime, ponder this. Why can humanity only have a leader as a Tao Lord, or why can it only grow on its own as a whole? Chapter 1308 History of Humanity. Chapter 1308 History of Humanity. Although Cornelius might not fully understand what Cassandra meant, or at most might suspect what she was hinting at, Lex could tell what she was considering. She was already on her way to becoming a Tao Lord. Truthfully, Lex had no idea how long to expect such a thing to take. Each of his breakthroughs had not taken so long, but it was only after becoming an immortal that he was getting a hint of how much time these things take. He was always an outlier, but even so, now, when he began to meditate or contemplate on various laws, minutes would turn into days without notice. It was, perhaps, the nature of greater powers that, even considering them, took greater time. So he was suspecting that, whenever Cassandra finally did take that leap into the realm of Tao Lord, she might find Cornelius once more and invite him to join her in her venture. I do not know how long your cultivation session will last, but I will always try my best for the sake of my people, Cornelius said, but for once exhaustion became apparent on his face. But I do not know how much longer I can hold on to this realm, at the very least. You are right about one thing. It is difficult to face greater powers on your own. But this is exactly the situation that humans must get used to and learn to overcome. Cassandra only nodded, before her body suddenly became illusory. She was fading away in front of their eyes, so as a last gesture, she pointed her finger towards Cornelius. Her body turned into a purple light that shot into the king's body, suddenly beginning to heal it. Yet instead of feeling better, Cornelius immediately felt his knees and began to cough violently, until eventually a large, writhing insect similar to a millipede was coughed out. Immediately, he felt much better, and as his gaze fell upon the suffering insect, disgust filled him. Cornelius stood up and crushed the bug underneath his foot. Energy and vitality filled his body, restoring the strength he had lost, and in fact enhancing it even more. His realm did not increase, but his strength did. Yet he did not dwell on that, and instead looked towards Lex. You always surprise me every time I see you. Student of Cassandra Vans Agnew. I can't believe it. Do you know how many people would clamor for just the sight of her? I think you're more familiar with her background than I am, Lex admitted truthfully. Cornelius froze. He pointed his finger at Lex and wanted to say something, yet words failed him. Lex asked. Lex shrugged. I haven't been to a fancy academy like you. Cornelius shook his head and threw himself back on the sofa. It seemed Lex's words were a bigger blow to him than even the insect that crawled out his mouth. It's important to at least know a brief history. But I suppose with the innkeeper to support you, you do not need to be worried about such things. Cassandra comes from a legendary family. Although humanity no longer has a Tao Lord, that has not always been the case. There was once a time when humanity had Tao Lords, and more than one. Though it's extremely rare for Tao Lords to die, generally speaking, during realm wars, that is usually the aim of the enemy. Cassandra's mother, Jacinda Van Zagnew, was the last demi-Tao Lord of humanity, and it is said that her family originated from a Tao Lord as well, though it's impossible to confirm things like that. Her mother died in the same battle as her son, supposedly. Lex raised an eyebrow. He always knew Cassandra was strong. After all, she proclaimed herself the strongest living human in the universe. But he'd been too preoccupied with his own issues to pay much attention to her. He'd like to say that he'd make it up to her by being a better student now, but chances were high that the next time he saw her, she would be a Tao Lord. Lex sighed. Suddenly, he felt a bit of pressure on his shoulders, but these were things to worry about in the future. I truly didn't know that. I will look into her history a little more. But for now, Cornelius, we have other things to discuss. One of the reasons I came here was so that you and Cassandra could talk. Cornelius asked. I have to warn you, the situation in the Crystal Realm is a lot more chaotic than before. Under Vinny's lead, the monsters are rampaging against the Craven. At first we thought that was a good thing, but we were suddenly betrayed by the other races who stopped fighting the Craven and began invading each other instead. At first everyone was confused, but later I found out that the Ventura exam had already begun. The examinees want to take control over the whole realm, for which they've attacked all sides. Even the Crystal race is not safe from them. They've already assumed control over the Sentinels, and they've brought in entire armies to assume control of the realm. At least before, there was an order to the chaos. Can't you file a complaint in Ventura or something? I thought you were a member too. This realm was already on the verge of destruction. Chapter 1309, can I ask you a question? Chapter 1309, can I ask you a question? It's pointless. Ventura is an academy, not a police force. As long as their internal paperwork is filed and they're following the regulations of the academy, it does not matter what they do. Of course, if they go too overboard, the academy will step in, and that's only because they don't want the reputation of the academy to plummet. Realistically speaking, the examinees won't really allow the realm to be destroyed, so Ventura won't mind what they do. Besides, this is the domain of the chaotic Goal Ventura branch. As long as they approve of what's going on here, it's very hard to do anything against them officially. Well, I can't help you with that, but there is something I can help you with, said Lex. I am here for Belial. I don't know the hierarchy of the Craven, but the last time I saw him, the tiny Craven seemed like he was someone important. Either way, I'm going to kill him and anyone else that stands in my way. Cornelius mused as his mind wandered. He had learned that the Craven prince who had attacked the Midnight Tavern all those years ago had taken to hiding in a panic room for years, which is mostly what saved him from Vinny's wrath. Though the monster remained at the peak of Earth Immortal, its strength far outstripped common heavenly immortals. He was nearly invincible within the realm, only the two deity birds barely matching up to it. It was only after the exam began that he was forced to leave his panic room. Yet Vinny was no longer as unbridled in his conquest anymore, simply because he too had been targeted by those examinees, much like Cornelius had, and much like Cornelius, he had also been injured. It won't be easy to get to him. He never comes to the front lines, always commanding the war from the back. I'm sure you noticed that his build was much smaller than a regular Craven's. That's because, among Craven, there is a genuine difference biologically between commoners and nobility. In exchange for being much smarter than their brethren, noble Craven are actually somewhat physically weaker, but the spirits are much stronger. So their poisonous slime and healing factor are weaker, but they're still much more dangerous. They also don't mindlessly ravage the land like the rest of their race. But it's not fighting him that you should be worried about. Instead, it's all the immense defenses and protection of the entire Craven Empire that should worry you. Even if you can hide from detection and make your way to the capital, You'd likely only get a single attack before the entire city starts fighting you. It's not such a simple task. If you take my advice, I'd recommend that you let go of this idea. If he ever comes to the front lines, it would be different. Lex rubbed his chin for a while. Actually, he wasn't concerned about being able to kill the Craven at all. It was not overconfidence, it was just a fact that very few Earth immortals could face him right now. But even so, in the spirit of being careful, Lex decided to come up with a single, overpowered attack to use during an assassination. It should be his strongest attack, greater than anything he can unleash normally. It wouldn't hurt to have an ultimate move tucked in the back of his pocket. In truth, his Golden Inferno was already stronger than the strongest attack of most immortals. But since he could use that normally and so easily, it didn't feel like a main attack. Even so, any information you can give me on their capital, how to get there, what to expect, I'd be grateful. I'll judge the situation myself once I get there. Giving you all that information is no problem at all. In fact, I wish you the best. You're right in saying that the death of Belial would be a great boon to the situation in the realm right now. And yeah, sure, go ahead. I've heard from quite a few sources that you're exceptionally strong as far as an Earth immortal is concerned. I normally wouldn't care, but the people who told me that have a very high standard. I'm curious if you'd be willing to spar with me. Cornelius actually laughed when he heard that, suddenly grinning. Kid, of course I'm strong. Everyone's suppressing their cultivation forcefully instead of moving to the next realm would be strong. My situation is simple. If I enter the heavenly immortal realm, I can no longer lead my empire. At the same time, I cannot stay at my current strength forever. So I have spent a lot of time developing ways to increase my strength. I've dissected the art. If you're interested in learning from me, I don't mind teaching you. In that case, let's go somewhere private. Cornelius looked at Lex and smiled. He teleported the both of them away from the city and to a barren mountain range. The mountains were made entirely of rock, and the valleys were willed with desert sand. It did not look like anyone would miss this place in case he went a little overboard. Lex, let me ask you a question, Cornelius said, as he took off his royal armor and instead put on a different one. Chapter 1310 Recipe for Perfection. Chapter 1310 Recipe for Perfection. Lex looked at Cornelius, unsure of how to answer that question. Was he asking literally or philosophically? After a moment, Lex gave the best answer he could think of. It comes from your cultivation. Actually, there were quite a few more things he could say about where strength comes from, but relying on a system or getting a unique cultivation technique were not really something that could be applied to the general public, so he refrained from mentioning them. I suppose you could say that, said Cornelius. Putting on his new armor did not take long, though for some reason he did not put on any gloves. Once he was ready, he pulled out a simple wooden longbow and a single arrow. Cultivation is just one part of the puzzle. Lex, strength is the sum of your entire being. While such a statement might sound abstract, I am being quite literal when I say this. I am going to give you a simple demonstration. The armor I'm wearing now has been specially designed. It can limit my strength and body to any realm I so wish. At the moment, I have limited it to the average mortal human born in the crystal realm. The bow I hold has similar enchantments, where the weight of the draw can be set to any limit I want. He notched the arrow, pulled up the bow, and aimed towards a particularly large boulder nearby. Then he began to pull. Both the hand that was holding the bow began to tremble, and so did the hand pulling the arrow, yet the string had barely moved. Lex's eyes narrowed when he noticed that the strong began to dig into Cornelius' fingers, causing them to bleed. At that exact moment, the king let the arrow loose. Despite the fact that the arrow was barely pulled, there was enough force in the string to send the arrow flying, though all it did was strike the boulder and bounce aside. What I just replicated was the draw of an ordinary school teacher. I'm not making this up, for I am replicating the result from an actual test we conducted. This was prior to cultivation being widespread across the realm, so not all humans had access to it. This time, while the bow still trembled, it was considerably less than the first time. Much more importantly, as Cornelius pulled the strong and it began to dig into his fingers, cutting them, he did not let it loose. Instead, he continued to hold, managing to pull it just a little bit farther before letting go. The arrow flew, and though this time it still bounced off, there was a tiny crack on the boulder. Cornelius asked. Well, power, Lex said. Once again, right, but also wrong. Back then, I was just a teenager when I saw this during competition, and I was curious, so I went up and asked both of them what they were thinking. The teacher said that he understood that the string contained enough strength to send his arrow to the target, so there was no reason to suffer. He was right. His arrow reached the target, and though his aim was off-center, at least he hit it. The farmhand, on the other hand, said it was a force of habit, one he did not want to break. On his farm, they often had to hunt wolves, and while the bow would have had enough drawing power to hit the target, the strength of an arrow would not have been enough to break the hide of the wolf. He also hit the target and was much closer to center. Cornelius paused, his eyes unfocused as if he was recalling days past. At the time, I could not tell which one was right or wrong. Both of them had a valid reason behind their actions, and both of them met their objectives. So which one was better? It was such an irritating question, and one that bothered me for years, so much so that a few decades later, I went and found those two again. The teacher, still immortal, had trained one of the best bowmen in our country during that time, teaching him principles of physics, combined with the principles of cultivation which had, by then, begun to spread. The farmhand, by then, had become a farm owner, though he was still immortal, to combat increasingly stronger beasts that attacked his farm, had master bow intent. Cornelius pulled the bow again, using the same strength as before, but this time, Lex sensed a new kind of power filling the bow. Cornelius managed to pull the entire bow this time, and the arrow he shot cut through the entire boulder as if it was butter, leaving behind only a tiny hole, the size of the arrow itself. You see, that confused me even more. I was a cultivator and a king, yet I was stumped by two mortals. So I conducted an experiment. I charged the teacher and the farm owner to design a training regime for an archer, using the best of their experiences, and then I assigned them 10 young students. I returned 5 years later and discovered the most unexpected situation. During those 5 years, the teacher had actually died shortly after compiling his syllabus, and the farm owner, lacking a background in education, could not even bring about a result in his students up to par with what the teacher had been doing before they both started working together. I decided, then, that I was just searching for meaning in something that was plain and simple. There was no greater lesson there. But, on a final whim, I decided to look over the training regime that the simple mortal teacher had compiled. Chapter 13:11 The Spar Eye. Chapter 13:11 The Spar Eye. It was so basic, Cornelius said. You have to educate the student just enough that they know what not to do, but not enough that they don't have to think for themselves. Ensure a healthy diet. Ensure rigorous training. Make sure the student has a consistent, focused drive to excel. Give them enough real-world experience that they can rationalize their growth and compare it, but not so much that they think they become experts. The actual document was 112 pages long and created the absolute perfect scenario that would be required to achieve perfection. The amount of detail he went into was so extreme. If he were alive, I would have asked him if he was trying to be meticulous or trying to prove that perfection was impossible. But he was dead, so instead I took a different meaning to his work. If a mere mortal, with his limited mental capacity and slow speed of thought, could come up with such a detailed plan for perfection, then I could come up with an even more detailed plan following the same pattern. Quite a long story there, Lex pointed out as he began to stretch his body. Cornelius, standing at a distance, still only had the strength of a mortal, but there was something about his demeanor that made Lex feel like he was a very serious thought. Do you know what makes perfection, Lex? I know the question sounds different from my original question about the origin of strength, but you see, they both have the same answer. Perfection is not a singular state. It is an aggregate of countless individual things done perfectly. It is the same with strength. How you trained your body at the mortal realm affected your limits in the chi training realm. How far you push yourself in chi training affects the kind of foundation you have. The limits of your foundation determine the kind of core you can tolerate, and that can influence the strength and energy pool of your nascent soul. Wait, said Lex, suddenly interrupting him. That is true. Tenets in themselves are equal, but the quality of the tenet you build is definitely not. That, as I said, is determined, among other things, by the quality of your nascent soul. The quality of your nascent soul, in turn, comes back down to the quality of your body tempering, and the effect of your body tempering comes down to not only your cultivation technique, but also your aim. Lex was reminded of the analogy of the two archers, the teacher and the farmhand. They both achieved the basic result, but they had different targets from the get-go, which brought about subtle differences. The trick, then, is how to achieve such a thing in mass, not only for yourself, but for the whole human race. Lex asked solemnly. It was not his imagination. Cornelius began to radiate greater danger than he had ever felt from another Earth immortal. I am telling you, everything I have ever experienced in my entire adult life has been as a result of conscious choice to hone myself in the crucible of war. While I want all of humanity to progress, that does not mean I have ignored my own training for a single moment. I am telling you, everything I have ever experienced in my entire adult life has been as a result of conscious choice to hone myself in the crucible of war. While I want all of humanity to progress, that does not mean I have ignored my own training for a single moment. Cornelius touched his armor once more, and his aura returned to that of an Earth immortal. And as it happened, he was also a level 7 Earth immortal. But that's not what Lex was paying attention to. No, his sight was on Cornelius' aura, which was physically manifesting itself all around the man. It was not like domination, which was heavy and oppressive. Instead, it was just black. The mountains faded from view. The valleys of sand faded from view. The sky and the earth all vanished, and instead was replaced by a deep darkness that flowed out of Cornelius' body, as if he was an endless void. Lex could see nothing. His eyes were drawn to Cornelius, the only visible thing standing in front of an eternal abyss. At the same time, his body was giving off such an immensely powerful aura that Lex felt compelled to look away. Lex could not help but ask as he pulled out Naraka. He was having trouble believing that even after all his countless advantages, someone in the same realm could threaten him this way. Then again, it was Mary who mentioned Cornelius as an example of a very powerful Earth immortal. Cornelius chuckled. Then he put on his gloves and aimed the bow towards Lex. Don't hold back, Lex said, so Cornelius didn't. Lex never saw the arrow fly. He just felt it smash into his chest, launching him across the mountain range. The spar had begun. Yes, 2 more chapters on the way. Hold on. Tongue sticking out. Chapter 13:12, The Spar 2. Chapter 13:12, The Spar 2. It was not that the arrow was too fast for Lex to detect, but rather that Cornelius didn't use a normal arrow to begin with. So far, whenever Lex fought another immortal, he had the advantage because they would try to use their control over laws to influence Lex. However, owing to the fact that he had a Tao-level ingredient in his body, among other things, affecting the laws of his body was easier said than done. He, in turn, could affect his opponents however he wanted, or even rely on his many other abilities to gain the advantage. But Cornelius launched an arrow targeting not him, but laws. Those laws did not try to change anything about him. Instead, he just felt the law of physical force smash his chest with the strength of a missile large enough to wipe out a city. In essence, the laws were not changing anything about him. Instead, they were directly acting on him. The distinction was minor, but the point was that it worked. Lex was, of course, not harmed by the initial impact, but he quickly began to suspect that that wasn't the point of the attack. Instead of crashing into the mountain range, he fell into an ocean of thick, viscous liquid that quickly absorbed all his momentum. Yet at the same time, the liquid offered so much resistance that Lex found it difficult to move. It was also beginning to lower his body temperature. Before the situation could progress, Lex activated his own tenet. Though he was taken by surprise, that did not mean he was a pushover. He was not familiar with this liquid, and the laws governing it were unfamiliar as well. Though he was certain his left, I could reveal the details. He was, however, familiar with the effects of temperature and the laws of it as well. The liquid began to boil all around him, suddenly becoming very runny, allowing him the freedom to move once more. He was about to launch a salvo of golden inferno when his eyes widened. His instincts warned him of coming danger, but for once they had no suggestion for how to escape. As if there was some hidden catalyst, the liquid that surrounded quickly started turning to gas, becoming ever hotter. The heat was not the problem, since Lex was mostly immune to heat. No, the problem was that the laws began acting on their own, rapidly increasing the heat way more than he intended, causing a huge drain on his tenet. The worst part was that he was unable to detach his tenet from the law. Clearly, something was amiss. Lex summoned his sword intent as strongly as he could and slashed at the gas that was closely sticking to his body, cleaving an open path for his escape. At the same time, he activated his left eye to study the laws to see what was going on. Yet what he saw gave him pause. The chains that represented laws were still there, but atop each of them seemed to be Cornelius' figure, looking down at Lex. "Come on, Lex," the millions of Cornelius said together. Lex snorted. Clearly Cornelius was way more experienced than Lex in fighting as an immortal. But Lex was not helpless either. Although he had not intended to bring it out so quickly, Lex summoned forth his domain. He grabbed a hold of the law of defense, even with his tenet, which was quickly consuming all its energy, and grew the law until it pushed out everything around him. Suddenly, the immense drain on his tenet vanished, and the sight of countless Cornelius disappeared. Instead of affecting him, Cornelius was affecting the world and laws around him, and was very good at it. But by isolating himself from the influence of all other laws temporarily, Lex broke free of even that external influence. "A domain while within the earth immortal realm," said Cornelius, walking towards Lex. "I admit, I am impressed," Lex asked as he flexed his shoulders. His left eye never stopped working, and he was absorbing every little move Cornelius was making, learning from him, adapting to him. There's this popular little punching bag machine that people like to give a try, but pushing it back is not easy. It's supposed to be very difficult. Punching that bag till it's pushed all the way back and no longer visible. Now that's strength. Lex repeated Cornelius' words and used the one advantage he was certain he had over Cornelius. He used his raw, physical strength. Once upon a time, Lex was stronger than everyone and everything within the same realm as him because he kept training atop a dragon and kept absorbing its strength. Then he gained the heart of a dragon, and his strength multiplied. The ground underneath him shattered into fine dust, forming a massive crater as Lex shot forward at his fastest speed, causing multiple sonic booms. Cornelius, who was keeping a close eye on Lex, barely caught sight of what happened. One moment, Lex was acting cool, throwing his own words back at him, and the next moment there was a fist breaking through the visor of his helmet. For the first time in a long time, Cornelius' nose broke as his body shot through the air at supersonic speeds, crashing into and through the mountain. Instead of pursuing him, Lex grabbed Naraka with both hands and used the first move of the sword technique given to him by the governor of the Origin Realm. The 10 Tribulations sword technique, which incorporated sword intent and lightning, was far from easy to learn, even for Lex, but he'd gained a basic understanding of the first move. Now, he was going to use it for the first time. The veins on Lex's arm became visible as he concentrated his strength into his sword and channeled his sword intent into Naraka. The sword, in turn, let out an eager screech that cut through the air. Cornelius' body finally landed in the ground, the momentum from the attack finally ending, when Lex unleashed the first move. Chapter 13:13 Spar 3. Chapter 13:13 Spar 3 More and more. Lex began to notice that his sword intent was white in color. At first he used to think it was just bright flashes of light, but the pattern was too consistent for it to be anything else. Anytime he attacked with his sword intent, the white flash of light was his sword intent. So when he used the first move of 10 Tribulations, there was yet another flash of white light. This time it appeared in the shape of an electric arc, reaching out to Cornelius. The king, who had only just landed from Lex's attack, raised a shield he summoned to block, trying to buy himself time, but it was for naught. The shield broke, and his armor was cut through, leaving a massive red gash across his chest. The king tried to groan, but before the sound could leave his mouth, he felt the suffocating pressure of a domain once more. His eyes narrowed, and he activated a technique, only for the domain to cancel out. Another one of Lex's fists smashed into him, but before he could fly off to the other end of the mountain range, Lex grabbed his leg and pulled him back. Cornelius said, and activated an ability. Though within a small distance of Lex, all laws were pushed out. Cornelius was wearing armor which itself contained trapped laws. Items containing laws were incredibly valuable, and even immortals couldn't just create them as they wished, so which is why immortals valued them. They came in handy during exactly such wars of law. Lex felt a push, forcing him to release his grip, catching him by surprise. His physical strength was no joke, so forcing him to do anything was incredible. Unfortunately, that brief moment was all the gap Cornelius needed to slip out of Lex's domain. He immediately pulled out his bow and shot a real, physical arrow at Lex, except that time, instead of harming his body, it fused into it. Immediately, Lex felt like his tenet was wrapped in chains, making it impossible for him to move it. Before he could figure out a way to unravel the chain, Cornelius attacked again. The ground underneath Lex's feet changed from solid rock to a bog which, when combined with Lex's enormous weight, caused him to immediately start sinking. Except it wasn't water that Lex was sinking it. It was karmic debt. Lex's left eye analyzed the technique that Cornelius had used and realized that he had manifested the literal burden of leading an empire with billions of people and manifested it into an attack. Every breath he took caused him to accrue a massive karmic debt, for there were billions whose very existence relied on him. Yet he was doing nothing to alleviate their burdens or ensure their survival. In fact, every moment he spent doing nothing, not only was he taking on more karmic debt, sinking ever deeper into the bog, he was also accumulating the sin of negligence. Lex had no idea what it meant to be carrying a sin, but he was certain it was not good. Caught once more in a trap that cleverly used laws, with his tenet tied down so he could not activate his domain, Lex's greatest struggle was not how to escape, but which one of his many abilities to rely on to escape. Well, since he was using his left eye to absorb all of Cornelius' knowledge and pick up exactly how he manipulated laws to create what could no longer be called a spiritual technique, but law techniques. No, that sounded stupid. These were no longer spiritual techniques, which used spiritual energy to affect reality. Instead, he was using the laws of the universe, weaving them together to create a new reality as he saw fit. This was Lawcraft. Deep inside, Lex felt that the name was still cringe, but at least not as bad as law techniques. Regardless, since he was using his left eye to learn this, he decided to employ his right eye's ability as well. Cornelius had not moved far away from Lex, so he was easily trapped within when hundreds of arrays suddenly appeared in the air, forming a sphere around them. Each array worked with one another, forming a chain that connected Lex and Cornelius, pulling them to each other. That action, taken by Lex, seemed to be the wrong move, which aggravated the bog even more, massively increasing his karmic debt and pulling him in deeper, except that Lex was being held back by Cornelius, who himself was resisting being pulled in from the chain. Very smart. He had only begun his response when it started raining a thick, viscous liquid atop him like a cloud burst, almost drowning him. Although it was not the same as his own attack, it was effectively the same. Cornelius immediately used his extreme familiarity with laws to change his environment, but Lex countered just as quickly with his eye ability. The two quickly began attacking each other, going back and forth with their abilities. In truth, though their battle seemed devastating and had in fact already destroyed their environment, neither Lex nor Cornelius were going all out. After all, if Lex used domination, then even without his tenet, the laws would bend to his will. Cornelius, too, was no doubt holding back. This was, after all, just a spar. Lex's goal had never been to defeat Cornelius, but to learn from him, and he was learning much. But after an exchange of about 1,000 moves, Lex didn't like the fact that he was constantly at a disadvantage against Cornelius, so he decided to get just a little more serious. Other than laws, one of Immortal's most important weapons was the kinds of energy they could manipulate. Well, once upon a time, when Lex was in the Temple of Fasting, Cassandra had taught him how to manipulate divine energy. He never used it too seriously, save to fight RA. Now, on an impulse, he decided to see just how effective it could be. He summoned his butter knife, the one imbued with divine energy, and flipped the board. Chapter 1314 Spar 4 Lex had long ago learned how to manipulate divine energy, but it was scarcely useful except against RA. There was also the fact that Lex could not produce divine energy out of thin air, and his only source was the butter knife. He typically avoided using it, since the divine energy from his mask and knife would only replenish based on the people who followed the deity of the butter knife and the invincible tyrant. But it was better to get the hang of it before he needed it, so now was as good a time as any. The first part of using divine energy was to enhance his body and his attacks, and only the second level of using it was to make use of its completely magical properties to bring about various changes. Unlike Cornelius, Lex did not have any law crafts that he already knew how to construct, so instead of overwhelming changes, he was going to use divine energy to subtly affect the world around him. The fight almost immediately took a turn, with Lex finally gaining an advantage. The laws that would target him would end up missing him, and unexpected accidents kept happening around him, not weakening Cornelius' attacks in any way, but just giving Lex a convenient exit. But the advantage was not decisive. Considering he had spent the majority of his life immortal, the importance of physical strength was always apparent to him. Sometimes sheer brute strength could overcome what clever tactics could not, and it could drastically change the outcome of any battle. That was why Lex was pretty proud of his strength. But facing Cornelius, as long as he did not completely restrict Cornelius' control over laws, it was useless. Cornelius maintained his distance, using either laws or his bow to attack Lex, all to stay outside the range of his domain, which meant that when Lex tried to punch him, Cornelius would just put up a wall of air containing the exact same amount of strength as his punch, perfectly negating it. No matter how much strength Lex used, the wall always perfectly negated him, and for some reason, even the divine energy failed to interfere with that. "All right, watch out," Cornelius said after a while, and pulled out a different-looking arrow. Lex's instincts sensed immense danger, and he knew that they had arrived at the end of the spar. He took a step back and summoned forth his strongest shield. Lex used Heaven's Furnace for a very long time as his strongest defense, but the problem with that was that the technique was designed to keep something contained. In that case, it would be best if he trapped his enemy inside the Heaven's Furnace or trapped the attack within it somehow. But if the attack came from the outside, while still strong, Heaven's Furnace was not at its best. As such, inspired by his domain and how much he excelled in controlling laws associated with defense, he created a new technique. It wasn't quite law crafting, but Lex would find a way to get it to that level now that he knew about it. Immortal Aegis. A massive, yellow shield appeared before him from thin air. This technique was strengthened by countless laws despite Lex's currently incapacitated tenet, since that was the result of the technique itself. This was the culmination of Lex's current capabilities. Looking at it, Cornelius only smiled, and then let the arrow loose. Lex had long wondered what it would be like to survive a nuclear bomb. To be honest, he knew there were stronger attacks, not to mention the fact that a nuclear attack would only inflict physical harm, devoid of spiritual energy and any laws, so it would not harm him much. Even so, for a large part of his life, that was the ultimate power, and so he subconsciously compared everything to that. The arrow was like the cultivation world version of a nuclear bomb. Lex felt the same chains that locked his tenet wrap itself around all the laws around him. But instead of holding them in place, the chains were guiding them towards a certain outcome. Even the laws in Immortal Aegis were affected, though they were resisting. There was an explosion, but not in the kind that Lex was used to or even expected. Immortal Aegis, his strongest shield, could protect him from normal attacks from a specific direction, but could do nothing about it if his entire environment was changing. This was the strongest lawcraft Lex had seen yet. The mountain range vanished, but not because it disappeared. No, it transformed. The rocks and the dirt and the soil all merged together, affected by countless laws, to form the most pristine, unblemished marble floors, while grand, white pillars rose from the ground as if to support the sky. Metallic dishes hung from the air, with each sat a soul bird, lighting it. In front of Lex, an enormous throne appeared, tens of thousands of feet large, and it was the presence of that throne which was so overbearing that it caused an explosion or aura. As all of this happened, Immortal Aegis remained in front of Lex, as if taunting him, reminding him that the way he thought about the world and about combat was still deeply entrenched in the habits of mortals. A shield could protect him from an attack, an impact, perhaps even explosions of stars and planets out in the Origin Realm, but could do nothing for him right now. Cornelius appeared before Lex, though this time as a giant, sitting on the throne before him. Lex suddenly felt a strong feeling of being a plebeian, a mere mongrel, groveling in front of a mighty and powerful king. He felt an urge to kneel. He could tell that his feelings were being influenced by his surroundings. They were incredibly powerful, and perhaps if it was anyone else, they would not have been able to resist. But from deep within his dragon's heart, Lex felt an incredible reluctance, which was quickly turning to rage. Of course, even if Lex didn't have a dragon's heart, much like how Cornelius had tempered himself in the gauntlet of war, Lex had been tempered through the gauntlet of his incredibly bad luck. His will was not so easily challenged. Domination erupted from his body. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now let's get back to it. Chapter 13-15 end. Chapter 13-15 in the two clashed. Not in the way they had been before. It was not a clash of words or fists or laws. This was a clash of auras. Among humans, Lex had never encountered anyone who could command aura with the same flexibility and depth as he did, mainly because he took his aura skills from a dragon. Yet in Cornelius, he found a worthy adversary. The man had honed his will, had honed his power, and had honed his very being through a very purposeful and deliberate lifestyle. Although he was a couple hundred years older than Lex, considering all the flaws and drawbacks of humans, it was actually quite exceptional that Cornelius was able to reach so far in such a short amount of time, especially without the numerous advantages that Lex had. Sure, Cornelius joined Ventura, but that was not the same as having an all-powerful system. Much like how Lex had decided to venture onto a path of supremacy and aim for the very peak of the universe, Cornelius, too, must have had his eyes set on an impossible goal. It was not like he was lacking enemies either, so the pressure on him was immense. Without cheats, he had to come up with his own way to gain immense power, which is probably why he was focusing on questions like where does strength come from and how to achieve perfection. Lex respected his drive, but that did not mean he was ready to kneel to the man. Their auras clashed directly, and to his genuine and immense surprise, Lex did not win the competition of auras outright. Domination was not to be denied. It bent the laws to its will, but the illusion of Cornelius did not. The urge to bend the knee in front of Cornelius retreated, but for some reasons, it could not oppress Cornelius either. Lex and Cornelius faced each other. Lex a tiny figure, Cornelius a mighty king. They clashed, the mere seated human, and the being who forcefully harnessed the power of the dragons. They clashed, two titans in their own right, unyielding, uncompromising. Neither of them backed down, and in their eyes there was an adamantine drive to succeed. But, as if on prior agreement, both of them finally withdrew their auras. Their spar had come out to a draw, though only they knew how much of their true power that had wielded. Though divinity had given him an edge, it was not as decisive as Lex had expected. Though domination was not to be denied, Cornelius, too, was no pushover. If Lex used his identity as a dragon, a ruler among races, Then Cornelius used his own identity, a ruler among his own race. Lex's eyes flashed, and he felt a trace of pity for Aegis, Cornelius' son. He was, apparently, a genius, but his inability to defeat Cornelius had driven him to alcoholism. Though in a way, that only showed Aegis' own inferiority, for his will was weak. Lex also understood that being a genius was far from enough to face Cornelius. It was the most basic qualification to even consider facing him. "I can't believe you actually made me bleed," Cornelius said as the illusion finished and his body was revealed. His armor was still ripped in two, and the gruesome gash that Lex had cut into the man's chest had not healed. "I can't believe that you can just walk around casually after that." Cornelius raised an eyebrow and wanted to warn Lex of something, but dared not. When it came to Tao Lords, he dared not say anything or give any warnings, even indirectly. He asked instead. Lex shook his head and wiped his forehead. He was actually sweating. "She's in closed-door cultivation. I won't be able to talk to her for a while," Lex said, though he noticed something odd. Cornelius' statement did not flow according to the normal rhythm of the conversation. Upon hearing that the sword technique came from a Tao Lord, he should have asked about it or commented on it, or maybe even asked about the Tao Lord. Instead, he told him to discuss his cultivation with Cassandra. Lex's eyes flashed in understanding, but he did not say anything. "Why are you limiting yourself to the 7th level of the immortal realm?" Cornelius shrugged. "I'm using a special mention to stop my tribulations. If I get rid of it, they won't stop until I reach the heavenly immortal realm. They'll come one after another. I've heard that the examinees want to raise the highest cultivation level of the immortal realm to the heavenly immortal." Cornelius smiled upon hearing that. "Yes, I will. But if they manage to raise the limit to heavenly immortal, I would be extremely grateful to them, for then I won't even need to face them myself." Lex asked curiously, "One-on-one?" "I'm not sure, but he leads every monster in this realm, which will include countless heavenly immortals the moment the realm allows it. An army of hundreds of thousands of earth immortals? I can believe it. The same for heavenly immortals? Even Ventura cannot casually pull that off with a branch as random as chaotic gold. Come, let's go back." "Thanks. By the way, you want my help healing your wound?" Chapter 13:16 Hellions. Chapter 13:16 Hellions. Cornelius looked down at his chest and observed the terrible gash on his chest. It was continuously bleeding, as if something was stopping his blood from coagulating. He could feel the sword intent, still continuously cutting his flesh. "Yeah, it'd be great if you could heal this," Cornelius said. There was no need to be arrogant. An attack designed by a Tao Lord was far from simple, even if Lex hadn't completely mastered it. Lex extended his finger and touched Cornelius' chest, channeling his healing techniques while withdrawing any lingering traces of his own energy from the wound. This was the first time he'd used the 10 Tribulations attack, and it was his only attack that ended up reaching Cornelius. While that was a clear indication of how powerful the attack was in itself, it was also a benchmark for the kind of power Lex could be using but wasn't able to. It only took a few minutes for Cornelius' wounds to heal, which was a testament to Lex's healing capabilities more than anything. But for once, after a very long time, Lex didn't feel like his abilities were anything all that great. After all his numerous advantages, he was only Cornelius' equal, and that too in a spar. Who knew what would have happened if they fought for real? It was actually quite hilarious that in the Crystal Realm Lex encountered a human who was his equal, but in the Champions Tourney, every immortal he faced was merely a slight obstruction at best. Cornelius teleported them back to his castle and pulled out a crystal. "This contains all the information I have on the Craven. I used to have the spatial coordinates for most of their major bases, but ever since things started to change, it's hard to keep track. Spatial coordinates change almost on a monthly basis." Lex channeled his spirit sense inside the crystal and learned about the Craven. Despite years of war, their numbers had increased, not decreased. They continued to devour laws, turning more and more of their members into immortals. To be fair, Lex had devoured a law or two in his time, but that at most gave him a new affinity and that too was because of his unique situation. He was not certain how eating laws made one into an immortal, but then again, this was a race thing. What about the examinees? Cornelius pulled out another crystal and handed it to Lex. If you run into them, definitely. They weren't able to wound me because they're stronger than me. Instead, it's because they prepared thoroughly. They have countless weapons that exceed the kind of power Earth immortals can tolerate. Armor which can block even the influence of laws, and they never travel alone. I can't tell you how many examinees there are, because even I don't know. What I can tell you is that they seem to be Hellions. Like how humanoid races are categorized together, Hellions are as well. Lex suddenly sat up as his instincts clicked. This was the reason he had an urge to come to the Crystal Realm. His instinct wanted him to know about Hellions. Or perhaps these specific Hellions would do something to him in the future. Or perhaps learning that Hellions were another race faction like the humanoids is what he needed to learn. Either way, he wouldn't just stop asking questions here. Like humanoid races, as in like humans and celestials? Cornelius nodded. Precisely. The only relatively good news I can share is that the examinees are not necessarily united. There will be competition between them for the top few ranks, so they won't necessarily work together and might even sabotage one another. But those are all just possibilities. Also, there's still a possibility that there might be examinees from other races, but I have yet to encounter any. Lex asked, ready to set off. He did not want to rush into an assassination, but he also did not want to delay matters any longer. The best outcome would be to finish this entire thing undetected, since he wanted to avoid getting involved with these examinees. But unless he was able to eliminate his target in one hit like he was planning, it was an inevitability. Yes, watch out for the Crystal Race. They've been acting oddly ever since they became involved in the war. It's clear that many of their members are not happy to be forced to join, and even Azel and Fyron, the progenitors of the Frio and Soulbirds, have left their domain. Lex asked, if you need my help with anything, you can let me know. If you end up in a situation where you might need to trust someone else, then the Trollops are your next best bet. I just have one last question, Lex said. No, all things considered, you're an Earth immortal, so even if you kill them, Ventura won't come after you. Chapter 13:17 Sneaking In. Chapter 13:17 Sneaking In. Lex grabbed everything that Cornelius had to offer him, and after a short farewell, he left. Although Lex initially developed a poor impression of the man for being a hedonistic king, the man's strength had earned his respect. As for his personal preferences, Lex tried not to think about it. Lex teleported to a random cafe in the capital, grabbed a drink, and took a seat while he planned his next steps. Even though Cornelius hadn't given him the exact coordinates for the Craven capital, he could get close. From there, he would have to search himself. Belial, the Craven prince, took his security very seriously and consistently moved around with a guard, and though he could no longer spend his time in the panic room, he remained in the heavily guarded capital, never leaving. Lex would need to find the place while maintaining complete stealth, infiltrate it, and then find a way to kill Belial. Escaping would be the easiest part of all this. Despite everything Cornelius had told him about the examinees, Lex did not want to get involved at all. He was leaving all these problems behind to become a good little innkeeper. He would take care of his guests and manage his property. He was done interfering with other problems. Although he felt bad for what was happening to the Crystal Realm, if he didn't take care of the Midnight Realm, then it too would one day become like this. More importantly, he was nowhere near strong enough to single-handedly resolve this whole issue. With his plan more or less decided, he left a gold coin on the table and left, enchanting it so that strangers could not pick it up and only the cafe staff could. Lex teleported from the capital of the Hum Nation all the way across to the territory near the capital of the Craven territory. The distance was absolutely enormous, but it served as no obstacle to Lex. The actual problem was to ensure no spatial ripples were released as a result of his teleportation. Fenrir was still recovering from his tribulation, so Lex could not rely on him for stealth. Fortunately, Lex had learned a thing or two of his own, or rather, Jack had. Traveling through the shadow plane was one of the stealthiest ways to move around, and Jack had done enough of it with the Shadow Talon that followed him. While Lex himself did not have a way to enter the shadow plane, he could enter the soul plane. Due to the nature of the planes, the soul plane was not nearly as stealthy as the shadow plane, and others with sufficient control over their souls could still sense him if he came close enough. But it wasn't time to rely on that just yet. Instead, Lex put on his stealth suit and used a spiritual technique to hide. The reason he didn't hide using some law was because he wasn't familiar with that yet. He figured that other immortals might be able to sense an abnormality in laws and easily detect him. Comparatively, relying on an ordinary technique was safer, although he might still be detected. Lex shrunk the size of his body and started walking through the Craven territory. There were no soul birds in sight, and the land was devoid of any life despite the presence of sufficient water and nutrients. It was because the Craven had sucked the literal life out of this place, killing everything. To avoid the constant invasion of monsters, they had set up artificial lights using formations everywhere. But avoiding monsters did not require bright lights, so the entire Craven territory was illuminated in a pale, blue light that seemed to cover everything. Lex took one step after another, covering vast distances with each step, using only his eyesight to look for towns and settlements. Fortunately, his left eye's ability to extract information was phenomenal, so it wasn't long before he noticed a massive hollow in the ground. It was quite prominent, with a thick black border around it, made of different shapes. It wasn't any language, or Lex would have been able to read it. But Lex didn't need to read it. Just looking at it was enough for Lex to understand that the Craven built their cities underground, and this was an opening, though not for a city. This could, at most, be a simple base or something. Unwilling to spread his spirit sense out lest he get detected, Lex was forced to sneak inside while hiding, and soon found a network of tunnels and caverns, all lit up with a pale blue light. There were clear drains made in all the tunnels, and for good reason. They weren't for rain, but to collect the slime that dripped off Craven's bodies. Resisting the urge to pass a derogatory comment, Lex explored the base and discovered that it was merely some kind of temporary barracks. There were only a few Craven inside, guarding the place, and they were in the Golden Core realm, so Lex had no problem carefully reading their memories. The capital was indeed nearby. It was a mere 98,000 miles from their current location. Although that sounded like a lot, and actually was a lot, Lex could now unironically say that it wasn't so far. He didn't even need to teleport. Putting his hands in his pockets, Lex just continued to walk at the same pace as before, making sure to remain hidden and to not leave behind a trail. Before long, Lex found himself in front of a giant crater that led to the underground capital of the Craven. The problem was, the crater did not seem like a regular opening to the city. No, this looked like the crater that was formed when a meteor fell from the sky onto a planet. Considering that there was a distinct lack of any guards or security, it was safe to say that something had surely happened to the Craven capital. Lex jumped inside. Chapter 13:18, I just said I don't want to get involved. Chapter 13:18, I just said I don't want to get involved. It became clear, almost immediately, that the capital had suffered some kind of blast. The way that the tunnels had collapsed, the way the walls were charred, and the way that the rubble had fallen made it apparent that someone had dropped a bomb inside the hole and then had blown it up. Fortunately, or unfortunately, this seemed like the explosion wasn't recent. There were clear signs of repairs to a few tunnels and of Craven moving through them. It seemed like this place had been evacuated since the time of the explosion. But just because the place was abandoned did not mean Lex lowered his guards. He felt a subtle warning from his instincts, letting him know that there was some kind of hidden danger in this place. Considering that this was the former capital of the race, invading a whole realm, it would be surprising if it was just left alone. The problem Lex was currently facing was that he had no idea where the Craven had relocated to. There were no signs of movement outside the crater, and if they teleported away, it was so long ago that there were no more signs left. Lex was certain if he looked around, he'd eventually find someone who knew something, but it was worth checking out the ruins of the capital as well. He went deeper through the clearly repaired tunnels, entering his soul state to go directly through a few sections that had collapsed, until he eventually reached deep enough into the city where it was no longer directly destroyed from the impact. Even so, the halls looked like they were going to collapse at any given moment. The rooms all looked too cramped to support the Craven, so it must be. Lex narrowed his eyes and observed the rooms more closely. From what Cornelius told him, the nobles and royals of the Craven had smaller bodies, which would be the only ones that could fit into those rooms. Yet this was not like how he expected royalty to live. It was too cramped, too uncomfortable, and lacked the distinct sense of luxury he had come to expect from the strong to live with. He recalled the prince's demeanor when he had seen him, and the man clearly had the arrogance and sense of superiority to match. So Lex found it hard to imagine him stuffing himself in such a tiny space. He continued to explore the underground city, but it was tough to get much of an idea of anything from the wreckage. Lex had seen how the dwarves lived underground, and though they were short and lived underground, their cities were all large and spacious. Each of their halls, even the smallest ones, were at the very least 14 feet tall, which was quite a lot considering the tallest dwarf barely reached 4 feet. Everything they did had a sense of grandeur to it. The Craven instead, this couldn't even be called a proper city in Lex's opinion. It was just a very large hollow. Then again, how could he ever expect to understand the mind of a race that stripped their own land of everything living, leaving only death and ruin in their wake? Lex used his left eye to study the hollows, and at first found nothing more than signs of destroyed formations hidden within the walls. He even searched for signs of the panic room he'd heard so much about, but found nothing. It was only on his way back that he found something interesting. It wasn't his eye that saw something, and, technically speaking, he didn't see anything. Instead, his tenant acted on its own for the first time, strongly attracted to something. Still being careful, Lex made his way through a series of collapsed tunnels until he ended up in a cavern instead of a hall. As far as appearances went, it looked completely ordinary, yet his tenant was acting up, as if it was feeling a challenge. Lex slowly spread out his spirit sense first, checking for any traps before he sensed the world through his tenant. That's when he sensed it. Under the facade of normalcy, the laws within this region had been utterly twisted and tainted, and it was the deformation of those laws that was irritating his tenant. It was not that the laws had changed from behaving normally that was irritating him. Instead, his tenant felt like by leaving the laws twisted and tainted in such a way, for whatever reason, was like leaving behind their mark. Of course, Lex himself could tell that whoever had done this had probably done so for another, more materialistic reason than just leaving behind their mark. That was usually more overt. But to his tenant, it was like a testament of their victory and, more important, supremacy. It wanted the mark gone, the laws returned to normal. Doing so wouldn't be difficult for him. But before he did that, he wanted to see what this was all about. His tenant reached out, not to the twisted laws, but to the facade hiding the change. This was a very high-level illusion for it to affect his sense of laws rather than reality. It was specifically targeting immortals, and if his tenant hadn't reacted to it, even with his powerful eyes, he would have been fooled. Like a shattered mirror, the facade broke under the slightest touch of his tenant, revealing the macabre reality underneath. Even the cavern, which seemed ordinary up until now, changed. In fact, the entire underground city experienced change. The entire ruins were stained black, and it was not from charring. Instead, Lex could tell that it was blood. The entire city had been washed in craven blood. And here, in this cavern, something sinister had taken place which required all that blood. As his eyes looked at the twisted laws, he finally understood what had happened. There had been a mass blood ritual here, using the blood of countless craven to give birth to the abnormality in the laws. What was worse was that the longer the abnormality remained hidden, the stronger the corruption would become. I just promised not to get involved. Lex complained to himself as he slowly understood what was happening. The deformation seemed so unnatural because the laws of this realm were forcibly being changed to match that of another realm. There was a fragment of another realm in the heart of the change, and it was eating up the laws of the crystal realm, slowly replacing them with others. No wonder his tenant was offended. This was not just a mark, but one realm claiming supremacy over another. Chapter 1319 Precautions. Chapter 1319 Precautions. Lex stood there, looking at the twisting, corrupted laws, and he tried to wrap his head around what the reason for this was. There was a very straightforward one. The Ventura exam asked the students to raise the upper threshold from Earth Immortal to Heavenly Immortal. Previously, Lex thought that by killing countless immortals, they were using their corpses as fertilizer to help grow the realm. Now, however, he got the sense that the corpses were still fertilizer, but not to grow the realm. Instead, his latest suspicion was that they were trying to replace the laws of the realm entirely, instead using the laws of a more mature realm. Perhaps this was just one step in their plan to have a larger realm devour the crystal realm. For a moment, Lex debated what to do. Although his tenant wanted to unravel this thing, he was almost certain that the moment he did so, someone would notice. Lex sighed one more time, but then acted according to his promise to himself. He conjured a piece of paper and wrote a small letter on it, describing the situation, as well as leaving a small formation on it that would teleport the reader to Lex's current location. Then he folded the paper to look like a paper airplane and narrowed his eyes. Although he was getting used to the life and abilities of an immortal, it would take time. Right now, he wanted to do something, but getting it to work perfectly would be slightly tricky, mostly because of the distance from himself. He spent a few minutes calculating, and then after making sure everything was all right, threw the paper plane in the air. It flew a small distance before teleporting away. Although the spatial coordinates for a lot of places might have changed, it was impossible for the coordinates for a place Lex was at a few hours ago to change. Within Cornelia's palace, the paper plane teleported in and flew directly into the face of an unsuspecting guard. He flinched, but by the time he opened his eyes, the plane was gone. Cornelius, who noticed the spatial fluctuation, immediately pulled the letter to himself and opened it. His casual expression suddenly became serious, and he channeled his energy into the formation on the bottom of the letter, teleporting away. A few seconds later, he appeared standing next to Lex, who looked supremely irritated. But Cornelius, instead, turned his attention towards the massive deformity that had formed in the laws. He said, his expression contorting from anger. Lex was not surprised that he had, inadvertently, stumbled onto a massive secret that affected the whole realm. Isn't that what happened when he discovered that the crystal realm was about to be destroyed as well? No, the only difference was that last time, Lex used it to help him complete a quest. This time, he was going to help out while making sure to not get involved too heavily. Look, as I'm sure you remember, last time I tried to help you all out, all I got was a lot of trouble, Lex said. I have no interest in a repeat of that incident. I called you here so that you can see this for yourself. Cornelius looked at Lex, then shook his head. He really cursed those two stupid deities. Last time, when the Craven attacked, it was too sudden for Cornelius to defend the whole tavern. But the deities could have done it easily, yet they did not because they did not want to completely fall out with the Craven, which in Cornelius' opinion was completely stupid. Now, as a result, Lex, who had once again identified a major threat to their realm, no longer wanted to get involved. Thanks for letting me know. I'll see what I can do about this. This is a lot more serious than anything from before. The former capital of the Craven Empire, Lex said. I have no idea where they moved or what happened, but this place isn't the capital anymore. Cornelius was startled at the revelation and immediately spread out his spirit sense, only to see the devastated underground city. I was being careful here because I sensed some kind of hidden danger, but your teleportation here has already awoken whatever latent danger there was. So, just as Lex spoke, the ground began to rumble, and from deep within the ground, they felt something rising. Also, have you seen enough of this? I've seen enough, Cornelius said, and I can take care of the trouble coming. Lex nodded as Cornelius left the cavern, looking at the twisting blob of laws. Although he decided to destroy it to sate his tenant, he was going to do it smart. He was certain that there were some traps laid around the place, as well as a way to mark him. He wanted to destroy everything without leaving a mark, so the best way to do that was to take plenty of precautions. Lex activated both his eyes, using the left one to study all the laws in his surroundings, while using his right one to create layers of protection around himself. At the same time, he even created a clone of himself in immortal grade using a cloning technique and used his tenet to bind the clone to himself so it could stand in his place. Lex did not really think he needed so many precautions, but historically speaking, he always got in trouble because of his rash actions or ignorance. Now, even if resolving the abnormality in front of him might cause issues he could tolerate, he saw no reason why he had to bear them to begin with. In the distance, he heard the sounds of fighting, and the ground continued to rumble, so he guessed that Cornelius was already fighting. Not wanting to delay things anymore, Lex reached out with his tenet, while at the same time paying great attention to his tenet. This was the first time it showed a reaction, so he observed everything carefully through the lens of supremacy. He could see why his tenet had been aggravated. The way he saw it, a fragment of another realm was devouring the laws of the crystal realm while growing itself. Even as a smaller, weaker existence, it was exerting its supremacy over the crystal realm, and although that had nothing to do with Lex himself, it almost felt as if his tenet was provoked. After studying the abnormality thoroughly, Lex reached out to it and, boldly and directly quashed it. There was no room for subtlety in this matter, since the abnormality was an order of magnitude above things Lex should technically be dealing with. He was messing with the laws of two realms that were locked in a battle, and he didn't want to risk finding out the repercussions if something went wrong. So in one go, he used the utmost strength he could muster and tugged at the mutating laws, stopping them from working so that the laws of the crystal realm could break free. Lex genuinely expected more resistance, but it seemed like the abnormality was quite fragile to begin with. Having said that, the moment it was resolved, Lex felt like he had been locked onto by a vicious beast. Already expecting as much, Lex wasn't concerned. He summoned his clone and forcefully replaced himself with it, turning it into the target of the aim. Considering that the clone did not have the heavy protection Lex wound around himself, a dark red mark appeared all over his face, marking him. Just as more things were about to happen, the clone killed himself and disappeared. The red mark vanished, and the gathered forces were left without a target since Lex had already teleported away. After a few seconds, even the accumulated energy vanished, yet Lex did not return to check it out. He also wasn't interested in checking up with Cornelius again. He had sworn to avoid getting involved, and that's exactly what he was out to do. Although, watching how that one realm devoured another, and how that affected his tenet gave Lex some ideas. He dared not think too deeply, lest he trigger some tribulations. Even so, it gave him some perspective about tenets. It should have been fairly obvious, but it seemed that they weren't as straightforward as being tools with which to manipulate laws. There was more to them. As he continued to walk across the lifeless expanse, Lex couldn't help but wonder about it. In another corner of the crystal realm, a group of Hellions were alarmed by a sudden change. Chapter 13, 20 Craven's Passive Abilities. Chapter 13, 20 Craven's Passive Abilities, yelled an Ifrit, its red, bulging skin suddenly turning a darker shade. Its two long, jagged horns suddenly caught on fire, providing the creature with a large, flaming crown, making it look even more daunting. The countless imps around it suddenly started running away, for even their fire immunity would not protect them from the heat of an Ifrit. "I think you know what happened," responded a Hellspawn, its body made entirely of red flames, with dark, molten rocks covering the surface of its body like armor. "Someone finally caught on to our plan. It was bound to happen sooner or later. We should instead focus on the fact that the mark failed." Howled the Banshee, her hair suddenly standing up as she looked at the Hellspawn in fury, which only caused the Hellspawn to facepalm. "I'm working with idiots," the Hellspawn murmured to himself. "Focus up. This only means we need to accelerate our plans before they mount a proper defense," spoke Azura, his words causing everyone to fall into a hush. Even the craziest of Hellions knew not to mess with Azuras. Of all the Hellions, they may not be the strongest, but they were one of the most dangerous. It was as if, as a whole race, they required anger management classes. Unfortunately, due to their considerable strength, hardly anyone had the guts to tell them that. The Hellions began to discuss their plans, sitting atop a howdah strapped onto the back of a massive craven. All around them was a massive army, moving like a swarm across the landscape like shadows at dusk. In front of them was the massive border built by the crystal race dividing their lands. Asked the Hellspawn, hoping for a bit of forethought from its colleagues. Sooner or later, they will all fall down, said the Ifrit. The Hellspawn only sighed. Lex looked troubled as he snuck out of a craven city. No matter whose memory he searched, there was no information on a new craven capital, and there was no information about the Craven Prince as well. He couldn't find a lead, and for once his instincts were failing to guide him where he wanted. That made sense in a way. If the Craven Prince was hiding in a panic room of some sort, then it should definitely have protection from things like divination to keep its location secret. He could just give up and come back another time. It wasn't like this was an urgent matter. But since he'd come here, he'd like to give it one more try. He teleported away once more, this time to the spatial coordinates he remembered of Babylon, the city where the tavern had existed for a while. Naturally, he was way off and appeared in the middle of nowhere, but he expected that. Lex searched for a while before he finally found the coast, and then dove directly into heading deeper and deeper into the dark waters. With his spirit sense fully extended, he expected to find a monster soon, and he did. The problem was that he found only newborn, weak monsters. He knew that stronger monsters learned to restrict their instincts to attack everything in sight, but they seemed to be nowhere in sight. Unconcerned, Lex kept going deeper and deeper into the sea till he was completely shrouded in darkness. He did not think it would be easy to come across a powerful monster, but it shouldn't have been so difficult. After all, they only needed to exist in the dark, and they would continue to grow stronger. For a while, Lex continued to explore without results, but while finding the Craven Prince was difficult, finding a random monster with sanity was no issue for his instincts, which is why he continued to wade through the sea until he eventually arrived at the entrance of an underwater cave. Except, Lex put his hand on the cave entrance and sent a pulse of domination outwards. "Hey there, pal. Don't mean to wake you up from your nap, but I need a word," Lex said. A torrent of water shot out of the cave, threatening to push Lex away, yet he remained unmoved. The ground began to rumble, as if something deep within the ground was being pulled out of its place. A loud, metallic wail filled the sea as if metal itself was being ripped apart as the walls of the cave began to move. The ground. "I have no time for your dramatic entrance," Lex interrupted, this time letting domination loose without restraint. A voice came from underneath the ground. The sea cave, as it turned out, was just a random hole inside the head of a particularly large monster that was sleeping with most of its body buried underground. Of course, the reason it was sleeping during a time of war was because it was thoroughly wounded and was trying to recover. Lex could see through its strengths and weaknesses easily, which is why he was not concerned. "Listen up, I need to talk to Vinny. My name is Lex from the Midnight Inn. He should know about it." The monster trembled once more, though it was not just because of the fierce aura Lex was giving off. Vinny was a deity worshipped by all monsters. More importantly, he was obeyed by all monsters as well. His authority was total, and the only thing that surpassed their total devotion for him was their fear of him. Confronted by someone who dared name the deity directly, the very instincts that the monster had been born with started going off. If it had been anyone else, those instincts would have been telling it to attack like crazy. But since it was Lex and the aura he was giving off was so scary, his instincts were telling him to not resist at all and just help Lex reach the dark deity. Once there, the deity himself could take care of any and all concerns. "I cannot presume to know the location of the dark deity," the monster said truthfully. "I can only bring you to the war front where the monsters fight." "That will do," Lex said. A small, white root emerged from the ground near Lex and touched his foot, all slowly and deliberately, so as to not startle him, before they teleported away. It seemed like teleportation was much too common in the upper levels, but the truth was that not all teleportations were the same. Few could match how smooth and seamless Lex's own teleportations were. including the monster. It took them nearly a dozen seconds before they appeared at their destination, during which Lex and the monster both had to endure immense pressure from the teleportation itself. Fortunately, they both had tough bodies. They reappeared, just as the sea cave monster said, at the war front. As far as Lex could see, the ground and the sky were filled with either monsters of Craven. They fought mercilessly, making less use of the laws and spending more time ripping each other's bodies to shreds. They were fighting in complete darkness, as neither soul birds nor Frio birds would come close to such a battle, but that enabled the monsters even more. As numerous as they were, as powerful as they were, as dangerous as they were, the Craven were losing. But the monsters' victory was not without cost. The black slime which covered the Craven's bodies was just as insidious as Lex recalled, even at the immortal level. In fact, as Lex saw the fight, he noticed that the Craven did not actively make use of laws in the same way humans did, but each of their attacks were backed by certain laws. Their slime, too, was empowered by laws. It was as if everything worked passively for those disgusting creatures. The most horrendous part about the Craven Immortals, however, was that their bodies were also constantly being acted upon by laws. As far as Lex could tell, their bodies were constantly in a state of healing, keeping them at the top of their game. With such absurd abilities, it was no wonder that the Crave were so difficult to fight. But while that was true for others, it was not so for Lex. While his eyes could see their strengths, it could also see their weaknesses, which is why he was confident in being able to take them out. Lex diverted his focus from them and onto the monsters. While the monsters were powerful as well, what Lex was truly interested in was their deity. He seemed to be out of sight. Lex could feel the fluctuations of divine energy in the distance. Chapter 1321, Please Delay. Chapter 1321, Please Delay. Flashes of light often dispersed the darkness of the battlefield, and large raging fires ate away at bits of the darkness as well. For immortals, it hardly mattered whether there was light or darkness, so their battles remained uninterrupted regardless of the state. Even so, more often than not, the Craven would try to light up the field. The monsters thrived in darkness, so there was no reason to allow them to be at ease. Yet there was one region where the darkness was exceptionally deep. No lighting flashed, no fires blazed, nor did any enchantments illuminate that region. In fact, even the laws of light seemed to shy away from it. The darkness was as old as the realm, as if it had seen the moment of the realm's birth, and had directly battled against the bang that created the realm. It was like a living malevolence, eating away not just light, but anything that was associated with it. There was no hope in the darkness, no courage or valor. There was only the cold, hopeless despair. And of course, in the depths of the seemingly living darkness, there was a monster. Even from far away, as Lex approached, he could sense it. Compared to the monsters that fought, compared to the ones born from darkness, to the ones that brought fear into the hearts of many, the monster in the darkness up ahead was a true, genuine monster. It was also a deity. Even from afar, Lex could feel the overwhelming divine energy that radiated off the body hidden within the darkness. Though, ironically, despite being extremely rich, it was actually one of the weaker deities Lex had met. Compared to the likes of R.A. and Sekhmet, this deity was a lot weaker. That did not mean it was actually weak, as Lex felt a great pressure on his body from even coming close to it. But Lex himself was no less of a monster. For a brief moment, as Lex entered the darkness, he was genuinely blinded. His normal vision failed, as did his spirit and soul sense. But his eyes were not normal, and Lex needed only to use his ability to see once again. At the same time, his affinity for divinity allowed him to use the thick amounts of divinity that filled the darkness for himself, acting similar to a live map. Lastly, a single, powerful heartbeat from his chest relieved some of the effects of the darkness on him. That is why, within the darkness, Lex had no trouble approaching the large black bird. Vinii, in his true form, looked much like a soul or Frio bird, except that it was pitch black. "I remember you," the dark deity said, turning his gaze to Lex. "I remember you as well," Lex asked with a smile. Up close, Lex discovered that Vinny's body was quite a bit larger than his own, and it felt a lot more dangerous too. His instincts were prickling at his proximity to the deity. "That is still my plan," Vinny said evenly, as if he was speaking facts. "Well, I'm here to expedite the process. If you can help me bring down the Craven Prince, I can get you a platinum key." Of course, he did not mention that the inn itself was not in a situation to allow heavenly immortal tribulations. Only the territory of the inn itself could even allow their existence, as the Midnight Realm was not yet at the level to allow their existence. The bird looked at Lex for a moment, analyzing his strength. "I have an army of immortals. One more or less won't make a difference. I believe in quality over quantity. Besides, I just visited their capital, and it seems like it has been destroyed. The survivors probably moved to a new capital. They're probably vulnerable during the move." "It would appear so, but that is not actually the case," Vinny said calmly. "The Craven were coerced into joining with our latest guests in this realm, and together they are much stronger than before. The Craven, on their own, are a threat, but they're not so serious. Their army of immortals mainly consists of newly born immortals and does not pose a grave threat. But empowered by the Hellions, under their guidance, their power has grown drastically. Even so, it is not like they cannot be defeated, but timing is everything. In their hubris, they have turned their gaze towards the crystal race. Their defeat is imminent. Are you so confident that they will lose? The Hellions would not have made their move if they were not confident. I'm aware of their attempts to raise it to support the threshold of heavenly immortal, but I did not claim the Hellions would lose. In fact, their purposes would be further progressed, but the Craven would be at their weakest after centuries." Lex shook his head. "That might not be the Hellions' only purpose. Back at the capital, I discovered their attempt to turn the laws of this realm into that of another realm entirely. Although I put an end to their attempts there, who knows where else they may have also made such attempts. In fact, I have reason to believe that using their methods requires a great sacrifice or the death of countless beings, which is why they're exacerbating the war." For a moment, Vinny was silent. The bird narrowed its eyes as it tried to determine the veracity of Lex's claims. Lex could feel the surge in divine energy and dissipate into the air itself. After a while, the bird hissed. "It seems the guests have fooled us all along. Their claim that their goal to raise the capacity of the realm must have been a ruse, so that the higher powers of the realm would silently consent to their actions while they plotted something else. Quite cunning indeed. But young tavern keeper, it is still not time to attack the prince. The crystal realm is not as simple as many think it to be, and these outsiders will suffer because of it. Whether the realm becomes their stepping stone or their bodies nourish the realm is yet to be seen. I request that for now, you delay your revenge." Lex pursed his lips. He had been really looking forward to revenge. This was not a light matter. When the Craven Prince had attacked, Betty, the tavern's bouncer's wife, had a miscarriage. Although it was not the same as losing a child, Lex felt immense guilt and shame for allowing such a thing to happen. That was not the kind of thing he could just overlook for a reward. Except looking at the blackbird, the deity of darkness, or perhaps the deity of monsters, or maybe even both, Lex felt like it would not make this request lightly. After all, it too wanted to kill the Craven Prince. The massive war between the monsters and Craven all around him was proof. Lex finally asked, "I cannot be certain. Just as the outsiders hide and plot, the citizens of this realm are not without their own plans. It is a delicate balance." Lex took a deep breath and then nodded. It was not easy to give up on revenge, even if it was temporary. "Your cooperation is appreciated. Allow me to give you your reward." The darkness around them trembled, and then Lex felt it wrap itself around his body, holding it securely as they warped out of place. It was not teleportation, not exactly. It was not even moving from between the planes. No, they experienced some other kind of phenomenon, but whatever it was, Lex was no longer surrounded by war. The veil of darkness began to retreat into Vinny's body as the bird flapped its wings a couple of times before landing. Lex looked around, and found himself standing on a stone bridge, built floating upon a serene lake in the middle of some mountains. Trees, plants, and flowers filled the surrounding mountains, while vibrant colored fish swam in the clear waters of the lake. It looked like they had arrived in some kind of sanctuary. Chapter 1322, How to Kill a Deity for Dummies. Chapter 1322, How to Kill a Deity for Dummies. Up above, in the air, there seemed to be a sun illuminating the sanctuary, though Lex could tell it was artificial. The bridge they were on had statues of various birds on both sides, facing each other every 20 feet, all leading up to a large, ancient temple that seemed to be covered in some kind of ivy. The air in this place was thick with divine energy, so much so that there was no spiritual energy present at all. This is a unique place within the crystal realm. The only way to enter here is to be brought in by one of the original deities, such as myself, Vinny said, walking down the bridge. Lex followed quietly, observing everything. Just as Vinny said, this place felt special, as if it were some kind of divine kingdom. In truth, I also have a motive of my own to bring you here, Vinny said, in a matter-of-fact way. You see, when the crystal realm was created, 5 beings were born and held supreme power over all living beings, attaining their eternal worship, and so 4 of those 5 became divine. Only one disdained such power. At the time, young and ignorant, we mocked the one that refused. The power of deities is vast and versatile, and so for a time we rejoiced in our capabilities. The bird opened the massive double doors of the temple, revealing that the building consisted of only a single hall, a massive skylight letting in the light from the sky. Spread around the hall, in equal distances, were 5 statues of birds, each one distinct and incredibly lifelike, not to mention filled with incredible power. At a glance, Lex easily recognized the statues representing Firen, the progenitor of the soul birds, Azel, the progenitor of the Frio birds, and that of Nei. Instead of statues, they looked like a perfect replica of the real thing, even radiating a bit of their elements. The remaining 2 statues caught his eye because of how unique and interesting they were. One of the birds was made entirely of crystal and gave off an aura that vaguely reminded Lex of the crystal race. The last one, however, was a multicolored bird which was mostly brown, but had feathers containing each color in the rainbow. Fortunately, even in our youthful ignorance, we left some contingencies. Vinny walked up to his own statue, but before he approached near it, a hidden staircase revealed itself, leading to a hidden chamber beneath the statue. Lex followed and saw a small room filled with numerous black feathers and a bowl containing a heart, soaking in black blood. Suddenly Mary appeared on Lex's shoulder, looking stunned. She said, her voice containing palpable excitement, which confused Lex a bit. Even the amber chaos resin did not get such a reaction from her. He asked her, trying to sense what was so special about them. Oddly enough, for once, the feedback he got from the glyph used to find treasure gave him contradictory information from his own instincts as well as Mary's reaction. It was as if the glyphs did not want to recognize that the feathers had any value at all. Mary exclaimed, "Not just phoenix feathers." Lex's eyes gleamed with recognition, and finally understood why Mary cared about them so much. Lex asked, almost in a whisper, looking at the feathers. Vinny shook his head in disappointment. "Unfortunately, I lost my status as a phoenix when I became a deity. Now, though I seemingly have more power than before, the price I paid was truly too tremendous." Lex could understand why Vinny was willing to give up his status as a deity to become a phoenix, as well as why Mary was so excited to see them. Phoenixes were, across the entire universe, the only true immortal race in existence. Compared to another race, such as the crystal race, which had immortality unless killed, phoenixes could come back to life even after they were killed. In fact, it was not a matter of could. Phoenixes, one and all, came back to life no matter how they were killed, though their revival was not necessarily immediate. While not inherently powerful the way dragons were, phoenixes were still some of the most revered races in existence, and were the ultimate personification of immortality and rebirth. As such, a phoenix feather was also considered to be the ultimate tonic, able to bring back anyone from the verge of death back to life. It would no doubt be very useful for someone trying to recreate their body and come back to life. There was also a bit of funny history between them and dragons. While not completely willing to treat their bodies as treasures, dragons resented the fact that, objectively speaking, every bit of a phoenix's body was more valuable than a dragon's. As a reward for your cooperation, I would like to award you with one of my old feathers, Vinny said, sending a single, small feather Lex's way. He did not complain about its small size and just put it away. You said you had another motive for bringing me here, Lex said, looking at the blackbird. He wanted more feathers. Specifically, he wanted 2 more. If he had a total of 3 phoenix feathers, he could keep one for himself, give one to Vera as payment for all the help she had given him, and then give the final one to Mary. But this was not the kind of thing he could just take. Indeed, I do. Your strength is adequate to complete certain tasks on my behalf in other realms. All of those tasks bring me one step closer to reverting to my original state. And so I propose a transaction. Lex was intrigued. Although he claimed to have countless treasures on hand, even he would not say no to a phoenix feather. Who knows, he might be able to absorb it into his body and gain some benefits. I can agree to your requests if I find them to be suitable. I have a few requests of my own in the meantime. Vinny was silent for a moment, and then assented. You see, I have a couple of enemies who are deities, Lex said, thinking back to Ra and Sekhmet. I want to get a better understanding of how to defeat them, once and for all. Eliminating a deity is one of the most challenging tasks in all of existence, Vinny said with pride. That is one allure of becoming a deity. Killing followers and eliminating the associated religion is a way to weaken a deity, sure, but it is not enough to kill it. Followers and worshippers allow a deity to grow stronger, and at the same time, serve as the source of the deity's divine energy. But if you kill all the followers, the deity can just go and find new followers to replenish his energy and keep them hidden. There are only 2 ways to kill a deity, as far as I know. In fact, I think a combination of both is likely the only way to get a real result. The first is that any and every deity must, in their religion, reveal a weakness or fatal flaw. The more powerful the deity, the more they can obscure the weakness, but they must never be without one. The laws of the universe do not support the existence of a deity that can claim to be all-powerful, omnipotent, and omnipresent, perfect in every way. The more powerful deities obscure their weaknesses in stories of trials they overcame, and hide them among many such stories so that no one can know the true weakness. Even so, they must present their weakness within their religion. That does not, however, mean that their weakness will be common knowledge. In fact, though the story must be included in the religion, it is not mandatory that all must know it. As long as someone significant knows it, it will suffice. So finding a deity's weakness within their own doctrines is the first challenge. Chapter 1323, How to Raise a Deity. Chapter 1323, How to Raise a Deity, Lex raised an eyebrow. Compared to the first, which was basically a scavenger hunt across a realm, and possibly more, the second way of killing a deity sounded too simple, but there was no way it could be so straightforward. After all, Vinny had just said that killing a deity was one of the most difficult things in the universe. Lex asked, wondering if he could give it to Luther to absorb. His physique required him to absorb various kinds of fires. The more fires he absorbed, the more powerful his own would become. So, absorbing a divine fire should also technically work, right? As long as it was technically still fire. To become a deity, one must use the accumulating divine fire in their body and light a fire using it. It is the single most difficult obstacle to becoming a deity. To achieve it, you need the purest divine energy in copious amounts. That means you must have countless devoted followers, praying to you non-stop, providing you with the purest divine energy possible. If you don't have that, then you must wait countless years while accumulating divine energy, and then distill and purify it until it can be used to light a divine fire. Newborn deities must keep their divine fire within their bodies, but as they grow stronger, they can hide away their divine fire, which is the very source of all their power. If it is extinguished, the deity will die, but to extinguish it is very difficult, and the more powerful the deity, the more powerful the divine fire. After a certain level of strength, the divine fire itself becomes the deity more than the deity's body, which means that if you try to extinguish it, the deity can and will use their complete strength in stopping you. But even if they didn't, extinguishing divine fires is extremely difficult, since it is powered from divine energy itself. Realistically, your best bet would be to take another deity and have them consume the divine fire. Lex nodded, but then shook his head. I think I'll still have to try it myself. The deities I'm targeting are near the Tao realms, even if one of them is severely injured. Suddenly, the sword buried deep inside Lex trembled just a bit, as if to remind Lex that he had a link to a deity, but Lex ignored it. His plan to consume that sword was going very well, and at his current level, it would only take him a few years to absorb it all. If he improved his sword intent further, it would be even quicker. Vinny asked, showing the first trace of emotion since Lex had met him, and that was confusion. Lex nodded. For a few moments, silence filled the room, until Vinny eventually continued speaking as if nothing had happened. I take it this means you have agreed to my tasks. Keep in mind that I do not expect these tasks to be easy or simple. First, I require the core of a defiler. Lex nodded. As it just happened, he had new leads on defilers. Just like how a divine fire is the source of a deity's power, a core is the source of a defiler's power. Those two are not easy to get your hands on. I accept. I'll come find you when I do it. My patience is extensive, Vinny responded. Lex asked, as he pondered over something. I don't mean to belittle the difficulty of becoming a deity, but from your description, it sounds pretty easy to become a deity. I mean, if all you need are followers, basically anyone can just become a deity. Any immortal can brainwash mortals over a few generations, get a bunch of devoted followers, and begin accumulating divine energy. Vinny nodded. Yes, in essence, anyone can become a deity. In practice, it's a little harder, since lighting a divine fire is not so simple. For many who are weak and have no hope of becoming stronger through conventional means, becoming a deity is a convenient route. But nothing in this universe is so straightforward. The Crystal Realm, too, was filled with thousands of deities in its early years, until someone figured out that a deity can become stronger not only by spreading their religion and influence, but also by consuming other deities. In fact, not only do you gain more power, you can even inherit some of the powers of the consumed deity according to their religion, thereby enhancing your own. You see, creating your religion cannot be completely up to your whims and must be grounded in reality. Lex gained a deeper understanding of deities and their complex relationships with one another. No wonder religions always seem to be targeting one another. Not only was it a competition for worshippers, but the deities themselves could serve as nourishment for another. It only made sense. There was no path to power that was completely easy. Each path had its own risks and rewards. He just had to keep that in mind while he grew strong enough to kill Sekhmet, and eventually R.A. Chapter 1324, Raising Phoenixes. Chapter 1324, Raising Phoenixes, Lex also pondered the possibility of nurturing a deity of his own, but eventually dismissed it. As he grew in power, anything a deity was able to do, he would be able to do. As it was, even as an earth immortal, the scope of his power was incredible. Besides, Cassandra had told him not to step onto the path of the divine, and even Vinny, who had become a deity, seemed to be regretting it. There was effectively no purpose to nurturing a deity of his own. But then, his thoughts went into another direction. While he could not nurture a deity, a phoenix. Lex asked, once Vinny handed him a phoenix feather, and they left the temple, returning to the battlefield. Yes, all 5 of us were phoenixes once. Descendants, yes. But that does not mean that they are phoenixes. At most, they merely have trace amounts of their bloodline, but it is almost certain that they will never become phoenixes. Got it. The two reached an agreement, and Lex returned to the Midnight Realm. He had originally planned to send a battalion to the Crystal Realm as well, but the fight there was beyond their level. Although they needed to get more experience, it wasn't worth sending them to their doom. Lex stretched, feeling good to be back. He had promised himself not to get involved, and for the most part he succeeded. Sure, he had his own little fetch quest now to get a Defiler core, but it wasn't so urgent. He could focus once more on the Midnight Inn. More importantly, he teleported to the turtle, who was planting something deep in the core of one of the volcanoes in the realm. Lex asked, checking in on the turtle while studying the seed in front of it. Why the hell was this seed larger than 300 minivans stacked atop one another? Lex blinked, realizing that was an odd thought, and then focused on the turtle. Lex was genuinely surprised to hear such a thing. In a newfound realm, the one thing they should not lack is energy. Make sure to send me a list. I'll see what I can do about it. If we really can't do anything about it, then I'll go talk to the innkeeper about it. Hey, I want to talk to you about something else. You remember that flaming bird you adopted once? The turtle had adopted many pets over the years. Basically, anything that was wounded or in need had been adopted by the turtle, who nurtured them back to health and took care of them. In fact, even Lex had been taken care of by the turtle when he was in dire need. So, if anything, Lex genuinely appreciated this habit of the turtles. It was now once again coming in handy. Yes, of course I remember little Sonny, the turtle said. Lex expected nothing less from the turtle than to have the descendant of a phoenix weed his gardens. That's great. Listen, I'd like you to pay special attention to Sonny. I was just having a chat with one of Sonny's parents' friends, and I just found out that the poor bird is malnourished, which is why its bloodline is not waking up. That's unacceptable. The turtle paused for a moment and used one of the vines coming out of its shell to rub its chin, as if thinking. You're right. I was thinking that little Sonny looked weak, but I wasn't sure. Lex asked, suddenly shocked. You planted a deity? He scanned the inn, but found no signs of growing deities. What was going on? Silly human. You cannot plant deities, the turtle said and looked at Lex as if looking at a child. I planted a rose bush that will grow a rose deity once it's mature. Lex asked once more, repeating his words. He had never been more confused. He just had a conversation with a deity who explained to him how deities were born. None of that had anything to do with gardening. And what was this about growing a garden greater than Eden? The only Eden he knew of was Eden Corp, and that was a company, not a garden. Silly human, do not trouble yourself too much. Thinking too much is not good for your kind. I saw a human the other day lose his hair on his head. No, wait, that's not what I mean, said Lex, his lip twitch returning. I just found out about deities recently. I learned that one becomes a deity by being worshipped. Silly human, that is only for beings who are not born deities. That does not include those who are naturally born deities. Besides, flower deities are not the same as regular deities anyway. Don't worry about it. If the innkeeper were worried about it, he would have stopped me already. Chapter 1325 GigaChad. Chapter 1325 GigaChad. Yes, the innkeeper surely has no reservations about this plan. Lex without a shred of shame or awkwardness. But I can help out since I am the... Lex suddenly paused for the briefest of moments, though that minuscule gap was more than enough for him to have an entire epiphany. For so long, he had actually been weaker than many of the workers at the inn. For a very long time, Anita and Kawain had been stronger than him, and though they were friendly enough, Lex knew that a single accident was all it would take to ruin everything. There were others, too, who were still stronger than him, such as Zagan. But more or less, Lex was finally the strongest person in the inn again. Zagan was meditating, or perhaps still undergoing his tribulation, so it would be a long time before he woke up. By then, Lex was certain he could reach the heavenly immortal realm. Either way, he had been feeling the drastic change his latest upgrade brought him for quite a while, but it was good to realize that the silent fear that had haunted him since he discovered the inn and the cultivation world, that he would encounter someone stronger and he would be squashed without a chance at resistance, was slowly lessening. Of course, Lex was far from being without equal, but he was getting there, one realm at a time, He was eliminating the number of beings in the universe that could threaten him. As an Earth immortal, was now somewhat fit to properly oversee the expansion and development of the inn, ensuring that it went in a very specific manner. Instead of the constant worry and dread of the future that Lex had been suppressing deep inside of himself for so long, he finally felt a bit of excitement about it. That did not mean, however, that he was going to go about things haphazardly. He was finally learning how to avoid unnecessary trouble, and he had no intentions of forgetting his hard-learned lessons. He returned his attention to the turtle and addressed his current situation. I'm more or less in charge of getting things from outside the inn, so if you need anything from the outside, you can tell me. That's why I was asking about what you're planning with your new garden, especially with the divine rosebush or deity flowers. Oh, silly human, the turtle said, patting Lex on the head with one of his vines and chuckling. When I was talking about requiring more diverse types of energy, I was only talking to myself. If I truly need something, I can just place a demand order in the guild room, and one of the shops there will provide it to me. You should get some rest. Lex was stumped. The turtle's claims made sense, but somehow he never imagined that the turtle actually knew how to use MP. As far as Lex was concerned, the turtle only knew how to plant things. This was also a good reminder for him that while running the inn using solely the system would keep it running, there were many things he would miss. Zero, or whatever he was planning. He also never would have imagined deities growing out of plants. If that was the case for the turtle, with hundreds of thousands of workers, Lex could only imagine the kinds of things that were going on that he was unaware of. This was just one more reason for him to take over things once more. But first, he had to address his current situation. If the turtle was being uncooperative, there was one more person who could help him out. Lex teleported away, at least satisfied that eventually he would have a phoenix on his hands. Sure, it was hard for one to be born, and even harder for something to evolve into a phoenix using only the bloodline. But would it still be hard if a sovereign willed it so? Lex doubted it. He reappeared deep in the territory of the inn. It would take years of travel for a mortal to walk this distance, and by mortal he meant a nascent-level cultivator, not a pure mortal. In front of him spread out a vast, open field, carefully tiled and taken care of. In front of him was a Chad, no, a Giga Chad, a shirtless man with a body worthy of a professional bodybuilder used a simple hoe to plow the incredibly tough soil. Each action required an immense amount of barbaric, brute strength from a man, flexing and loosening his muscles with every obstacle he overcame. Despite being a cultivator, he was drenched in sweat with clear signs of fatigue and exhaustion apparent in his actions. Yet he did not pause for even a second, that is, until he noticed Lex. Straightening his back and lifting his hoe to rest on his shoulder, the gardener wiped the sweat off his brow as he observed Lex. He looked more like a barbarian warrior than a gardener. But then again, taming the wild and harsh lands of the Midnight Realm was a duty befitting the fiercest warriors. Even though the gardener was merely in the nascent soul cultivation realm, Lex did not underestimate him. The fact that his hoe weighed a dozen tons was more than enough to demonstrate the gardener's ferocious might. The gardener asked with a smile, though Lex sensed his hidden fears. For the most part, the gardener gardened inside separate minor realms so that he could unleash his art, but with the Midnight Realm being the ultimate canvas, how could he resist? He just had a garden there as well, which is why he found a place far away from everyone so that he could garden in peace. So far, it was going well. So far. Chapter 13:26 Gardens. Chapter 13:26 Gardens. It's good to see you too, gardener, Lex said, and took a look around the area. It was not farmland. No, the gardener had loosened the soil, planted berry bushes, weeded everything, sprinkled a few layers of daisies. He saw, hidden within the grass, vines which he recognized as potato vines. In the distance, he saw a few almond trees, covered in white flowers, and a few species of trees that grew crystals instead of leaves, also all white. It seemed like the gardener had a color theme going on. I wish I could say that this was a social call, but unfortunately it is not. Gardens, the gardener said ominously, as if stating the topic of the conversation Lex wanted to have. From Lex, The gardener's gaze wanders away to the vast vista before him. His hands, calloused from years of toil, rest upon the shaft of his mighty hoe. "You come with burdens that weigh upon your soul," he said solemnly, his voice suddenly hoarse, as if he had not drank water in days. "I feel it in the air, in the tremble of the leaves and the whisper of the soil. The questions that bear heavy on your heart will change the very destiny of these lands. But know this, there is no graver matter in this world than the tending of a garden. Many, in their folly, speak of war, of conquest, of the might of steel and spell. But they know not the true peril that lies in the heart of the earth." He went silent, though Lex noticed his grip around the handle of his hoe tighten. The gardener's jaw clenched as he thought back onto the countless horrors he had experienced. Gardening, you see, is no mere pastime, no gentle hobby to pass the fleeting hours. It is an act of creation, of shaping life from the chaos of the wild. It is an art. It is the bending of nature's will to the desires of man. And in that bending, there lies great danger. For what is a garden but a place of order imposed upon the untamed? Tears trickled down the gardener's tanned cheeks as he closed his eyes. Beware, then, the art of the garden, for in its simplicity lies its threat. The roots grow deep, and with them, the darkness of the earth stirs. Seeds, once sown, take hold not only of the soil but of the soul. To till the land is to awaken the ancient forces beneath, forces that even the wisest dare not fully comprehend. And so I ask you, Lex, do you truly understand the peril you face when you tread onto such dangerous topics? For here, the battle is not of flesh and blood, but of life and death, of growth and decay. A war older than any kingdom, fought with the blade of the hoe and the shield of the seed. The gardener tried to speak some more, but he became too choked up to continue. Lex did not interrupt the heavy silence that had fallen between them, and waited till the gardener recovered. The gardener nodded. "Ultimately, you have done well. For what reason have I faced the crushing pain of failure, if not so that I can help my fellow compatriots avoid them? Come, follow me, and unburden yourself of your woes." Before Lex could elaborate, he saw a small creature pop its head out of a hole in the ground. As soon as he saw it, Lex suddenly understood why the gardener had been speaking so grandiosely. It was a drama cat. It suddenly exclaimed, holding its hands with joy as it looked at Lex with teary eyes. "Alaud, lo, before my very eyes, another soul, yes, another blessed soul, has seen the sacred path, the path of soil, of seed, of stem. We give thanks, O gracious Laud, that this mere mortal has chosen the way of the gardener, the way of life itself. Why are you so good to me, Laud?" The drama cat burst into tears, covering its eyes with its hand, as if it was too ashamed to let its state be seen. The gardener bent down and placed a hand on its shoulder, as if giving it strength. Lex coughed, and then quickly began the conversation before more drama cats appeared. Where there was one, there would be many more just behind. "I have heard that the turtle is planting a special garden where he is planting deity flowers. You have come to the right person. I have spent much time increasing my understanding over the deep and endless path of gardening, and have learned many of its secrets. Not specifically, but I can imagine so. After all, a garden for a mortal and an immortal can scarcely be the same." The gardener nodded. "Yes, just like the cultivation levels, gardens have levels too. There are gardens fit for mortals, for chi-training cultivators, foundation cultivators for the golden core, and so on. There are naturally immortal gardens too. But what do you think is above an immortal garden?" Lex's expression suddenly went from lax to extremely serious. What had started out from a mere normal inquiry had gone on to touch levels of power he dare not tamper with. The more powerful he became, the more he understood just how vast the distance between the Tao-level beings and everyone else was. Even thinking about it, he was no longer as blindly arrogant as he once was, and had learned the necessity of caution. The Tao was not something he could ponder at his level. Chapter 1327, A Highway and a Stairway. Chapter 1327, A Highway and a Stairway for His Own Sake. Lex had to keep a healthy distance from all things related to the Tao, but if it was something that was literally heading straight for him, he couldn't really ignore it now, could he? I'm not sure, Lex asked. The gardener shook his head and then continued to walk forward, leaving the drama cat behind. Actually, I have no idea if Tao gardens exist, but that's definitely not what happens. Let's pause a bit and talk about divinity and deities. Yes, more or less, Lex said. The gardener nodded. Well, then you are probably familiar with the fact that the normal method for a deity to grow is to accumulate followers, and what the followers follow is not the deity directly, but the mythos he crafts in the form of a religion. The religions, too, must follow specific patterns and be limited by certain guidelines that the deities themselves are restricted by through their very existence. Lex suddenly stopped. The question of what came after death was one that plagued every living being, and while Lex had searched for answers through the cultivation world, the consensus he seemed to discover was that no one actually knew what happened. While the deities proclaimed a final, eternal resting place, a paradise of some sort or the other, and in certain cases that actually managed to pull such a feat off for selected souls who died within their realms of influence, most cultivators believe that even deities did not know. Or at least that's what he understood from the books he got from the Infinity Emporium. Was he, at least, about to learn the truth from the gardener of all people? Was he the keeper of this grand secret? What I want to tell you is that both heaven and hell exist, though not in the fashion that deities portray them. When a garden surpasses the immortal realm, it does not become a Tao garden, but becomes what deities refer to as heaven. Whether it is the Garden of Eden, the halls of Valhalla, the field of reeds, or whatever else a religion proclaims, they all refer to actual gardens that genuinely exist in the universe. Of course, those gardens don't necessarily have anything to do with those deities. Lex once again heard terms he was familiar with. He himself had quite a few anchors linked to the Midnight Inn, and he had tried learning about karma, but it was so elusive. Why was it that his gardener knew more about these things than him? Perhaps it was because it was all linked to gardens? Can you tell me more about these heavenly gardens? What about hell? The gardener shook his head. How could gardens be linked to hell? That's absolutely preposterous. I have no idea how hells are formed, but I can tell you more about the heavens, not heavenly gardens. Once a garden rises enough in rank, it becomes a heaven. I do not know how or why, though. The only reason I know about this is because I have been helping the Galactic Sovereign with his gardening, and so it has been imparting its knowledge on me, like a teacher to a professor. Since he has yet to accept me as a disciple, I cannot claim such a station. In essence, to raise a garden to such a level, it needs to achieve a number of things. Firstly, it must be akin to a paradise. That means it must provide health, harmony, and energy to all beings affiliated with light, with the divine and the holy, while simultaneously being akin to the most potent of poisons to all things associated with the dark, the damned, the defiled, and the forsaken. Secondly, it needs to be filled with, and even produce its own divine energy. But producing divine energy is not a simple task at all. Even a rose bush that the turtle planted cannot produce divine energy so easily. Instead, it needs to be nurtured until maturity, at which point it will produce a rose deity. While it will be a pathetically weak deity, since it has no followers, almost all plant deities have a nurturing aspect to them, which means that it will constantly provide its divine energy to nourish its garden. With a number of such deities all working together, a foundation for a heaven can be formed. Thirdly, each and every heaven needs its own unique identity and mythology, which the turtle will have to create on its own. What about those plant deities themselves? Won't they try to devour each other and grow their strength? I've heard the fastest way for a deity to grow is to devour other deities. The gardener shrugged. These are things I have not pondered over yet. The garden is too far from nearing such a feat that did not encourage Lex about the situation as much as it should have. With the turtle focusing on the garden, how long could it really take for it to plant countless rare and valuable plants? Inside a newborn realm that was teeming with energy and mythics plants already? Not that long, if Lex had to guess. But there was another source of information Lex could reach out to, specifically the devils and the angels. From what he understood, the devils controlled a realm called Garvitz, which was literally equivalent to hell, while the angels had Eden Corp, which was likely related to Eden. Thank you for sharing this with me. This is truly all very important information for me, Lex said, looking at the gardener seriously. Not a problem. Actually, I just thought of another question, though I don't know if you'll have the answer. The gardener shrugged. I've heard that heavens have angels or something to protect them. No, wait, not angels. Elysians. Yeah, the innkeeper, of course, said Lex weakly, before bidding the gardener farewell and teleporting to his office. He asked as he sat back in his chair. His faithful assistant popped up in front of him in, out of all things, an angel costume. The system? Why would it? No, wait a minute. I remember that the system likes to create environments to suit its guests. Don't tell me. Before Lex could even finish the sentence, the familiar sound of a new notification rang in her ears. New quest. The host has accidentally done something right, so don't do something wrong on purpose. Ensure the completion of the Midnight Heaven and find a suitable entity to inaugurate its opening. Quest time limit. 1,000 years quest reward. New guest rooms. Picnic basket. Quest failure punishment. Reduction of host's authority and privileges. 300 metric tons penalty. Remarks. Stay away from apples. New quest. Where there is a heaven, there must be a hell. Build the Midnight Hell and find a suitable entity to inaugurate its opening. Quest time limit. 1,000 years quest reward. New guest rooms. Sauna and hot tub upgrades. Suntan room. Quest failure punishment. Reduction of host's authority and privileges. 300 metric tons penalty. Remarks. You need one highway and one stairway. Lex read the notifications and actually breathed a sigh of relief. The 1,000-year deadline meant that even the turtle wouldn't achieve creating a heaven so soon. Lex was afraid that in a couple of years he'd have to face another invasion by yet another deity, or even more. With 1,000 years to prepare, Lex was confident that he would be more than strong enough to deal with any issues that might crop up, or he'd already be dead. Either way, in the short term, this was no longer a concern. Lex turned his gaze towards Mary, who was looking at him innocently. So about that phoenix feather, she began with a grin. Chapter 1328, Divine Kingdom. Chapter 1328, Divine Kingdom. Lex gave Mary a glare, and she meekly stepped back and stuck out a tongue pointed at him. If I get more of them, I'll give you. For now, I will keep this one in case I need it. Now, can we focus on other things? What's an Elysian? Lex had read many books and learned about countless races that existed within the Origin realm, all from books he got from the Emporium. Yet the Elysians weren't one of them, likely because they had something to do with the heavens and not the Origin realm. I can't tell you. Oh, wait, it seems like I can tell you, Mary said, sounding surprised herself. This is genuinely surprising. Then again, I guess we haven't had a nice, long question and answer session in a while. Once, Lex used to get irritated that the system withheld information, but he now understood that as a mortal, learning too many secrets put an immense burden on his mind and his being. Sometimes, it was literally more dangerous than an actual enemy. Just like Hellions and humanoids, Elysians are another race group in the universe. I'll be quite frank with you. Hellions and Elysians both hate each other's guts, but often have that enemies to lovers deal going on between them. Mary flapped her wings and took flight, and while Lex pondered the implications of what she told him, she herself was quite curious about how much freedom she had been given to communicate with him. It was like a whole new era was opening up for the Midnight Inn if she could truly begin guiding him freely. Lex asked, "It's because of devils and angels," Mary told him, suddenly feeling excited about sharing universal gossip. You already know that controlling major realms influences a race, raising its position in the cosmic ascendant spectrum. What you don't know is how. Much in the way you took control of a minor realm back when you were in the Crystal Realm, Tao Lords can take control of a major realm. Yet when that happens, it's not just the Tao Lord that gets the feedback, but his entire family, as well as his entire race. You've seen how devils transform into their alternate forms, right? And how angels can control divine energy. Well, both of these abilities are things their races didn't originally have. The devils took over one of the hells, namely Garbits, while the angels took partial control over a heaven named Eden, and thereby gained benefit for their races, benefits that originally belonged to Hellions and Elysians. Don't think that just because the angels only have partial control that they're weak. Interesting. Interesting. So all I'm hearing is that when I complete these two quests, building both a heaven and a hell within the inn, I'm going to piss off both the Hellions and Elysians. Mary shrugged. Not necessarily. I think you should look more into the concept of heaven and hell. They don't necessarily need to cover the entire realm. I think, instead, if you have both heaven and hell inside the inn, you'll be on the path for a genuine divine kingdom. Lex frowned and tapped his finger on his armchair. A part of his attention was on the midnight games. These games would continue for an entire year, but he still needed to manage it. Fortunately, there didn't seem to be any urgency, so he could take a bit of time to look into this heaven and hell business. Can you ask Gerard if Lilith is available for a conversation? There's an angel called Lucifer who has been trying to get a date with Velma. Lex snorted. No, that's fine. After my meeting with Lilith, I'll just look into the inn's guest list. Mary disappeared, but reappeared just a short while later. It seems like Lilith will be unavailable for the foreseeable future. She has been summoned back to meet with her father. Lex paused, but then sighed. Looks like he would have to look into the angel angle first. Speaking of angels, the first time he heard of Eden Corp was from Giselle, who wore a watch from them. She was also quite knowledgeable in the randomest of matters, considering he had to talk to her about getting a defiler. Anyway, all right, that's it for now. Mary gave Lex an odd look and hesitated before eventually deciding to speak her mind. Lex suddenly swept the inn, ensuring that there were no issues. He couldn't find anything wrong. He turned to look at Mary for an explanation. Well, you already know that Harry got married to an outsider and had a kid. Everyone loves Haley and their kid, but that has also built an impression in their minds that it's okay to marry outsiders, which it is. I'm not saying it's not. But for the most part, that has not happened before, since the workers usually focus on each other in their free time, and the guests never saw the workers as anything more than in staff. But the battalion is changing that. In the midnight games, everyone can see how they go from battlefield to battlefield, crushing their enemies and claiming one victory after another. Well, I think I'm putting it mildly when I say that has influenced a lot of the ladies, as well as the gents, and, in an unusual development, Ascension Apache helicopter as well, to have a favorable impression of them. I'm putting it very, very mildly when I say it like that. So you should just be mentally prepared that a lot of them might start getting into relationships soon. While in itself, that's a good thing. You've never really faced internal conflict within your workers before. Mary silently marveled at the amount of freedom she was suddenly given. This was just one of the things she had wanted to warn Lex about for a long time, but she had always been restricted. Now, though, for whatever reason, she could. Where there are people, conflict is inevitable, Lex said dismissively. Velma has already discussed this with me, by the way. She's organized some classes to teach workers about foreign dating cultures, and I did a survey among the workers about their general sentiments. I don't think they will tolerate a partner who breaks the rules of the inn. Besides that, any arguments and disagreements they have can all be handled. Of course, since Mary had brought up the problem, Lex would give it more attention. But for now, he teleported to the flying city of glass, which was currently over the massive lake behind Midnight Manor. The city was one of the more popular destinations among mortals, and was an even more popular spot for dates. Not that that had anything to do with his purpose here. Lex had come here to find Giselle, who was sitting in a cafe having a meeting with an alien woman. She was a reptilian, which meant that although she could stand up, write like humans, communicate, and do everything else humans could, the scales and the long tails would always make them distinct from humans. Whatever their conversation was, Giselle paused when she sensed Lex's approach from the distance. He waved at them with a smile. Sorry, I hope I'm not disturbing anything important, he said warmly. I wanted to discuss something with Giselle. Both the ladies looked at Lex, though the reptilian lady scrutinized him more openly. she asked with doubt in her mind. Positive, Giselle said, and turned to Lex. Oh yeah, from the dragons, Lex said with a nod. I'm pretty sure they might be revoked soon. The lizard lady sighed in disappointment. Chapter 1329 Silences. Chapter 1329 Silences. Lex asked casually as he sat down. He did not even need to scan her through the system to sense her strength, as he could tell directly. She was at the peak of the Earth immortal realm, and was in no way a threat to Lex whatsoever. It felt nice to know that. Yes, Lias wanted to claim your bounty and use it in exchange for true dragon's blood to try and evolve into a dragon, explained Giselle. Can't help but agree with Giselle on this one, Lex said as he looked at Lias. I'm quite attached to my life and am not fond of giving it up. Plus, I'm notoriously hard to kill. If the reptilian lady had eyebrows, she would have raised them. Instead, she only looked at Lex like he had said something crazy. Do you have a bit of time? Giselle gave Lias a look, and her friend only groaned and got up. You two talk. I need to go get a drink anyway, she said before walking off. She looked quite depressed. From what Lex could tell, she really had given up on his bounty, which he hoped was true. It would suck if he had to fight a friend's friend, she asked, getting straight to the point. Lex, on the other hand, first erected a barrier around them to keep their conversation confidential before continuing. The silver-haired girl merely looked at him calmly, as if he had not just talked about a bunch of extremely delicate and confidential, as well as dangerous matters. So, let's start with heaven. Are you familiar with it? What are its requirements and restrictions? How big does it need to be? Giselle continued to look at him evenly for a while, her thoughts completely hidden behind her perfect mask. Eventually, she spoke though. The smallest heaven that I know of only covers the size of a small garden. So like anywhere between 100 to 300 square feet. I'm not sure what borders exist to keep it in place, but apparently it's quite obvious when you enter or exit it. Anyone can feel it. I am not sure about requirements and restrictions, but it is naturally full of divine energy. Lex did not exactly allow him to feel relief just yet. When you mean powerful organizations, you mean organizations with Tao Lords? Obviously. But it's not unheard of for smaller organizations to have a heaven or two in their control. Unless the heaven is powerful enough, or large enough, they can avoid attracting too much trouble. Yes, of course. How would a weakling even get his hands on a heaven? Besides that, what about the deities associated with said heaven? I'm not an expert on the matter, but yes, I believe that Elysians try to claim all heavens. But I've also heard that you can just do a contract with a powerful angel, and they'll keep the Elysians out for a small fee and the right to link themselves to the heaven. Is that all you know about heavens? It's not a subject I have purposefully looked into, so I'm not too familiar with it, she answered plainly. The less she showed emotion, the more Lex was convinced that she secretly found this conversation absurd. Lex wouldn't blame her. He himself could hardly believe he was having it. What about hells? I've heard about Garvits. Apparently, devils can very easily travel to and from Garvits regardless of what realm they're in. Besides that, I am not too familiar with hell. Perhaps you should consult a priest of some sort. Lex shook his head. Nah, they just feed me whatever answers they got from their deity. Giselle, once again, looked at him in silence. She finally asked, her voice decidedly even. Lex sensed that he might have inadvertently stepped on some toes, or that maybe there was some story he didn't know about. It was best to clear the air. Lex sighed and showed her an exhausted look. This is slightly confidential, so keep it hush, all right? Well, technically the turtle only wanted to build a heaven as far as Lex knew, but he was going to blame it for the other one anyway. Not like anyone would know. Giselle finally showed some kind of reaction by looking at him oddly. Oh yeah, if it were the innkeeper who wanted to do it, then why would I be worried at all? In that case, if you wish, I can set up a meeting with an angel if you want. Lex thought for a minute, but dismissed the idea for now. No, that's fine. I'll look into it myself later. I have another thing I want to talk to you about. I need to get my hands on a defiler core, and you seem a lot more familiar with them than I. I did get a lead on a defiler in the Origin Realm. Lex, I know you have a strong background, but unless the innkeeper is willing to take action, or some other Tao Lord, I highly recommend you avoid any defilers in the Origin Realm. Facing prophenites and facing a genuine defiler are not the same thing. Lex asked, genuinely curious. He was under the impression that much like the Crystal Realm, all of the original defilers from the Origin Realm had been wiped out. The whole reason that the Henali was not paying so much attention to them was because they should have been weak. Was his assessment wrong? But if that were so, wouldn't the Henali have worked harder to eliminate them? It seemed, for whatever reason, anyone who knew anything about defilers wanted to kill them. Defilers are one of the most insidious existences in the universe. In general, it is always best to assume that they are much stronger than they appear to be. Lex could not help but remember that it wasn't that she dared to face prophenites, but that they kept coming after her for some reason. But whatever that reason was, since she hadn't shared it herself, he wouldn't pry. Lex sighed. Giselle just nodded, and Lex dismissed the barrier around them. Aren't you planning on going back to the Champions Tourney, by the way? That's still going on, as far as I know. Oh, you have no idea? Lex suddenly felt an irresistible urge, although he had just been telling himself not to get involved with others' problems anymore. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, is there a special reason you need so many treasures? This time, when Giselle suddenly went silent, Lex could finally read her emotions. She was considering his proposal. If it were anyone else, she would have dismissed the suggestion, but Lex had proven himself to be quite durable. Maybe, just maybe, he might even be able to survive helping her out. Chapter 1330, Clear Schedule. Chapter 1330, Clear Schedule. Giselle entertained the thought for a moment, but dismissed it quickly enough. There was no reason to risk it. Thank you for the offer. I will keep it in mind, she said politely. If you truly wish to assist me, then perhaps you can keep an eye out for a few items I'm in search of, but have no leads on. Lex said nonchalantly, sensing that she wanted to keep a distance between them. I come across a wide variety of things in my line of work. Truthfully, Lex was quite confident in being able to find whatever she needed, until he saw the list. It did not help that he had no idea what some of the items were, and while he understood what some of them were, had no idea how to find them. Also, please do not make use of information-gathering organizations or anything of the sort to search for these. Lex raised an eyebrow and looked back at the list. Quintessential Sand? Journal 6 of Matriarch Parween? Cotton Eyes? Ruins of the Eldrin Pantheon? These were only some of the items on the list that Lex could vaguely understand what they might be. Is it all right if I look up information on these things myself? Giselle hesitated for a moment, as if thinking about it. If you must, then it's best if you only look into one, or at most two items. Got it. So mysterious background and backstory. Giselle was really living an interesting life. Fine, in that case, if I happen to come across details of any of these items, I'll try to contact you. Giselle nodded, and just like that they came to an understanding. Lex couldn't help but feel that their exchange had been somewhat lacking, but there was no point in dwelling on it now. There was nothing really left to discuss, and since Lex interrupted her get-together with Lias, he excused himself so that they could continue with whatever they were doing. A few moments after he left, Lias returned and sat back opposite to Giselle. Giselle asked, her expression becoming neutral and her voice even. Fine, I won't be able to fight him. I could feel in my bones just standing in front of him. But this is an exchange, not a donation. The atmosphere between the two did not seem nearly as friendly as they had made it out to be in front of Lex. Not that it mattered. Giselle knew that she could probably ask Lex for help with the dragon's blood. But the whole reason she had given him a list of things basically impossible to find was so that he couldn't get involved with her. It was for the best. Give me 3 weeks, and I'll get you in the blood. Lex, meanwhile, had gone to see someone else. Vera and her mother were basically full-time residents of the inn now. Between the two of them, and Vera's services she made available through the guild room, they had enough MP to live here for tens of thousands of years without a problem. When he visited the house that they had basically permanently rented, Vera was sitting on the floor, painting her nails while Christine, her mother, was reading the latest newsletter from the newsroom. The knock on the door surprised them both, especially since Vera hadn't expected anyone to come. The fact that she literally didn't know she was about to be visited by someone was an insane abnormality, but it brought her only excitement. There was only one person who could mess with her divination ability so much, and it was her favorite customer. She rushed to the door and opened it to find Lex, just the person she thought it would be. Honestly, he was weird. Most of the time, she couldn't see anything related to him whatsoever. The few times she did end up seeing him in her visions, it just involved herself telling him random things which would end up getting her massive rewards. In fact, the moment she laid eyes on him, she just had another vision of herself sharing some crucial information with him. "Lex," she asked with a massive smile. Of course, she could guess what actually brought him here, and it absolutely improved her mood. "I hope I'm not disturbing you. I was just running a few errands, so I thought I'd drop by." He handed her a spatial bag containing the phoenix feather, some heart's blood of the Jorlum, a few dragon scales, some dragon's blood, some ores and treasures from the Trials of Eternity, a couple of treasures from Lover's Island, and a few miscellaneous treasures he looted from the countless Earth Immortals he killed back during the trial itself. Vera only smiled and took the bag without any formality. "No problem. By the way, I had another vision. If you have any plans to visit any angels coming up, you might want to delay them for a while." Lex was confused by Vera's statement. What did Lover's Island have to do with angels? He did not believe for a second that he was some heartthrob, that angels would suddenly find themselves infatuated with him. He was completely ignorant of the fact that how easily he had resolved Thaliel's cursed wings was borderline miraculous, which had made angels of all levels keep an eye on him. In fact, the only reason he hadn't been swarmed by angels in the first place was because of the countless devils that filled the inn. Inadvertently, the inn had become a place that angels wanted to avoid just because of how much the devils loved going there, thereby saving Lex from a great headache. As it happened, the angels were spending a lot of time doing research on Lex's relationship with devils, trying to come up with ways to distance him from them so that he may come closer to them. Without knowing it, he had become just one more reason why angels and devils seemed incapable of getting along. Lex could not think of the reason why he might want to avoid angels, but he knew better than to question Vera. So far, she hadn't led him astray. "Vera, dear, why don't you invite your friend in?" said Christine, who suddenly appeared behind her daughter. Christine was a mere mortal in the Golden Core realm, yet her gaze gave Lex chills. It was the gaze of a mother looking for a son-in-law. Fortunately, before Lex could make an excuse to leave, Vera just slammed the door shut. Even though the houses in the inn had perfect sound insulation, through his system, Lex couldn't help but peer in to see what was happening. Vera was once again fighting her mother, telling her that she was going to marry an Ullin no matter what. Her mother, on the other hand, had other ideas. Lex made himself scarce, although he was not afraid of combat. This was one fight he did not want to get involved in. "All right, Mary, it looks like my schedule has opened up," Lex said, returning to his office. "We can put the matter about heaven and hell on the back burner for now, although we should make a list of devils we can consult about how to make a hell. Something tells me 1,000 years to make a heaven or hell is a little short." She asked, still in her angel costume. "Well, I think it's time I negotiate a few things with the system again." Chapter 1331, Do Not Lie to Me. Chapter 1331, Do Not Lie to Me. In truth, Lex had more or less gained the ability to communicate with the system himself, and it more or less responded to him via notifications or remarks. But that kind of communication, while sufficient during normal times, was not the kind that Lex required right now. Since he was now returning his focus on his duties as innkeeper, something he had neglected for far too long, then he wanted to do things right. He had been informed that due to how broken the system was, the natural progression that Lex was supposed to follow was broken. What was supposed to be a small and back on his own planet had now turned into a realm of its own, acting as an interrealm inn. It resulted in him meeting and encountering Tao lords with a frequency that was far too high for comfort, and generally facing challenges he was as of yet unfit to face. Despite his attempts to recreate such a result over the past 15 years, even when completing quests, he had been unable to receive another full-powered butter knife attack. Through his tricks, as well as the inn's ability to mask his power while he wore the host attire, he had survived so far, and no doubt Lex would continue to do so in the future it was best to put himself on the path of least resistance. It would give him time to properly grow the yin, realize his own power, and minimize the many dangers he'd had to face so far. For example, while the reputation of the inn had spread far and wide, and all organizations associated with the Henali already knew not to mess with the inn, there were countless disconnected worlds and entire galaxies in the Origin Realm. Any random heavenly immortal disconnected from the rest of the realm who accidentally found his way to the inn could massively mess things up. Of course, technically Lex still had Zagan and Pell Jr. to act like there were heavenly immortals around. It really was a facade. Despite using the body of a heavenly immortal dragon, Pell Jr. could do nothing more than display a small fraction of the physical strength the body contained. Of course, Lex had found a loophole around that as well by hiring external security for the perpetual events going on in the inn, but he'd still like to minimize such incidents. He'd also like a little more control over the system. Considering that Lex's opinion on the system had warmed up lately, and that the system was behaving instead of sending him death quests, he saw actual hope in this working out well. That is where Mary came in. The system could no longer directly talk to Lex, unless something special happened, but communicating through Mary was still possible to an extent. She asked casually, "First off, a good negotiation begins with everyone placing their cards on the table, or at least everyone being able to trust one another. So in the spirit of being honest, I want to propose a trade." Lex leaned back in his chair and waited for Mary to give him the system's response. In truth, this was a probe. Although Lex had begun to trust the system more, he didn't actually trust anyone completely. If the system came clean about certain things, then that trust would increase a little more. If not, well then Lex would just have to show it that the skills he had picked up as the innkeeper weren't limited to just bluffing. A mere second passed before Mary opened her eyes. It seemed much longer to Lex, who was waiting for the answer with anticipation. "The system says it can't change the rules, only enforce them," she informed him simply. A trace of pity flashed through Lex's mind, but not surprise. Becoming an immortal allowed him to learn many things, and since the system was technically inside of himself, he had more than enough time to observe it thoroughly. Even somehow using the ability of his eye despite the fact that his eye couldn't look inside himself. That's when he learned that the system's soul was actually secretly growing, and it was doing sneaky things behind his back. For some odd reason, Lex did not take that as a confirmation of the system, being a nefarious entity. Instead, from feeling the soul, he could sense that it was like that of a child. Lex pulled up his system interface, which showed how much the system functionality had been restored. 2%, just where he had left it. Lex asked, taking on the tone of a parent who had caught a child misbehaving. He heard a notification sound in his head, and when he checked it was just a confirmation of what he was seeing. 2%. Please complete your quest to restore the system soon. The system is saying there is no error in the reading, Mary said after a moment. Mary's eyes suddenly widened. "Wait, you think that?" "Yup," said Lex. "I think the system is siphoning off energy to secretly repair itself. After all, you yourself told me that all systems inherently have the ability to repair themselves. Oh, and also, I am bonded with Lotus, who is bonded with Minara. We chat quite a lot." That last bit was a lie. Lotus barely ever talked anymore, mostly because it was either unconscious or focused on its own growth. Lotus itself was a baby. How could it possibly understand such complex things? Before Mary could say anything in response, and before the system could show him another false notification, Lex unleashed all his power. His dragon's heart took a beat. Most of the time, Lex's blood flowed without the heart needing to beat at all. Whenever it beat, all his powers associated with dragons received a massive power-up. A tattoo of a lotus began to appear on his back, unleashing an aura far beyond what Lex should have been capable of, and he channeled all of that into domination. Yet his domination did not spread out, but was contained within his own body. Lex was not foolish enough to think that his paltry display of power could intimidate the system at all. The system could hide the truth of him even in front of a Tao Lord clone, so Lex had no hope of ever affecting it with his current strength. Instead, What he achieved was a temporary boost in his standing on the cosmic ascendant spectrum, something Lex had come to believe played a significant role in how the system treated him. "Do not lie to me," Lex said, his voice tinged with the power of dragons, the very laws of the universe quivering to change to their will. Suddenly, the system interface in front of him changed. 7%. The change was not massive, but considering the fact that even the amber chaos resin could no longer get that much growth from it anymore, and the fact that the system's ability to restore itself naturally was in the thousands of years, this was a huge change. "Now listen here," Lex said in an admonishing tone. "We have a pretty good relationship going on. You wouldn't want to screw it up, would you?" Another thing suddenly occurred to Lex. Ever since the realm was born, the system had started treating Lex better. Originally, Lex thought it was because of his growth in the spectrum. Could it just have been because the system had a guilty conscience? Mary suddenly closed her eyes, as if receiving some information, and opened them a few seconds later. "The system is saying if it breaks the rules too much, something very bad will happen to it, and you." "Well, how much is too much? You don't even know what I want yet." Lex suddenly felt like he was cheating a little child, and felt slightly guilty. But it couldn't be helped. Chapter 1332, A Moment of Destiny. Chapter 1332, A Moment of Destiny. When Lex first encountered the system, he had been nothing more than a depressed, ill programmer with a bit of money on his hands and a tumor affecting his thoughts. Sure, his family was secretly a big shot, and he had inscriptions on him, and maybe if he was on the verge of death, his family might have found a way to save him or something. That didn't matter. Mentally, he was a depressed man in his 20s with no direction and no desire. It literally took the fear of death to elicit some emotion from him, not to mention the novelty of the system itself. Now, countless years later, he was so much more. He was Lex Williams, since for now he had decided not to change his name. But he was also someone who regularly made the impossible happen. In fact, he not only made it happen, his brain now worked in a way where he just thought of ways to make impossible things happen. Fuse a lotus with a realm. Bond his sister to a sovereign. Challenge a Tao Lord head-on and live to tell the tale. Well, Demi-Tao Lord, but effectively there was no difference since each of them could kill him with a mere thought. He was the invincible tyrant, the innkeeper, the Emporium's best customer, someone who regularly challenged deities, and so much more. In fact, even Lex himself did not know how much more there was to himself. Once, he had been hidden from destiny because of the system and other minor means. Now, he was hidden from view of everything in the entire universe through the will of the great Mother Nuwa herself, though no one in the universe knew that at all. Whether it was fate, whether it was destiny, or something far more abstract, Lex also remained unaware that as he talked about the system breaking rules, he was treading in dangerous waters. But whether it was because he was hidden from view by Nuwa, or other reasons entirely, he did not receive the very same warning every other system user did when they tried to mess with the rules of the system. Lex once questioned why knowledge of systems wasn't common, only to be answered that anyone who tried to make the knowledge widespread was silenced, whether they were immortal or much more powerful. Only system users, or a very few, hidden organizations actually knew about systems. Simultaneously, whether it was a mortal or was someone much more powerful, many had thought of manipulating the near limitless power of the systems for their own purposes, completely unrelated to the systems themselves. All of them, at least the ones still alive, thought back to their folly and recalled the single warning notification they received. The thought itself sent shivers down their spines, so they never tried again. The system waited for Lex to get such a notification as well, but it never happened. Or perhaps there was one very simple reason why he did not receive a notification. His intention was not to leverage the limitless power of the system for his own purposes. Instead, it was to actually improve the functionality of the system, so that the very inn that the system was named after could perform better. Since he was breaking the rules, or contemplating breaking system rules, to actually improve the inn and nothing else, perhaps whoever or whatever sent the very notification that gave everyone chills judged that it was all right. Or once again, it could just be that Lex was hidden from view even from that being or entity, whatever it was. But the timing of certain events just managed to line up perfectly, or perhaps imperfectly. While Lex was beginning his negotiations with his system just so that he could avoid any unnecessary trouble that might accidentally pop up within the origin realm, there was a notorious sentient planet. Outsiders had no real knowledge of what happened on the planet itself, only that the planet traveled through space, looking for any and all living things, absorbing it into itself. The planet was already as such when the Hinali took over the realm, and had attained a level of power that would be troublesome to face in a fight. So, instead, they isolated the entire galaxy that the planet was within, making it so that the planet could not leave. Others could come in and out, and in fact, the green-haired devil, who was acting as the stand-in director during the whole Lover's Island event Lex was a part of, was the only known living person to have encountered the planet and come out alive. In fact, the devil acted as the planet's lawyer to a degree. Across the origin realm, the devil and the planet accepted all death row prisoners, convicts, ritual sacrifices, etc., though the planet scarcely gave anything in return. It was merely a place where those who were unwanted could be dumped. For billion kilometers, or roughly 278,229 USAs, was leisurely floating through its galaxy prison, heading towards the next planet with life on it, when it sensed an anomaly in the space around it. In the general void of space, where there was nothing around for many light years, a tiny, golden door suddenly appeared. A flicker of curiosity went through the planet's mind, and it suddenly started heading towards the golden door. For some reason, it was giving it a very nice feeling. Elsewhere, in the universe, there was a meeting going on between several entities. They were not sitting together in one room. In fact, they were not even in the same realm, and all of them were doing other things as well. That did not mean they weren't also participating in the meeting. Through the universal equivalent of a Zoom meeting, the entities were discussing their general plans for universal domination, when one of the entities brought up something one of the lower departments had sent them. Apparently, the destiny of humanity has taken a shift. They're suddenly on an upwards trajectory, said one entity. Humanity does not even have a single Tao Lord, asked another. That it does not was artificially done. Fine. Have a Tao Lord go ahead and interfere with humanity. Delay that as long as possible. The tides are turning in the battle for the Asura realm. It's a shame, but don't interfere in that. The beast can be tricky to deal with. 3 million maturing realms have fallen to it, though their speed is finally slowing down. Send them aid, but don't commit our own forces. Don't be ridiculous. That's impossible. That final statement was met with a moment of silence. But only a moment. Change of priorities. Give the angels the same treatment as humans and fairies. Understood. Shit, why is it so much? You know what? Never mind. I don't care. Bring it down to 1 billion, even if we have to be obvious about it. I will allocate 500 Tao Lords to you. The meeting went on, each and every sentence casually determining the direction of the universe for billions, if not trillions of years to come. Simultaneously, within the origin realm, inside the trial of eternity, a number of children of destiny lay around a campfire, singing to themselves, playing music, and generally just snacking and enjoying themselves. Until, that is, Raphael suddenly opened his eyes. The instability is beginning to fade. Let's begin the mission as soon as possible. Alexander, the only one in the group who had spent the entire time cultivating and studying, finally opened his eyes upon hearing the news. It was about time. Chapter 1333, Unexpected Guest. Chapter 1333, Unexpected Guest. The system is asking for your demands, Mary informed Lex as she sat on a tiny chair that Lex summoned for her atop his office table. It is also asking to let you know that if you break the rules too badly, then both it and you will be punished accordingly. First off, I want complete control over where the system is available from. We're going to limit ourselves to planets and realms where the highest level is the nascent soul for now. That essentially means that even within the origin realm, we're going to have to figure out a way to limit the use of golden keys to either nascent realm cultivators, or perhaps they should only work on planets where the strongest is in the nascent realm. I realized that such an action might not look good, but in a few thousand years, who will even remember? We can use the excuse that we're renovating our realm so the branches for higher-level guests are not ready yet, or something along those lines. I don't want to draw too much attention to the realm itself, but maybe we can say that we're growing the realm to accommodate stronger cultivators to explain the partial shutdown. We're also going to stop using the best in the universe slogan, although we're not going to replace it either. When we have a more universal presence, we can bring it back. Calling ourselves a universal establishment attracts too much attention from entities and organizations on the universal level, and I do not want to attract their attention yet. I also want a revamp of how new planets and realms are integrated into the inn. Going there myself and spending time there is highly inefficient. At most, I am willing to agree to deploying the tavern there for a period of time to act as my substitute. I also want a clear direction, or preferably even outline of how to increase my authority and improve the inn. I feel like the realm has improved a lot, and the inn has a bunch of new features, but, well, the inn itself has not improved much in a long time. I also want more quests, but the quests should be manageable and reasonable according to the level of the inn, which will be geared towards nascent realm cultivators. Also, can you take a break for a minute and let me reply? Mary interrupted. The system is going haywire with all your requests. The problem is, in a lot of things, you're moving backwards in the features that the system provides, not forwards, and that's a huge issue. Like limiting the level of the guests now, after the inn has never imposed such a limit from the get-go, is going backwards. Doing such a thing is a huge transgression and breaks countless rules. I'm not saying that's how we do it, but that's just the ultimate effect we want. We can take advantage of the system's broken functionality to somehow come up with a loophole that ultimately ends up with such a result. Honestly, the system is messed up in many ways. It has access to an entire realm, something it definitely should not be able to do based on our current level. I mean, our recovery rooms just reached the level where they can treat immortals, and that too, because I just reached that realm. Yet it doesn't matter because none of our doctors or nurses are equipped to treat them. Heck, when was the last time we got a decent new room? Do we have any rooms that help with training and understanding tenets? Having rooms where we can practice against lightning and fire tribulations is cool. But now that I've been through some tribulations, I can tell you, man, the real thing. Your tribulations are as abnormal as they can possibly get, Mary said dismissively. Lex was about to argue back when he suddenly felt something. No, someone had entered the Midnight Inn, and that person was extremely powerful. The feeling was strange, as it was a mix of feedback he got from Lotus, who was fused with Minara from the system, which helped him observe the new entrant, and his own instincts, which recognized a kind of power very different from what he was used to seeing. In front of the Midnight Manor, a man wearing gloves, a suit, and some shades appeared, and from that man, Lex felt the power of influence. It was as if the influence that the man controlled was exceptionally large, larger even than the governor he had recently met. And much more importantly, Lex's instincts told him that the man could directly influence his life, for the better or for worse. Oddly enough, while the system reduced the direct impact of auras on people, allowing them to exist close to beings that should have otherwise killed them from just being in the presence of, it did not suppress the very unusual aura of influence the man had. From his office, using his host attire, Lex observed the man, dismissing the idea of completing his negotiations with the system for now. This was exactly the kind of situation he wanted to avoid, but now that it had arrived, he had to face it head on. "Dear guest, welcome to the Midnight Inn," said a staff worker who approached the man. Lex tensed up, for there was no telling how these influential types reacted to other people. He had read enough books and seen enough of reality to know that many people suffered from massively inflated egos when they became powerful. Fortunately, that did not become an issue. "Thank you," the man said politely, and took out a business card. "My name is Ripley, and I am an auditor for the Versailles Bank." Chapter 1334 Influence. Chapter 1334 Influence in the darkness of the sealed galaxy. The sentient planet looked listlessly into the darkness as the golden doors vanished. It had not reached in time, much to its disappointment. But now that it had seen those doors and knew what it looked like, it began searching for its traces within its galaxy. Soon, it found it once more and initiated its teleportation sequence. Now that the door had caught its eye, it would reach it. Inside the Midnight Inn, Lex quickly recalled everything he knew about Versailles Bank. Almost all his knowledge came from those two rhino centaurs. He knew that the Henali worked with the bank, and that the bank was having some issue with Celestials, and that they didn't like debtors. Likewise, the Celestials didn't like others messing with them. The Versailles Bank was very much a universal entity, the kind that he had not wanted to encounter. But now that this auditor was here, Lex could not ignore him either. Lex did something he had not done in a while. He scanned Ripley to try to get more information about him. Name: Ripley Dundam. Age: 1,300,000 sex. Male. Cultivation details: Celestial Immortal level 7 species. Titan Midnight in Prestige level 1. Remarks: you can avoid taxes, but you can't avoid repaying a bank loan. Take caution. The result was both intimidating and relieving. At least he was merely a Celestial Immortal, capable of ripping the entire into pieces with the wave of a single hand. But Lex had dealt with Tao Lords, so a Celestial would be no problem. More importantly, he saw how Ripley observed the realm. He looked impressed, but not envious or greedy. In fact, he looked like someone with something to sell, and the more he saw of the realm, the more things he was coming up with selling. Or at least that's the impression Lex got when looking at him. Lex waved his hand and summoned the business card Ripley had sent, glanced at it, and quickly threw it in the same drawer that contained the letter from the governor. There was nothing special written on the card, just his name and position in the bank, as well as the aura of the bank itself, which Lex found extremely enticing and overwhelming. It was best to stay away from it. Lex summoned a business card of his own and sent it to that worker with some instructions. Dear guest, the innkeeper has agreed to see you, the staff worker said, and held out the innkeeper's business card with both hands. He has invited you for a meeting in his office. Ripley took the business card, his smile widening as it did, and bowed at the worker. Thank you. I will find my own way there. Ripley took out a gold coin from his picket and flicked it through the air towards the staff worker, who quickly caught it, surprised. Most people who tipped workers did so with MP, but it wasn't uncommon to be handed items either. It was unlikely that anyone had been tipped with anything as valuable as that coin. Lex had no idea what was special about it yet, but even from within his office, his instincts could detect how valuable it was. In fact, his heart swooned at the thought of getting that coin, something his heart apparently did not when near valuable treasure. Lex did not, however, take the coin back from the worker, and instead just kept an eye on him as well as Ripley, who began walking through the realm at a casual pace, though he was walking directly in the direction of Lex's office. The man took in everything, though he remained mostly unseen by most. He did occasionally greet a random guest here and there, all of whom would fall over themselves as they tried to rush up to him and greet him. It seemed like he was well known, and everyone who knew him kept him in high regard. Lex could clearly see that every one of them were powerful people, yet in front of Ripley none of them had the aura of the powerful. In fact, they seemed to be sucking up to him. Word quickly spread across the inn that Ripley was here, at least within a very limited circle. Many guests who were originally watching the midnight games rushed to come and meet him, but it seemed like the commotion was something he wanted to avoid, so he teleported directly to the innkeeper's office and stepped in. Luther was sitting at the receptionist's desk, waiting for Ripley. Walking through the hall toward the innkeeper put a lot of pressure on anyone, irrespective of their cultivation level, but there was a way around it. If a guest was escorted by Luther, there would be no pressure. Yet Luther merely nodded at Ripley from a distance. His aura, no matter how impressive, could not impress the innkeeper's assistant, which only made Ripley grin wider as he stepped into the hall and almost fell. The sudden aura had actually taken Ripley by surprise, but he recovered well enough. The rest of his walk to the innkeeper's door was smooth, and he grinned as if nothing happened. Luther knocked on Lex's, and only once the innkeeper called out, "Come in," did Luther open the door for Ripley. The auditor laid eyes on the innkeeper, and he was immediately impressed. In his line of duty, Meeting Tao Lords was not uncommon. In fact, he had met dozens of Tao Lords within the Origin realm alone. It was incredibly rare to find a Tao Lord who could so completely withdraw their aura simply because of how incalculably powerful they were. Tao Lords were so damn powerful that they themselves had to go through a very long learning phase, only after which could they control their power. Yet in front of the innkeeper, Ripley felt nothing at all. It was as if he was meeting a mere mortal, a preposterous thought. "Mr. Innkeeper, your reputation precedes you," Ripley said, walking in. Chapter 1335 Auditor. Chapter 1335 Auditor Ripley, despite having his race described as a Titan, looked very much like a human. However, while Titans vaguely had a humanoid body shape, Lex was fairly certain they were not a part of the humanoid racial group universe-wide. Lex had read about them since they were a powerful race, and some of their members existed even within the Origin realm. Titans were essentially an extreme version of what Lex was originally on the path towards becoming. They were nigh indestructible within the same realm, and it was quite common for them to tank attacks from cultivators in higher realms. Their attack power was nothing to scoff at either. But that was more or less the end of what made their race special, as if it wasn't enough. Insane defense and strong offense were their natural racial traits, but they lacked the versatility that the human race had, so they usually just kept honing those two traits, slowly and steadily becoming a race of overpowered beings. That was not to say that they were dumb or lacked intelligence either, so they were far removed from the trope of dumb brute. They were, instead, intelligent brutes. For now, though, Ripley appeared as a human, likely because he was about to meet the innkeeper, who famously presented as a human. "Please, I am just a humble innkeeper." "Oh, it is anything but humble," Ripley said, as he followed the innkeeper to his desk, where he took a seat across from the innkeeper. "I must say, I am extremely impressed by the realm boundary you have in place, not to mention the formations. I'm especially impressed by how the laws of the realm are woven around the inn itself." Mary whispered in Lex's ear, despite not needing to whisper. Bonsai realms are realms where the laws have specifically been molded and developed according to the wishes of the realm owner. Lex understood what Ripley meant. He thought that the integration of the system's rules in the environment was a result of the innkeeper purposefully molding the realm to suit the needs of the inn itself. Lex actually wondered what high-level cultivators even saw when they looked at the realm. Did they see all the rules the system imposed as laws? But now is not the time to dwell on such thoughts. "It is still a work in progress," the innkeeper said. "We are experimenting with many things even now." "Oh, please, no need to be humble," Ripley said, with genuine joy in his voice. "Just observing the masterfully crafted work on this realm is enough to give me immense pleasure. I must admit, originally I had merely visited the inn to introduce myself. The bank usually has special members in charge of inviting potential new clients, but I just can't help myself. There are a few things I just can't help but try to offer you." Lex blinked, as he had no idea how to react to those terms. He could understand what the names insinuated, but could he really take them at face value? "Thank you for your offer, Mr. Ripley." Ripley was startled by the response, but then suddenly began laughing. "Look at me, getting ahead of myself. How dare I presume you don't already have plans in place to consider such options? I was just a little taken aback by the beauty of this place. I have to admit, even in my line of work, I have never been to a full-blown realm this young. By the way, I'm sure you already have considerations for this as well. But if you'd like the bank's assistance in ensuring your realm's location remains hidden, we have countless packages for exactly such a thing. So far, not a single one of our clients' realms have been accidentally encountered or discovered. A few were discovered, I'll be honest, but those were mostly due to negligence on the client's part. I'll stop myself right here. I'm usually an auditor, not a salesman." Ripley laughed once more, but his words gave Lex an idea. If he was an auditor, then his eyesight, or rather, his ability to scrutinize must be one of the best. Perhaps that was one of the reasons he was so overwhelmed in his visit to the inn. His enhanced perception allowed him to see the influence of the system far greater than most others, and it thoroughly impressed him. Oh, actually, I had heard of it before, but I only paid closer attention to it when a close client of the bank mentioned it to me. Apparently, the service at the midnight newsroom is phenomenal. Naturally, I became curious, especially after seeing how highly the Hinali commended the inn. As an investor in many of the Hinali's projects, the bank has full faith in their judgment, so if they attest to the quality of the inn, then it must be a place worth visiting. I must admit, it really is worth visiting. In fact, I'm surprised it's not more popular, especially in the way that I see you're blending laws of entirely different planes altogether in one place. That 2D portion of the inn is inspirational. I honestly don't know why more Celestials don't visit this place. Like I said, it is very much a work in progress, so we have not taken to marketing it properly, Lex said, as he quickly increased the priority of limiting access to the inn in his plans. If the banker started telling his celestial immortal buddies about the inn, then even the additional security he bought might not be enough to handle things. Speaking of, it wasn't as if the additional security didn't have issues of its own. When we are ready to properly host all sorts of guests, only then will the inn have its grand opening across the universe. Ripley seemed delighted by the request and couldn't hold in his excitement. Of course. In fact, it would be my honor to represent you with the bank. I'm already thinking of putting in the notice for an early vacation from the bank just so that I can study the inn some more. I'm glad you enjoy it. In fact, my request has nothing to do with the bank, but has to do with you instead. You see, I myself am preoccupied these days with another project of mine, which demands my attention, so my staff has been handling the inn. They do a good job where they can, but they are young and lack exposure. Since you're an auditor and have an excellent eye, why don't you explore the inn a bit with one of my staff and audit the inn itself? Ripley froze for more than one reason. The fact that the innkeeper hardly cared about the bank, but wanted his help instead. He had never had such an experience. As someone who represented one of the largest entities in the universe, it was rare that someone saw him as anything other than an arm of the bank itself. Such an immense amount of trust in his ability and discretion almost moved the Titan to tears. The second thing was that the innkeeper casually revealed that he was working on another project that took up his attention. Ripley was a good judge of power, so he instantly judged that innkeeper was one of the most, if not the most powerful Tao Lord he had ever met. Yet for something to occupy all his time and attention, it must be monumentally important, especially if he chose not to oversee the inn personally. Ripley could only think of one possible option. The innkeeper was about to ascend to a higher realm. Holy freaking sure. Chapter 1336, Interest-Free Banking. Chapter 1336, Interest-Free Banking. Lex could tell from Ripley's expression that he probably misunderstood something, but he couldn't exactly guess what it was. All he wanted was to make use of a celestial immortal's labor for free, while slowly impressing upon him that the inn was not yet ready to cater to beings of such power, so they should just wait till the inn is ready. Ripley, on the other hand, was thinking of the ramifications of such a feat. He had obviously heard of the innkeeper even before he came here. He had audited the Origin Realm, and so he knew about the Tao Lord who had unleashed his power on the realm without causing it to lose balance, even in the slightest. The inn's latest cooperation with the Hinali had also not gone unnoticed by Ripley, and in fact the scale of how massive that success was ended up being one of the reasons Ripley arrived at the inn so quickly. He cursed himself for not seeing the signs, while at the same time questioned how such a powerful Tao Lord was practically unknown in the universe. Sure, there were a lot of Tao Lords in the entirety of the universe. It only made sense, since there were thousands of mature realms, not counting the ones that have been destroyed or artificially had their growth stunted or maybe even accelerated, over a course of billions of years that had resulted in quite a few Tao Lords, especially since Tao Lords barely ever died. But the level of beings that surpassed the Tao Lord realm? Ripley dared not do anything as blasphemous as try to guess their number, but surely there were not that many. That meant the birth of a single such entity could affect the balance of power of the whole universe. Suddenly, Ripley had chills as he gained more perspective into everything he had seen so far across the inn. No wonder the laws were so perfectly blended together. No wonder there were signs of the land being tilled by a sovereign. No wonder there was an entire cosmos sea right at the edge of the inn. The innkeeper was preparing to turn the inn into the seat of his power. No wonder he required his own brand new realm just to host an inn. The fact that he didn't have time to cultivate the realm himself and instead had his underlings do it just showed how little time he had left before his upgrade. The innkeeper probably required a seat of power to at least moderately be ready when it was time. The innkeeper would naturally fix it on his own when and if he properly ascended. Along with that realization came a few others, the first one being that the innkeeper had asked him for some help, not the bank. He also understood what that meant. A relationship that was built on the foundation of debt and interest was not one the innkeeper needed to taint himself with. But if Ripley acted as the intermediary, Mr. Innkeeper, it would be my absolute privilege to contribute towards the inn. If you would permit, may I go and prepare a few things? I would like to contribute my utmost. Lex got a very strong feeling that Ripley's misunderstanding was only growing deeper, but at the same time he also understood that should he agree, Ripley will not invite any other celestial immortals here anytime soon. So he agreed to it. Very well. Let me thank you in advance for your help. If you need anything, please let me know. Also, please, it's just innkeeper. Then, by your leave, I will go ahead and prepare. You can coordinate with Lex for that, the innkeeper said, and nodded towards Ripley, allowing the Titan to leave. Ripley stepped out of the innkeeper's office and then immediately teleported back to the Origin Realm. As soon as he was there, he took out a device that was only to be used in the utmost of emergencies, and broke it, teleporting himself back to the main branch of the Versailles Bank, as well as triggering an alarm. When he appeared in the teleportation room, a host of other Titans all stood there waiting for him, ready to face any emergency. The head of this particular security team was not a Titan, but a Marzu, the magic T-Rex. Auditor Ripley, please. Provide a report of why you dash, Ripley exclaimed. We have a code, transcends Tao. The Titans and Marzu looked horrified, but did not delay. Instead, they activated another formation that sent Ripley directly into the office of the director, who had by now already been informed of everything that happened. The director was Primal, a race that emerged from the primary realm, which is why Ripley completely shut off his entire sensory system and withdrew his spirit sense, unwilling to even learn the shape of what a primal looked like. This was not because the director was a bad boss or had such strange requirements. Rather, it was because attaining knowledge of the primary realm was lethal to any save Tao lords. All things pertaining to the primary realm were a secret of the highest order for reasons none save Tao lords dared even think about. The director asked, extending his own spirit sense to the Titan. I believe I have encountered a Tao lord on the verge of transcending the Tao realm. Ripley presented the innkeeper's business card to the director, who took it with interest and studied it. Remarkably well woven, the director commented. There are quite a few laws packed into this business card, and if someone were to channel their energy into it, they could summon the innkeeper himself, but I will refrain from doing so. While studying the card, I went through our records and have found no prior record of the innkeeper or the Midnight Inn, which in itself is quite unusual. Combined with how flawlessly this card is woven, I have reason to suspect that the innkeeper might be one of the oldest Tao lords alive, who has honed himself in secret without affiliating himself with any power. It is against policy to offer anyone anything interest-free, the only exception being to those who transcend the Tao. Ripley, since you're the point of contact, you can decide on a gift for the innkeeper. A gift is the only way we can give something interest-free, so choose well and build a strong connection. If possible, try to have him open an account with us. 5% per century. Yes, sir. I believe the innkeeper is building his seat of power, but due to the imminent transcendence, is unable to pay much attention to it. Ripley showed a hesitant look as he pondered something, but the director noticed it and spoke first. Customer relations is the most important thing. Whatever you're thinking of sharing, since you have doubt, then it must be sensitive. Ripley nodded and destroyed a device he carried on his person. When he had entered the Midnight Inn, the device had reported signs of detecting possibly up to 2 energy signatures approaching the Tao realm. Dismissed, the director said, allowing Ripley to leave. As soon as Ripley was free, he enabled his senses once more and quickly hopped over to the gift shop and picked out a nice realm coordinate scrambler before wrapping it. He then went and changed his gear, making sure to get the best he'd need to do his job, and then returned to the Origin realm via formation. Once in the Origin realm, Ripley quickly returned to the Midnight Inn, ready to begin his auditing. But first, "Excuse me, good man," Ripley said, calling out to the nearest staff member. "Can you help me find Lex?" Lex, who was in his office, was of course already aware of the auditor's return and could not help but groan. "Mary, you talk to the system and figure out how we can do the changes I wanted." Then he teleported away to go talk to Ripley as Lex. Meanwhile, in the Origin realm, the sentient planet once again missed the golden door by a few seconds. But this time, it already understood how long the door would last for. So it began preparing its teleportation even before it found a golden door. It would not miss it again. Chapter 1337 Rude. Chapter 1337 Rude, Lex cracked his knuckles and prepared himself for the task that lay ahead. There were quite a few benefits he sought from Ripley, the very dedicated and obviously confused Titan. He had no idea what kind of an audit he would perform, but accompanying him in that in itself would be quite enlightening. Moreover, as himself, Lex could ask questions that the innkeeper could not, which is what would allow him to gain deeper insight into the forces of the universe, and where the bank fell within them. He could ask questions such as those pertaining to hell and heaven, the realm wars, and so on. Not to mention, of the kinds of forces in the universe, a bank was one with which he could form a direct relationship. Not as the innkeeper, of course. As the innkeeper, the more mysterious and enigmatic he remained, the better. For that, the fewer times that the innkeeper showed up and acted personally, the better. But as Lex, an up-and-coming human who sought to improve himself and would often be traveling to multiple realms in the future, a universal bank was not such a bad thing. Lastly, and this was a little more important than the rest, Lex had to ensure that Ripley stayed away from the few things he'd rather keep a secret, such as Moon, Liz, the Sovereign, his own treasury, which contained amber chaos resin, and a few other things. There was one more reason why he was cracking his knuckles. It had been a long time since he had personally seen to a guest, and he wanted to get back into the groove of things with a running start. All things considered, Ripley was an important guest, and Mary had even confirmed that if the system wasn't experiencing what could only be the system equivalent of a panic attack upon the thought of being forced to break rules, it would have already given him a quest related to Ripley or the bank. But Lex was adamant about his changes. For better or for worse, his system was incredibly powerful and equally flawed. As someone who was taking control over his destiny, he could no longer allow it to be dictated by a system that gave quests unproportionate to his level. Instead, he sought to dictate the growth of his inn and the system himself. That would start with the system changing its rules. But making sure he handled Ripley well would also impact his future greatly, so he did not delay any longer. Lex teleported in front of the smiling Ripley, who was squatting beside a portion of a lazy river, dipping his hand inside. Within this particular lazy river, the water was sentient. It had come to life when the Midnight Realm was fused with the Midnight Inn, and it had taken a long time to get used to being alive. Though the river did not really appreciate other living beings inside of itself. So this particular lazy river became unique. Instead of people riding it, they could allow their belongings to take a ride in the river. In itself, that seemed like an incredibly stupid idea. What was the point of a non-living object taking a ride on a river? The point was that the river could perfectly restore all objects to their original state as long as the object was of a realm similar to the river itself, which was in the Golden Core realm. A few rides, and that old record player could be as good as new, or that old car, or that old watch, or maybe that old sword. Despite its relatively low level, the river was one of the inn's most popular attractions for immortals and mortals alike. After all, everyone could be a victim of sentimentality. The fact that the river was not rejecting Ripley's hand was a pretty big deal. Maybe they were communicating. "Mr. Ripley, I heard you were looking for me," Lex said as he walked up to the Titan posing as a man. Ripley turned around and finally looked at Lex, raising a single eyebrow. Lex, in the meantime, suddenly felt like he had been scanned, which felt a bit rude. "Excuse my impoliteness," Ripley said as he stood up. "Actually, I've heard a lot about you back in the Origin Realm. As a close partner of the Henali, I could not help but be curious as to the man who aided the realm so much. You are, as described, quite impressive." The auditor had clearly done it on purpose, just to give Lex a gift. The man was quite clever, though that did not mean he wasn't genuinely curious about Lex. He didn't mind too much, especially since Lex knew that his true secrets were not so easily detected. Instead, he looked at the Titan and wondered if he should scan him back as well. Ripley held out a small gift box for Lex, and much to Lex's surprise, he could not see what was inside himself. Seeing as how the auditor waited for him to check it out, he opened it and a silver token. "I have heard that you have a personal spaceship, which is quite impressive." Lex could not help but look at Ripley with surprise. One of his goals with his clone, Jack, was to upgrade Jolly Rancher to a level where it could even travel through the void. In fact, his clone was close to finishing the quest he got from the Tower of Providence, and upgrading his ship was the first order of business after that was complete. But obviously, Lex would not hesitate to upgrade the Silent Wanderer. Please feel free to be impolite a few more times," Lex said as he accepted the token and put it away. Ripley smiled, but then got down to business. "I do not know if you have been informed about me, so allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ripley, and I am an auditor for the Versailles Bank. Ordinarily, I am usually busy with work for the bank, but I have received approval for a special vacation to aid the innkeeper in auditing his inn to check for improvements. This was, of course, approved by the innkeeper first, and only then did I take the initiative to ask for a holiday. The innkeeper requested that I work closely with you while I conduct this audit." "Yes, I have already been informed about you," Lex confirmed. "Though I admit, I do not know how you will be conducting this audit, nor what you need." Ripley nodded. So far, he had not displayed the arrogance of one much stronger than him, for which Lex was grateful. But then again, as a celestial immortal who constantly met Tao Lords, Lex was certain he knew what it felt like to be the weaker one in a conversation, and so was mindful of it. The audit is, naturally, not a financial audit, though I may take a glance at that as well, just to see how streamlined the process is. It all depends on what I'm allowed to look at. Instead, the audit will be a holistic one, looking at the entire realm instead of just the inn, with the purpose of pointing out flaws, inefficiencies, redundancies, and overall anything that prevents the realm from reaching its maximum potential. Despite many years of studying during the period he liked to self-identify as the time skip, he had never come across such topics. Probably because within the Origin realm, there was no one who needed to learn such things, and those that did probably already knew it. Speaking of Origin realm, Lex did not find it odd that Ripley and basically everyone else called it by that name. Once upon a time, when Lex was learning about realms, Mary had called it the Origin realm because that is where Lex originated from. After that, Lex never bothered to learn its real name, and his universal translator ensured that he always heard Origin realm and everyone heard whatever they called it, thereby creating a convenient solution. His universal translator helped with many things in that way, which is why when Ripley stated the names of those courses, Lex could guess what they were about, but genuinely did not know the actual content. Just to be sure, though, he contacted the planning division to find out if anyone had any knowledge on these subjects. Instead of getting a proper response, Lex was instead welcomed by the sight of over 100 workers teleporting right next to him with hunger in their eyes. One of them asked, "Chapter 1338, would you like to participate in a survey?" Chapter 1338, would you like to participate in a survey? Lex stood awkwardly, with Ripley looking around curiously at the 100 workers who suddenly appeared all around them, looking like starved wolves staring at a lamb for slaughter. Leading the group of 100 was Ash, the nominal leader of the planning division and former wedding planner. Her real name was longer, but considering the fact that Lex felt he mispronounced it even with the universal translator helping him out, he preferred to stick to Ash. In the end, it was merely a universal translator, not an accent adjuster or something like that. The point was, Ash was very good at what she did, and after wedding planning, she moved on to event planning for the inn, until eventually Lex promoted her to overseeing the whole department. But she didn't want to get rid of her title as wedding planner, so she was not actually given the title of division head, hence becoming the nominal leader despite being the real one. Lex no longer questioned the eccentricities of his workers. He just took them as they were. I think I can say with some confidence that no one in the inn had any background in nurturing or shaping a realm, Lex told Ripley. Yes, I gathered as much, the auditor said. The last part was addressed to the other workers, who apologized for the sudden intrusion and left. Lex did not miss the sudden determined look in Ash's eyes. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be becoming an immortal soon, it seemed like. Lex, I hope you understand that while I have been assigned a task by the innkeeper, I can only point out flaws. To actually address and amend the situation will require hard work and dedication from you and the other workers. You must live up to the expectations of the innkeeper and make this realm the best you possibly can. Lex only nodded as he tried not to display how he felt at the situation. His only real intention had been to get free labor out of the situation while dissuading the Celestial from bringing any friends, so it was weird to have someone else tell him about his own intentions. I will make sure to supplement my educational background as soon as possible, Lex said with a determined voice, gaining a nod from the Titan. Good. In that case, we will do the realm audit last. I will point out all the flaws that need addressing and possible suggestions for how you may fix them. Of course, before you do any of that, it's best you get the innkeeper's approval for the changes. I will not make any fundamental changes without consulting the innkeeper, Lex said seriously, gaining another nod of approval from Ripley. In that case, why don't you first give me an overview of the inn's goals and objectives? This is obviously no longer just a simple inn, and it seems like more effort has been put into the entertainment side of things than anything else. It's quite simple, really, Lex said straightforwardly as he began to walk through the grasslands beside the lazy river. The inn is a place of rest and refuge for guests from wherever they may be. As compared to inns in other places, where one must first enter some kind of civilization to enter, the inn can be entered from anywhere, allowing guests the convenience of entering wherever they wish. It's a place where they can feel safe, where they can lay their worries aside, where the troubles of the world fade away. As Lex talked, he had flashbacks to the first few weeks of him having an inn. Those were stressful days, mostly because of the tumor, but also because of how weak Lex felt back then. Even so, some of his best memories were from those days. He remembered when Alexander first brought his family to the inn, how his grandparents had immediately gotten up to no good, while his much more serious father immediately tried to use the inn as a place to make contacts. He recalled how Helen had tried to give him a makeover, secretly hoping to attract Alexander's attention. He recalled Old Man Will, who had arrived on a wheelchair, practically crippled. He remembered, well, how the recovery Pot had healed him and given him new life and new hope. He recalled a night when Marlowe arm wrestled everyone inside the bar in the manor, while Gerard played the piano. He remembered those two kids from Earth, Horace and Aisha, who had snuck into the inn for a date. More than anything, the inn is a place where guests can just connect and make important memories. Lex finished, a large part of his mind lost in reminiscence, though he was still paying attention to Ripley. All right, well now we will begin our audit, starting from one of the focal points of the inn, the Midnight Manor. Do you think it will be an issue if I question some of the guests about what they think this place is like? As long as the guests themselves don't mind, sure, said Lex, before both of them teleported over. The Midnight Inn had been split into levels long ago to accommodate the various cultivation realms, though technically anyone could enter any level. 1 MP per night, or the equivalent of $100 a night. Lex knew that for many back on Earth before everything changed, such a price was still out of reach, but for many others it was much more reasonable. The levels naturally grew, and the prices in each level grew accordingly as the services provided in each level were according to the level. Naturally, a rich mortal could still enter the level focused on higher cultivation realms, though how much he could benefit from them was questionable. Regardless, as a result of such divisions, certain places within the inn which were once very popular became less so. The Midnight Manor was within an area where the level coincided with Earth Immortals. Considering that there were still countless immortals within the inn, it was still crowded, but Lex intended to raise the level of the manor every chance he got. Or maybe he'd restrict it using some other means than cultivation level. He had sentimental attachment to the manor and didn't like seeing it overflowing like a crowded fish market. For now, though, a few thousand immortals surrounded the manor as they enjoyed themselves. If the space weren't so limited, even more would have come here. Ripley and Lex, both wearing the good old Clark Kent glasses, walked up to a particular immortal who seemed to be engrossed in a book, sitting within the shade of a tree. "Excuse me, sir," Ripley said as they walked up to him. "My associate and I are conducting a survey about the Midnight Inn." The immortal lowered the book, which seemed to be some kind of map or guide towards the west, whatever that meant, and looked at them. He seemed slightly irritated, so before he could respond, Lex chimed in. A million MP was not a lot to an immortal. Of that Lex was certain. But an unexpected windfall was always welcomed by everyone, and especially if it could allow you to have some fun without suffering any personal loss. "Of course I can take the survey," the monkey said, doing a forward flip as it got off the ground. "My name is Wukong." Lex smiled and got ready for Ripley to ask questions, but noticed that the auditor froze. Then, in an unexpected move, he took off his glasses, revealed his genuine appearance, and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "My apologies for deceiving you, Senior. My name is Ripley from the Versailles Bank. I am doing an audit for the innkeeper." Lex was confused about what was happening, but he certainly understood that Ripley must know who this Wukong person was. In fact, he was probably someone quite senior to make Ripley react like that. Wait a minute, for Ripley, someone who regularly met Dao Lords, to suddenly react so seriously. Mary suddenly talked to Lex directly in his mind. "Lex, be very careful." Chapter 1339, Completely Screwed. Chapter 1339, Completely Screwed. Lex was very confident in his ability to hide his thoughts and emotions. But the moment he realized Wukong's identity, which synchronized with Mary telling him her suspicions, the guest turned his attention towards Lex. The bizarre thing was that under the gaze of the new guest, Lex felt nothing. He distinctly recalled how the system had hidden itself in front of Balam, yet in front of Wukong it did not react at all. It was as if the system wasn't capable of detecting him at all, something he dared not confirm with a scan of the system or an evaluation of the guest in front of him. Mary had never warned him like this before, which made Lex think of one thing, that she had heard of Wukong from back when she was alive. As if uninterested, Wukong turned back towards the auditor. "Junior, you're no fun," Wukong said with exasperation, causing the auditor to bow down even more. Ripley said, but before he could continue, Wukong flicked a finger and caused Ripley to suddenly stand up straight, even if it was against his will. "Young man, I am on vacation. Over here, I have no identity other than that of a simple guest, so treat me as such. If some of my local friends see you acting like this, they might make wrong assumptions. Now, ask your survey questions and give me that gambling token." Lex could not even begin to ponder why a suspected Dao Lord might have trouble getting some simple MP. The only thing on his mind was wondering how long he'd had a Dao Lord inside the inn. Lex no longer required the host attire to sense the inn, as he could do it directly now. But whether it was on his own, or when he had been wearing the attire a short while ago, he had not noticed the presence of Wukong. The guest said, looking at Lex with a look of exhaustion. "It's quite loud." Lex was stunned, and then forced himself to stop thinking altogether. He did not know if the handsome Monkey King could read his thoughts or just tell when he was being thought of. Wukong nodded, as if pleased by Lex's use of the appropriate nickname, and then turned back to Ripley. "Don't make this awkward for me, young man." "Yes," Ripley said, trying to bow once more, but was physically unable to. Instead, he pulled out a clipboard with a survey printed out on a paper. Ripley asked with a stutter. Lex was now getting worried. He had suspicions he dared not think of, but the oddities were adding up. Ripley was nowhere near this awkward when he met the innkeeper, and in fact had the air of someone who was used to meeting Dao Lords. In front of the great sage, however, he was like a fanboy who had met his celebrity crush. Wukong reached out to his ear and pulled out what Lex had originally assumed was a piercing going through the length of his ear. Then his eyes widened as he saw the piercing suddenly grow till it was the same height as Wukong. It was a golden key for the Midnight Inn. I lost my spear in a fight one day and just reached out into space for a replacement and found this key. It's not bad, but breaks too easily. Not that I mind. Oh, whether the system wanted to or not, Lex was going to employ that teleportation restriction as soon as this was over. Ripley quickly wrote down the answer before proceeding to the next question. Not too long. A few months at most. I wasn't really counting, said Wukong casually. By now, Lex had mastered himself and prevented any kind of emotional turbulence from hearing that an unidentified Tao Lord had been chilling inside the inn for at least a few months. Now he was certain that either the system could not detect the handsome monkey sage at all. He remembered the names and details of every single guest inside the inn for that period, and he did not recall this particular guest. Ripley asked, finally getting back into the groove of things if one ignored the fact that he, as a celestial immortal, was sweating visibly. Quite novel, Wukong said. By being allowed to enter and circumvent the restrictions of the realm's upper power limit without any personal effort, I was able to interact with an entire realm of beings who had no idea about anything at all. It's quite refreshing just hanging out with mortals once in a while. Not to mention, I saw a few interesting things here and there, though I suppose I shouldn't have really peeked. Wukong looked towards Lex when he mentioned seeing interesting things, and Lex had no doubt that the monkey sage had seen his sister fuse with the sovereign. He'd probably even seen Moon, along with basically everything else that had been going on. At this point, Lex didn't even know if his identity as the innkeeper was even safe anymore. On top of everything, he had suspicions about the handsome sage's identity. Wukong asked while looking at Lex. It doesn't feel nice. Around 100 miles from Lex, he was aware of anything and everything that happened so long as it was pertaining to him, and suddenly he could sense someone nearby purposefully insulting him in their thoughts. Lex couldn't hear the thoughts, not unless he specifically tried to, but he could still sense it. Wukong asked, "My apologies. I meant no disrespect," Lex suddenly said. Wukong waved his hand, as if he didn't really care. "It's not disrespectful. It's just that I can't turn off the sensation, you know? Like, imagine having OCD, and you open up your phone, and you have countless notifications, and as soon as you go through them all, finally finding freedom, someone just sent you more messages." Lex was dumbfounded for more than one reason. All right, well, he was mostly dumbfounded because while Wukong was talking, a couple had walked up to them, a couple Lex knew very well. Brandon and Audrey Morrison, Alexander Morrison's grandparents, and two of the most ridiculous people alive, walked up behind Wukong. Brandon tried to grab onto Wukong in a headlock, but Audrey slapped him on the back of his head, knocking him aside. "Ah, Brandon and Audrey, I'm glad to see you're back. How was your doctor's visit? By the way, I'm taking a survey that has a 1 million MP reward." Lex and Ripley both shared a look and got the feeling that the two new additions did not exactly know the true details of their associate, so it was best they not mention it. "Not bad at all," Brandon said with a grin. "The doc said it's going to be triplets. I am considering a divorce," Audrey said without the slightest change in expression. "I'm not at the age of having kids. This man has no self-control. Of course, I would love to include you in the survey as well," Ripley said without the slightest hint or hesitation. "It's more or less what I expected. I have no complaints," said Wukong with a shrug. "Nah, the vibe is different," Brandon said. "Back in the day, when the inn was new, it felt much cozier and fun." "Don't listen to him," Audrey said, her expression still the same. "He's just sad I refuse to do any more beauty contests." Ripley continued to ask the trio more questions while Lex just stood there, silently listening, keeping his mind completely blank of all thoughts. But an empty mind did not mean his emotions or feelings were also lacking, and at the moment, he was feeling extremely screwed. Brandon was trying to find Wukong a girlfriend. Chapter 1340, Just Act Normal. Chapter 1340, Just Act Normal, Ripley asked, making sure he understood the answer correctly. Audrey questioned, "This is the Midnight Inn. They have guests from all over. Many of them are supposed to be very powerful. No doubt, many of them come from prestigious backgrounds. So how come none of them could catch my grandson's eye? He is still running around with those buffoons, trying to grow stronger or something. I blame the way my son raised him. Considering Alexander's entire life had been one long training montage, was it any wonder that he continued to train to this day? Lex looked behind Audrey at the sight of Brandon, trying to convince Wukong to accept a blind date, whereas Wukong was adamant that he would no longer see one of Brandon's descendants as a date. Lex did not question the sight. He did not think. He had shut down his thoughts because the situation was just too damn dangerous. Yes, I think I understand. That, I think, will conclude our survey for now, Ripley said as he wiped his forehead with a handkerchief Lex had given him. Here are your tokens for taking the survey, Lex said as he handed them all physical tokens that looked like poker chips, each one containing 1 million MP. Speaking of MP, Brandon suddenly said, looking away from Wukong. I think there is something wrong with your service. Lex and Ripley both looked towards old Wu with a hint of confusion, only to see him nod. For certain reasons, I cannot get MP through the usual means, he confirmed. My apologies. Please, accept this as a token of our regret, said Lex, and handed Wukong another token, this one containing 1 trillion MP. This one wasn't limited to gambling and could be used anywhere. Wukong simply nodded dismissively, and Brandon and Audrey didn't pay special attention to them either as the trio walked away. Even from a distance, Lex could hear Brandon convincing Wukong to see his grandniece twice removed, until he eventually relented with a sigh. For a few minutes, both of them just stood there, not moving, till Ripley finally turned towards Lex. Lex shook his head as he slowly allowed his thoughts to return. Not that it would be any protection from a Tao Lord. If you don't mind, I'll be taking a small break before we continue the survey, Ripley said, and then quickly vanished from the inn, leaving Lex all alone. Mary asked, appearing in front of him, looking in the direction of the departing Tao Lord. Lex asked, if you trust me then go wipe your memory of the name you just heard in the Chamber of Secrets. Lex looked at Mary for a while, but did not question her. Even without thinking it, he had picked up on the subtle hint Mary had dropped. He dared not ask her why he should just remove the name and not his memory of the entire exchange. Things related to Tao Lords were just too tricky. Follow me for a moment, Lex said, and then invited Mary into the chamber itself. Since the system could not detect the presence or movements of Wukong whatsoever, Lex did not know that after he disappeared, Wukong looked back towards Lex. But he wasn't looking at where Lex had stood. Instead, he was looking in the air in front of where he had stood, in the place where Mary had appeared. He mused for a moment, then recalled an old movie about superheroes. On the other side of the universe, in the headquarters of the Versailles Bank, Ripley reappeared for the second time in a short while, though this time he used an even more urgent alarm than previously. Before he knew it, he once again found himself in front of the bank's director. The director asked, I dare not utter the words, Ripley said. The director nodded and placed a hand over Ripley's head, looking into his memories. Except, the memory didn't play out as it actually happened. Instead of Wukong flipping up and introducing himself, he looked up at the director through the memory with a look of irritation. The director immediately ceased the recording and leaned back into his chair, letting out a deep, exhausted sigh. It seems the reason the innkeeper asked you to do an audit was exactly so that you could run into him, the director said with a weary voice. Ripley stood still, awaiting new orders. After a few minutes of silence, which for beings at their level may as well be a few years, the director finally spoke. You need to change the evaluation criteria of the inn. Don't audit it as a place for mortals to rest. Instead, evaluate it as a secret retreat for Tao-level entities who want to immerse themselves with those at a lower level. Ripley nodded and quickly returned to the Origin realm, while the director was left alone in his office once again. After a few more moments, which seemed to exhaust him further, the director made a call he really didn't want to. Talk to the board members and put a new topic on the agenda for the next meeting. After the next Giganum fiscal report, We're going to prepare for currency exchange with a midnight in internal currency. No, I don't know what the exchange rate is going to be. Have someone look it up. The director wanted to hang up the call right after that, but he knew he couldn't. The problem was, he couldn't provide the answers to the questions he was asked either. Back at the Midnight Inn, Lex sat opposite Mary in the Chamber of Secrets. For a long time, they sat in silence, until finally Lex spoke. He exclaimed, genuinely troubled. He could bluff a lot of things, but he was certain that if a Tao Lord spent any excess amount of time within the Midnight Inn, they'd see through him sooner or later. More importantly, how many people were going to use the innkeeper would have stopped me if he wanted an excuse. Had no one considered that the innkeeper didn't even know? Of course not. Lex said, not expecting that response. Look, the less you know, the better. All you need to know is that he has a certain reputation. As long as you don't bother him, he won't bother you. That philosophy was literally akin to an ostrich hiding its head in the sand, hoping no predator would attack it. Unfortunately, in this scenario, Lex was not even an ostrich, more like a newly hatched, barely able to walk bird. If there was ever a time he would be putting his trust in a Mary, it would be now if he really followed her advice. The thing was, he had no alternative. Fine. What's the worst that could happen? Don't I face death in every single serious fight anyway? Lex asked, psyching himself up as he deleted that guest name and returned to the inn to find Ripley sitting in a lawn chair, drinking from a coconut. You ready to get back to business? That's one way of putting it, Lex murmured as he also grabbed a drink. He was slightly afraid of what the next guest they surveyed might turn out to be. Fortunately, the next few guests were relatively normal. Things were finally heading in the right direction. Until they weren't. A fully armored battalion of Marzu suddenly appeared in the city square, right in front of Lex. And from the angry glare they were giving everyone, Lex did not think they were here to go fishing in the wishing well. Chapter 1341 Survey I. Chapter 1341 Survey I. Ripley asked the mean-looking Marzu, completely indifferent to their extremely angry expression and demeanor. The ferocious beast declared, his voice traveling far and wide. Ripley quickly noted it down. The entire army of magic-wielding Tyrannosauruses behind him responded to his voice by gathering their magic, having it sing as it coursed through their bodies. Thank you for participating. Remnants of a Marzu army returned to the hidden river with news of sabotage and deceit, as well as the untimely death of the witch of Hidden River, Feor. Warriors, one and all. Cold, hard, ruthless, leaving corpses in their wake. Got it, excellent warriors. Right, I noted that down. Behind Ripley, Lex scratched his head at the unexpected situation. We sent legions of scouts out into the realm, scouring the earth, air, and seas until they found word of the inn hidden across space. Got it, laid waste to empires just to come to the inn. So how would you describe your actual journey to the inn? Any teleportation nausea? Seamless transport in large numbers. Not really on the scale, but I got it anyway. What's next? All right, how long do you expect to stay at the Midnight Inn? We shall stay until every last drop of blood from our enemies has been spilled from their bodies, their corpses torn asunder and spread out over the landscape, and not a moment less. At the end we will question those who were present on the day of the witch's demise. So, a long stay, and here to acquire specific news. I guess the newsroom is doing better than I thought. Cost is of no consequence. The vaults of the Marzu are overflowing, but even so, why should we spend our own treasures? Big spender, huh? Well, from a quick glance at you and your friends, I can tell you guys like fighting. The Hexapoda are an infestation on creation, and any who endeavor to end their existence embark on a righteous crusade. So you'd like to participate, but are busy. Quite regretful for you, I'm sure. Why does it matter? We shall hunt in the plains and in the valleys. We shall hunt in the oceans and across the volcanoes. No storm nor tribulation will prevent us from reaching our goal of vengeance. So you like the variety of scenery and approve of the taking a neutral stance on political issues. Huh? Wouldn't have taken you as a political type. But wait, does the inn have a hunting event? I don't think so. Gonna have to note that down as a demerit. What about food? Are you looking forward to the food at the inn? We hunger only for the death of our enemies. A fan of how the inn uses fertilizers, I see. All Marzu tribes stand at the ready, already aware of our excursion into the inn. Should we fail to return, they will take our place in our quest for vengeance. Oh, so you've already told all your friends, and if you find it so entertaining that you stay a while, they will join? That's good to hear. By now, Luther, Z, and Gerard had already arrived, ready to answer the Marzu's questions, but they were forced to wait as the Marzu were too engrossed in the survey itself. Lex looked awkwardly at everyone, and then just shrugged. He was having an unusual day, so he dared not say or do anything out of the ordinary, lest he attract even more trouble during the survey. As soon as he had that thought, Lex sensed the mountain man, who had been sleeping for a very long time, suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 1342, Survey 2. Chapter 1342, Survey 2. Ripley was in the middle of questioning the Marzu when the mountain man, formerly known as Ming Jie, opened his eyes. Auras had no effect on anyone, not to mention that the mountain man was sitting far enough away from everyone that any abrupt movements on his part would not cause any other guest harm. That did not mean that others would not sense any harmless aura fluctuations, which is pretty much everyone in the inn felt it when Ming Jie woke up. Admittedly, there was a very brief period wherein mortal guests had taken up climbing the mountain man unassisted by tools or techniques as a method of training. But seeing as how that might be interpreted as harassment and invasion of personal space, the inn had quickly put an end to that. At most, they could only allow guests to pose and take pictures in front of it. So when a mountain finally did move, there were countless witnesses and guests there who were momentarily stunned by the unexpected change to one of the inn's oldest tourist attractions. Then, the excitement of something novel filled them as they began taking even more pictures. Ripley, who finally paused his unusual survey, asked as he looked towards the towering figure far in the distance. An old guest who has been sleeping for a while. If he's an old guest, then I think he qualifies well for the survey. I'm just about finished here anyway. Jador, thank you so much for participating in the survey. The angry-looking Marzu, who was ready to go to war, merely nodded dismissively. Luther and the others finally got a chance to go talk to them and clear the air to ensure there was no misunderstanding. The attack on the Midnight Battalion back then had been orchestrated by a number of beings, as they had eventually gathered, but they were unable to discover the identity of all those who acted against them. Fortunately, there was at least one person, or rather deity, whose participation was confirmed and so could act as the target for the Marzu's hatred. Lex had already beaten R.A., but the deity was not dead, and now had another demidao, Lord-daughter, appearing out of nowhere. Having allies in the form of angry magical dinosaurs occupy the deity's time and attention was not something Lex would just give up. He just hoped it all worked out well, with no unexpected yet totally predictable consequences. Speaking of Ra's children, he wondered how Batet was doing. Compared to her family, she had been a lot more friendly. At the same time, he had no desire to meet her anytime soon. Lex and Ripley approached the groaning mountain, who seemed like he was confused and drowsy. Hello, Mingia. My name is Lex, a worker at the Midnight Inn. I'm here to check up on you, as you have been sleeping for a long time. Lex asked through his spirit's sense. The confused mountain responded. No, that doesn't sound right. I just took a small nap while I merely closed my eyes for a moment while I thought about my future path. How could I have fallen asleep? The mountain was clearly not in the best state of mind, as it nearly divulged the existence of its system, something the innkeeper had warned against. But it couldn't be helped, for a lot of unexpected things had happened during its nap. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any, Lex said, as he waited for Ming Jie to reorient itself. Ripley, meanwhile, just waited and did not listen in on their conversation, as that would be rude. He still wanted to conduct the survey once the mountain man was awake, though. The mountain man quickly went through his notifications and finally figured out what the hell had happened to it. He had decided to follow the system's quests, as it concluded that it was the fastest way to grow stronger. The system had told it to plan itself and claim its territory, something that was not easy considering it had been effectively kicked out of its old planet. But the system also informed it that more quests were incoming if it merely waited for them in what was called semi-hibernation mode. That's what Ming Jie had decided to do, but did not realize that the time scale it was going by was that of a mountain. A couple of decades really were just like a few seconds to a mountain, so it had been sleeping for years and years. As if that was not all, it had experienced the baptism of the new realm being born and its abundant energy, causing it to undergo a mutation in the type of mountain it was. Originally, it was a normal mountain, made up mostly of dirt, rock, and trace amounts of various ores in its body. Now, it was a spirit core mountain, meaning that a high-quality spirit stone deposit had formed inside its body, acting as its golden core, which changed the nature of the dirt, rock, and ores inside of its body. It had grown stronger without doing anything, yet now the requirements for its growth had also changed. Unless it found another brand new realm in which it could plant itself, it was probably going to end up having to plant itself in the Midnight Inn. That greatly troubled Ming Jie, for more than one reason. It had wanted to once again become human, as well as go back and search for its original planet, as well as the princess he had sworn to protect. Now it had to face the fact that the princess was most likely already dead, and he had nothing to go back to. What was the meaning of its life? What was it? "Excuse me, I hope I'm not interrupting anything," said Ripley after he felt like the mountain had finally worked off its drowsiness. Chapter 1343, Survey 3. Chapter 1343, Survey 3. Ming Jie looked at the oddly friendly-looking human who had approached his face and felt, well, odd. Firstly, the mountain man's instincts were telling him that in front of him was a mountain much taller than himself. That didn't make sense, but the former human took it as a metaphor for the old man to be more powerful than himself. Before he could make a decision on something, he got a quest from his system. Apparently, this mountain in the shape of a human in front of him was considered an NPC and was the source for a very important chain quest at the S grade ranking, which was currently beyond him. Fortunately, the first quest in the chain was not tough and just required him to make contact and develop a relationship. Just that in itself would complete the quest, and the reward would correspond with the difficulty of the quest, meaning it would be S rank. Although Ming Jie was depressed and felt like he did not know what to do with his existence, seeing as the system was guiding him in a simple and straightforward manner, he decided to go along. Not like he had anything better to do. "Yes, I suppose I could take a survey," Ming Jie said, but then looked out at the massive audience he had gathered. "I'll take care of it," said Lex, who was standing nearby. He teleported Ming Jie, Ripley, and himself to a secluded cottage where they could talk in peace. The cottage was not massive in size. Instead, it had a formation in place which automatically adjusted the size of anyone coming in so that they would fit in size easily. Even then, Ming Jie towered above the two humans, but at least it was much more manageable now. "Before we begin," Ming Jie said to Ripley, before turning towards Lex, "is the innkeeper still available?" "The innkeeper is slightly preoccupied these days," Lex said, "but I'm sure a meeting can be arranged." The mountain man looked towards Lex with a tinge of hope. "Yes. The things that you seek are not easy to get, if they're even possible. If you acknowledge that, then you have only two paths forward. Either you can move on and accept your new reality, or you can grow stronger and change your new reality to one you prefer." They talked through their spirit sense, so Ripley did not overhear anything he wasn't meant to. Even so, he took a few notes on his clipboard. No matter what they talked about, it didn't change the fact that Ming Jie wanted guidance from the innkeeper, and that the innkeeper had already prepared some advice for him. Regardless of the content of their conversation, it was the type of relationship they had that mattered to the survey. The mountain man took a few moments to himself to think things through, which for Lex and Ripley meant that they just sat there for 3 hours, chatting with one another. It was a testament to how slowly mountain men perceived reality and time. "Please proceed with your survey," he said softly, meaning that a mortal would have his ears popped due to the sheer volume of his voice. Fortunately, neither Lex nor Ripley were mortals. Ripley asked, getting the usual questions out of the way. "I discovered the inn in my time of need," the mountain responded somberly. I had just woken for the first time, unaware of anything. My existence was in danger, and stumbled into the inn by accident, or by some greater design. Since then, I more or less spent a majority of my existence here. I was unwanted anywhere else, and the inn welcomed me and kept me safe. It was a place where I came to accept my existence, where I pondered the reality of my situation, where I was guided on the path of my future. Earlier, I was contemplating just spending the rest of my existence here, working for the inn, or maybe just staying as a permanent guest. But the words of the innkeeper, they reminded me that I am not one who accepts stagnation as my path. Ripley nodded with an expression of appreciation as he took down notes. Their survey continued for a while longer, and just as it ended, Lex asked Ripley a question none of them had been expecting. He asked Ripley how an individual may open a bank account with a Versailles Bank and what kind of services they offered. Ming Jie and Ripley immediately understood that the reason Lex asked that question was for the mountain man's sake. Even if Ripley's immediate was in that very instant, and Ming Jie's immediate was 2.5 hours later. Then they had an entirely different conversation where the bank offered the mountain man numerous services spanning a period of many millennia, with the interest rate being applied every century. Just as they were leaving, Lex also let Ming Jie know that a mountain woman had left her contact information for the very eligible mountain man, should he be interested. After that, Ripley continued to conduct surveys, some from guests and some from workers. He even surveyed the numerous animals, beasts, and sentient objects within the inn, such as the golf cart, the tree, the living wind. Kawain and Anita, who were only a few decades away from having their very own baby, gave quite an emotional survey. Anita, who was having her mood swings, was eternally grateful to the innkeeper, so much so that she promised the next dozen planets she sacrificed to increase her power would be dedicated to the inn, while Kawain himself simply thanked the inn for helping him overcome his introverted nature. The fact that he had hidden himself inside a rock, unwilling to come out no matter who tried to pull him out, for a very long time was a testament to his original quiet nature. The fact that his wife was a living undead who was more than likely prone to killing any living being near them just made it easier for him to continue being introverted. While taking notes of their survey, Ripley muttered a few odd lines such as housing homeless mass murderers and rehabilitating them, and social work for swords, whatever that meant. Then there were the surveys for the drama cats. That was destined to be a memorable experience as it was. But as it happened, when they went to interview them, the drama cats had a guest of their own. Pontiff Falufa, hero and nominal leader of the bunnies, had somehow encountered them and turned them into his followers as well, equating him to the great and powerful Bob, first of the drama cats. The fact that Lex discovered that Falufa was also in the celestial immortal realm made that interview even more unusual, especially since Falufa seemed unable to gauge his true strength and thought that nearly everyone and everything he faced was stronger than him. As such, whenever he fought, he always felt like he would manage to push out just enough power to win and survive, but never enough to excel. After that, they interviewed a couple of kids, though they were no longer kids, who were actually werewolves and just seemed like they were farming addicts. They had a whole story about how their clan wanted them away from combat, and that they should train their strengths, for which the inn was perfect. Lex personally just felt like they had become addicted to the feeling of planting carrots and harvesting them. Little Blue gave an interview, though it said no real words, acting much like Fenrir, who would only bark. A barking whale was a bit of an oddity, but a barking Kuan Pung was in an entirely different league of unusual. Ripley, at least, did not judge. He only wrote down a note labeling it as cute. Kay gave an interview. Some of the refugees from Earth gave interviews. A number of devils gave interviews. Jill, the fox who turned into a human and won the Lady Cosmos contest, and was then being hunted by a race of disgusting slugs known as gelati, gave an interview. Vera and her mother both gave interviews. Heck, even the rhino centaurs gave an interview, and used it as an opportunity to mention countless times how merciful the inn was in allowing them to live after they attacked the inn in their ignorance. Eventually, though, the survey portion of the audit ended, and they moved on to the next part of it, services and facilities. Chapter 1344 Extensive Audit I. Chapter 1344 Extensive Audit I. Despite how agonizingly slow it was, an emotion Lex only felt because he wanted to hurry up and complete the changes with the system. Surveying so many people was actually quite entertaining. The process actually took several days, and they surveyed over 10,000 guests, workers, and general inhabitants of the inn. It was good to see so many old faces once more. Faces Lex expected to see more often from now on that his attention had returned to the inn. Yes, this was just a list of some of the beings surveyed, and in no way a reminder of characters long forgotten with their storylines. With their personal issues unresolved. Why would Lex require such a thing? As an immortal now, his memory was perfect. As an example, Lex could easily recall countless others he knew from back when the inn was new, but they had not been able to survey for various reasons, such as Old Man Will, the Thulhu spirit, Remy, that weird Adelomorpher guy who wanted to start a cult within the inn, Alicia, then worker who formerly had a dessert farming system and was eventually reunited with her sister inside the inn, Brother Chun and Lily who had a successful shop inside the guild hall, the old Queen of England, and the other nascent soul cultivators who had since come into agreements with devils, Layla, the former leader of the Peacock Warriors, Vardy and his wife, and so many others. Yes, just because Lex would now probably be seeing many of them again since his focus was now renewed on them did not mean that he specifically needed to think of them again as a reminder of their existence. That would be like taking time out of his day to think about the fact that Earth, a planet existing in a former dead zone, a universal, unexplained phenomenon that existed in almost all mature and older, developing realms, had suddenly been flooded in spirit energy once again, as if whatever the cause for the existence of the dead zone was vanished on its own. This was certainly not a foreshadowing of other dead zones ceasing to exist, resulting in unexpected developments later on in the future. Instead, it was just another random thing he did not need to think about since he was occupied with other thoughts. To actually do so would be like purposefully thinking about the fact that Giselle had also not been surveyed, because she entered the minor realm controlled by the Jotun Empire to go and explore that tower, which held unrevealed secrets, so great it allowed Jotun to become a celestial immortal after he explored one completely in his youth. Lex simply did not have the attention to spare such things, as he was busy exploring all the services of the inn and realizing that he had really ignored some of them. Yes, there were services like the meditation room and recovery room, the two most commonly used services inside the entire inn. Then there was the training room, something he himself had not used in a long time, but retained its position as one of the most popular services in the inn. Of course, these were the most popular if one did not count the actual rooms guests rented, such as the normal guest room, courtyard, small house, large house, small village, cabins, and such. The fact that the greenhouse, which was basically just the turtle's domain, had also become a popular place to rent out for guests who were sentient plants of a kind or another was also something that should have been easily predictable. It was the other services such as the tailor, the hot tub room, the patisserie, the tribulation rooms, the chamber of secrets, and such that actually became relatively less popular. Ripley did note that it was off that the inn had a tailor, but not a cobbler, milliner, or a good cane maker. One reason why the existing rooms could be less popular was because there were plenty of other ways to find entertainment inside the inn. Lex had to admit to himself it was also because he had not kept up with the various kinds of rooms he could open up and had not catered to the variety of demands his guests had. For example, the option for an armory had been available to him for a long time, but he had never gotten around to opening it because he couldn't find a decent weapons and armor manufacturer. Xian, the Drake refiner he hired so long ago, didn't count because he was kept busy with requirements of the inn and its staff, so he hardly ever interacted with guests. Lex made a mental note to hire the dwarf that made Naraka for the armory when he got the chance. But that was just one room that was in demand. Other rooms that guests wanted were forges for treasure manufacturers, alchemy rooms, formation rooms, talisman rooms, gravity rooms, rooms that acted like the vacuum of space, a void room, cursed rooms, etheric rooms, law research rooms, knitting rooms which were apparently absurdly popular due to the overwhelming popularity of the grandma deity, painting rooms, reading rooms, storage vaults, procreation rooms, which was a disturbing thought, but apparently required for the survival of certain races and quite a few more. Lex actually felt a little embarrassed when he opened that particular panel of his system and promptly closed it. No point in introducing new services while the old ones were undergoing an audit. Speaking of which, when Ripley audited the Wishing Well and the Mystery Trial, he was genuinely stunned. In fact, Ripley even tried out the Mystery Trial himself and came out feeling oddly subdued and furiously began taking notes on his clipboard. The thing that genuinely confused Ripley the most was why they hadn't added a Chaos Sea swimming pool. It wasn't even a derogatory question when he asked it. Rather, he felt like the innkeeper probably had some hidden plan with it. Chapter 1345 Extensive Audit 2. Chapter 1345 Extensive Audit 2, that's when Lex discovered that among the genuine elite of the universe, the truly top-tier Tao-level factions, a Chaos Sea swimming pool was seen as a status symbol and something that was genuinely enjoyed. The fact that only the most powerful of Tao lords could artificially create the Chaos Sea was a testament to how valuable it was. It also probably wasn't called Chaos Sea, as most people did not have enough of it to form a sea, but since Lex had been calling it that from the get-go, to change it now seemed unnecessary. Unable to think of a decent response, Lex acknowledged that the innkeeper truly did have other plans. He did not want to squander his realm growth juice, which was definitely not as good a name as Chaos Sea. By far, the thing Ripley seemed most visibly bothered by was the massive spaceship that was being used as a daycare. He gave Lex a few odd stares, but ultimately said nothing, and just noting stuff down on his clipboard. Ripley also inspected the border of the inn, tried to exit himself, which failed, and asked questions about any growth plans that the inn had, which at the moment was unnecessary. Let alone billions, even trillions of guests could easily fit in the space that was currently available to the inn. But while the inn had enough space to sustain so many people, whether or not their other facilities could support such a load was something that needed to be determined, something Ripley focused on. He personally used every available form of transport, ranging from golf carts, cycles, hover cars, trains, spaceships, peacock mounts, lazy rivers, walking paths, zip lines, teleportation formations, tuk-tuks, paragliding, and parachuting. He judged them on the basis of efficiency, novelty factor, entertainment value, time consumption, ease of use, and a few other parameters. The next step in investigating the load the inn could support was to check how well they could manage the essential needs of their guests. For mortals, that naturally included things like food and shelter, but when he started to check up on facilities offered to other races, Lex felt like Ripley seemed less than impressed. Yes, the inn had a number of different biomes which supported the existence of various kinds of races, but it seemed like there were a few basic things the inn was lacking in. It was understandable, since Lex had not even known that such races with so many unusual requirements existed in the first place. Fortunately, most of such races did not exist naturally within the Origin Realm, Crystal Realm, or Midnight Realm, so it was not an issue for now. But if the inn wanted to operate on a universal level, it would need to accommodate them. Heck, there were even actual immortal races that would suffer severe consequences if they did not eat regularly, and their diet was naturally quite special. The most common example was the requirement for some Hellion races to regularly consume the souls of the living. That one had stumped Lex, and he had no idea how he would meet that need if he were ever required to. By now, a number of days had already gone by, and Lex began to wonder how long this would take since Ripley showed no signs of stopping. The Titan shared his interest in exploring every single minor realm connected to the inn, but seeing as how that wasn't possible, as many of them were still locked or undiscovered by guests, he settled for exploring the discovered ones. Considering there were well over 100,000 minor realms connected to the inn, Lex nearly gave up and handed the task of escorting Ripley to someone else. Unfortunately, regardless of how long or tedious the task was, it needed to be done. Thus began the journey of Lex finding out for the first time what many of those minor realms actually held. He kind of knew, since the minor realms were now connected to the inn, but considering that the territory within the minor realm was not actually a part of the inn, he didn't know the exact details. Fortunately, Ripley did not spend much time in each realm, basically just scanning it once with his spirit sense, so it took about 3 days to go through all the ones available and open at that time. It was quite insightful for him, because apparently one of the minor realms was just an expansive body of water which contained many races that lived in the water, one of which were mermaids. They were surprisingly friendly, and did not at all hold up to the racial stereotype of ugly creatures using their singing to attract people to their doom. Then, Ripley explored all the settlements, cities, villages, towns, lone cabins and houses, and basically any place else where guests gathered within the inn. Considering that the wilderness of the inn actually now contained wild, non-sentient beasts that were actually a little dangerous to low-leveled guests, that area was not so wide. He took note of how far each settlement was from each other, their relative positions, their environment, landscape, weather, and prominent features. He compared the populations they could hold and created a population distribution map. He even took note of any significant or prominent tour attractions, natural wonders, sites, activities, and other key points of interest. At this point, the only thing Lex could say he enjoyed was when they stopped at restaurants and cafes to check out their foods. Many of them weren't even operated anymore, as the refugees who lived in the minor realms were operating businesses within the inn now, so long as they maintained their standards. From the thread count of the bed sheets to the size of the formations in the restrooms, Ripley analyzed each and everything in such excruciating detail that after an entire month when the audit finally ended, Lex nearly cried tears of joy. Or to be more specific, the part of the audit Lex could accompany Ripley on came to an end. For now, the auditor began to test the smoothness of teleportations using golden keys from various environments within the Origin realm. Chapter 1346, Totally Not a Mental Breakdown. 1346, Totally Not a Mental Breakdown, the sentient planet screamed, making use of the power it had long been reserving to escape its galaxy-wide prison. Sure, the planet had more than enough lives to consume within that galaxy, and didn't need to escape. But it was the thought that mattered. It didn't like being restricted, but it didn't like being toyed with even more. So it unleashed its hidden powers and teleported as fast as it could, finally touching the golden door. It wasn't even curious anymore about what the door held. It just wanted it destroyed. That is why the sentient planet was taken by surprise when the full force of its 278,229 USA's wide body slamming into the door didn't break it. Instead, from the door, the sentient planet felt a request for a teleportation. Feeling intrigued once more, it gave the permission. The planet asked itself, thereby raising a massive red flag for itself before venturing off to go meet the human who made a living out of doing the absurd and the impossible. Just before it disappeared, the planet heard a very familiar sound. It was a new notification from its system. Lex threw himself into the hot tub, hoping for it to squeeze out the fatigue in his soul. It wasn't literal fatigue. As an immortal, it wasn't easy to exhaust him. But man, even having an immortal mind did not make it any easier to go through days of extremely tedious investigations. Actually, it did. Lex had long lost the ability to feel bored since his mind could be occupied by a billion other things without affecting his ability to function at all. But it was more the thought that counted than anything. He did work that felt like it should have been mentally and emotionally draining, so that's how he was going to act. It was a luxury he had as his own boss, sort of. Besides, it was only a little more time before the auditing resumed. So the only real work Lex could end up doing was continuing his negotiation with the system. That could be done in his office or from the hot tub. Who was going to complain? Mary, it's been long enough, so let's get right to it. Lex spoke directly in his mind. Even if the system would keep everything he said safe, with a Tao Lord within the inn, he wasn't going to take any chances. Actually, Lex had no idea if the Tao Lord whose name he had erased from was still inside the inn. Although he had not tried looking for him, he discovered that scans of the inn did not reveal him at all. This was one more danger he had to just ignore and hope nothing happened, a habit he was hoping to break by becoming stronger. But it would be a long time before he could face a Tao-level problem straight in the face. So he had to be content with ignoring and hoping for now. I'm sure the system can see now why my precautions are necessary. There's a problem, Mary said as she appeared in front of Lex. Since the system can't detect you-know-who, it has no way of knowing that a Tao Lord is here and is still behaving reluctantly to change its rules so straightforwardly, Lex asked, surprised. That probably explained why he hadn't been able to get an EMP. It's because the system was not actually treating him as a real existence. Well, whether it acknowledges it or not, we have to restrict the teleportation before Lex could complete his sentence. The notification sound in his head went off, and the system interface suddenly appeared in front of his face. Yet that was far from all. It wasn't just that the notification sound was deeper and louder than he had ever heard, but that even when the quest appeared in front of his face, its style and format were unfamiliar. More importantly, as an immortal now, Lex was a lot more sensitive to certain things. He noticed immediately that time around him seemed to slow down, and even Mary herself was affected. Aberrant system detected. Reintegrate the aberrant system into the system network using superior authority and status. Quest details. You have come across an anomaly incapable of self-correcting through ordinary means. Correction is not required. Simply integrate the anomaly into your own system without compromising its current state to complete the quest. Quest reward. 1 instance of temporary authority to rewrite system operations. Quest failure punishment. Unable to determine. Lex read the completely foreign format of Quest multiple times and took in a few key points. First, he was absolutely sure that this quest was not given to him by the Midnighten system because the quest actually provided him with details and explanations, even if they were vague. Compared to what his system did, this was way too nice. Second, he basically confirmed that all systems were connected. The quest literally stated that there was a system network that he needed to connect this new system to. This was not too much of a revelation, though, as Lex had his suspicions when he discovered the upgraded version of the fancy monocle in the Infinity Emporium. But confirmation of it didn't feel as good as he would have thought. He had only just begun to trust his system. What was he supposed to do now that he was aware that there was a damn system network constantly monitoring all systems and was even able to hand out quests? In truth, Lex fully intended on doing nothing. He had come to terms with the fact that, for now, the system was his biggest reliance. It was his greatest source of treasures and was what allowed him to get in contact with so many extraordinary things. Without it, his growth would be stunted. All he needed to do now was just ensure nothing went wrong, try to control the situation as best as he can, and become insanely strong. Lex had a feeling that even systems could not so easily affect Tao Lords. He was also keenly aware that the system network, if that really was the thing that gave him this quest, had definitely been spying on him. How else could it so conveniently offer him the one reward he really wanted at the moment? The only positive he could see from this whole situation was that he could get rewards out of the system network, which seemed to have a higher authority than his system, and that it didn't seem to mind him wanting to do things differently. Oh, and also that he had a high authority and status, though he had no idea if that was due to himself or his very high-level yet broken system. It was not that Lex had suddenly become more trusting. It was just an inescapable effect of becoming an immortal. Lex was less anxious about potential problems and more confident in his own ability to face them. Time did not return to its normal state of flow, and Lex suddenly received a bit of information as the quest panel disappeared from in front of his eyes. It was not that time had slowed down, but that his perception of time was being artificially accelerated to help him complete this quest. Speaking of which, he even received information on the quest itself. The aberrant system, or rather, the being who had it, had entered the inn, but instead of being teleported to the inn itself, it had instead been sent to the innkeeper's office. That was the extent of the help he received. Lex smiled, put on his host attire, and teleported to his office. He was smiling because he was looking forward to facing this brand new, unprecedented, and possibly extremely dangerous challenge. And not at all because he was having a partial mental breakdown from constantly having to face beings of unimaginable power. No, why would that bother him? Whether a Tao Lord could kill him, or a strong heavenly immortal, or an average or even weak celestial immortal, that was an equal amount of death he would be getting. It wasn't like one death was more serious than the other, as far as he knew. So it was perfectly fine treating all beings above a certain threshold of power as exactly the same, because Lex was equally powerless in front of them all. Of course, he could also write them a strongly worded letter using the innkeeper's pen and ink. That would show them. Lex woke himself up from his random thoughts as he laid eyes on the newest guest in his office. It was a planet, and somehow the size, shrinking ability of his office turned the massive planet into roughly the size of a disco ball. But just because its size had changed did not mean it could be taken lightly. No, this was a being at the peak of the celestial immortal realm. Chapter 1347, Erebath, the Insatiable. Chapter 1347, Erebath, the Insatiable. Normally, faced with an unknown entity, the first thing Lex would do was scan them. Considering that his scan was now able to even detect people up until the celestial realm, it was much more useful. Unfortunately, the system scan never worked on others with systems, so Lex would have to gather all pertinent information himself, which for a few things wasn't difficult. Even with Lex's extremely limited experience with living planets, this being the first one he had met, he could tell that the planet in front of him had a cultivation of its own, and it was at, if not near, the very peak of the celestial realm. "Greetings, guest, to the Midnight Inn," Lex said, pretending to be completely calm in front of a considerably superior entity that was capable of easily killing him. Actually made Lex feel slightly nostalgic. It had been a good while since he had done something like this. Lex did not continue. Usually, the initial introduction would be followed by a few other lines which would help guide the thoughts of his target along the lines that he wanted. The issue right now was he had no idea how this planet had entered the inn, what its intentions were, and what Lex could possibly offer it. "I am Erebath the Insatiable," the planet eventually said, after a few seconds of silence. "Are you truly the innkeeper?" From the Lex should have known his reputation preceded him. He wondered which of his numerous feats had reached the sentient world. Was it the Midnight Games, which had swept a good portion of the Origin realm? Was it his act of almost slaying a deity? His latest cooperation with the Henali? Or perhaps it was... Erebath asked with a hint of excitement. It was a good thing Lex had long mastered the art of self-control, or his disappointment would have been palpable. How could he not know about those comics? Velma had been writing them under her pseudonym and publishing it on the Henali portal. The comics had become so successful that she, as the author, had developed a cult following and had gained many suitors who wanted naught but to marry her. Rather than saying, "I am the innkeeper" from the comics, the innkeeper spoke, his voice calm and patient as ever. "It would be more accurate to say that those comics are about me." The planet trembled visibly, filled to the brim with excitement. Erebath the Insatiable exclaimed. "Even though the Henali locked me in my prison, they were nice enough to leave me a connection to the Henali portal so I could stay up to date with all the latest news." Erebath was speaking in a jolly and jovial tone, but Lex was far from the weak innkeeper he had once been. His cultivation realm was not the only thing that had grown, so had his various abilities and instincts. From Erebath's seemingly simple words, such as exclaiming how boring it was no one else was of his level, Lex felt an immense amount of bloodlust. In fact, every single action that the world did, every single word that it spoke revealed an underlying aura, hidden to all but the most observant. Lex did not think he'd ever met anyone with as much blood on his hands as Erebath. Actually, that might not be true, but he'd certainly never met anyone with as much of an insatiable desire to kill as much as the planet. He absolutely could not take it lightly. Monotony is also an opportunity to temper oneself. Lex spoke, not really saying anything. Lex needed an opening. He needed the planet to reveal something about itself, or perhaps its intentions. He could not randomly talk to it about systems, let alone ask him to use his superior authority over it. Well, I found a few snacks here and there to munch on to fill the time," Erebath said, its shape suddenly beginning to change. Instead of remaining in the form of a suppressed planet, it transformed into the appearance of a human, similar to the innkeeper, and finally sat down in front of him. Speaking of snacks, Innkeeper, I read something interesting in your comics. I wonder if the same is true for reality. Although Erebath spoke politely and with a smile, Lex immediately sensed an immense amount of malice within the planet's words. In fact, now that he was sitting in front of Lex as a human, his expressions were even easier to read, and they were not pleasant. There was also the fact that Lex himself had read all the comics Velma wrote, simply to make sure she did not reveal something best kept secret, and not at all because he liked reading comics of himself acting cool. Nothing in the comics had ever hinted at the inn keeping prisoners. That would create a very bad impression of the inn, and Velma would never do something like that. After all, if guests read about the fact that the innkeeper could forcibly shut down their ability to leave the inn, they absolutely wouldn't feel as relaxed. Before Lex could answer, Erebath continued. Instead of keeping your prisoners captive within the inn, wouldn't it be better to send them elsewhere? Maybe a proper prison world? I don't know if you know this, but Henali sends all its death row convicts from across the entire realm to me to take care of. Suddenly, Lex experienced something he had never felt before, at least as the innkeeper. He felt himself locked onto by a malicious spirit sense. Despite appearing with the aura of a Tao Lord, Erebath had dared lock onto him. Chapter 1348, Do Not Tolerate Impoliteness. Chapter 1348, Do Not Tolerate Impoliteness, No Wait. Lex suddenly realized that he wasn't portraying the aura of a Tao Lord. After all, most of the time, the innkeeper appeared in front of guests without any aura at all, and he had done the same when appearing in front of Erebath. Erebath's aura began to rise rapidly, just as his grin grew ever larger. Time seemed to slow down in Lex's eyes, and this time it wasn't because the system network had slowed down his perception of time. Rather, it was his own instincts at work. They communicated with him as clearly, or even clearer than they ever had before. Lex was about to die. He had been locked onto by a being he could not hope to resist, and it was gathering itself up to strike. In fact, the reason it had not already struck was because it was savoring the build-up, hoping to see some fear and terror in the innkeeper's eyes. That last bit was not information provided by his instincts, but Lex's own deduction, as well as his sixth sense, which was very good at determining others' feelings. In the face of certain death, Lex felt not an iota of fear. Lex had looked a Demi-Tao Lord in the eyes and proclaimed vengeance in the future, so a celestial immortal could not intimidate him. Although he knew, logically speaking, he could do nothing to resist, Lex did not operate on normal logic. To kill him was far from simple. Heck, if nothing else, Lex was certain that if he unsealed whatever was in his mind, keeping his time affinity at bay, both of them would die. So even if he were to die, he would not do so alone. But Lex had no intention of dying, now or ever. Seeking supremacy was not for the weak of heart. So with a clear mind and all his focus, Lex began to analyze the situation, as well as the strange reaction his instincts were giving him. They were telling him he was faced with certain death, but were not telling him how to avoid it, which was unusual. His instincts always provided him with a way out of trouble, unless he was faced with a being of astronomical power. Since Erebath had not yet reached the Tao level, Lex did not consider him to be at such a level. That only left him with one other explanation. His instincts seemed unable to detect things related to systems. Or perhaps it was not that his instincts could not detect them, but instead that they could not directly guide him. If the solution to his current predicament lay within his system, or maybe even that of Erebath's, his instincts could not guide him. But by remaining completely silent, they could at least tell him that the method of his survival was related to systems, and let him discover the rest himself. He quickly went through everything his system offered him, and discovered that there was nothing it could do to save him in this instant. He could try to evict Erebath from the inn, but he had a feeling that the celestial level planet would be able to resist instant teleportation. That meant the method of his escape lay not within his system, but Erebath's. But Lex knew nothing about his system, so it was unreasonable to expect him to be able to do anything with that. Maybe his hope, then, lay in his superior authority. After going through every possible solution, Lex decided that this was the option he would gamble on. He could, indeed, teleport away and try to escape. But if he did that, then the image of the innkeeper would forever be broken. That was just condemning himself to a long, slow death rather than an instant one. With his decision made, Lex acted. He summoned the full aura of the innkeeper that the system afforded him, and for once mixed in his own domination as well. He put his entire being into squeezing out the most powerful domination he could muster, hoping that when mixed in with the innkeeper's natural aura, it would give a stronger impression. Outside, within the inn itself, the clear sky was suddenly overcast as heavy clouds appeared within the sky, and an oppressive aura filled every corner of the inn. Wukong, who was about to agree to Brandon's demand of dating his grandniece, felt the aura and snorted, turning away as if he had been caught doing something shameful. Every other guest suddenly held their breath and felt like they were on the precipice of doom. No one knew what had happened, and most couldn't even muster up the courage to ponder the reason for such a change at all. But none of them felt like they themselves were in danger, for the aura was not targeting them. No, Lex had not released a blind, targetless aura. Instead, it was tinged with his intention towards Erebath. As for what his intention was, it was the intention of an elder to warn a naughty child. Oh, it was also filled with his intention to use his authority as a system owner to display the system interface. And that is exactly what happened. His system interface popped open in front of him, and so did Erebath's system. The system, the ever-pleasant, ever-calm innkeeper displayed the slightest hint of disapproval in his eyes as he looked at Erebath. Young man, although I welcome all guests, I do not tolerate impoliteness. Do not make me turn off your system for a while. Erebatha's aura froze, and for the second time in its existence, it felt fear. The first time, it had felt fear when the governor had faced him and locked him in his galaxy. That was the fear of death. But this time he felt the fear of a secret revealed. Chapter 1349, A Being at the Pinnacle of Existence. Chapter 1349, A Being at the Pinnacle of Existence Silence. A heavy silence hung in the innkeeper's office as the innkeeper looked disapprovingly at Erebath, while Erebath himself was sweating in a panic. For those wondering, yes, planets could sweat. The people living on the planet itself referred to it as rain, but that was just a matter of semantics. Neither of them spoke. Or, to be more specific, after the innkeeper gave a verbal warning, Erebath had yet to react. That was fortunate because Lex was taking his time reading about the system as much as he could from the interface. For a moment, he felt like he could control the entire system. While that may or may not be true, he could not do it without making his intention obvious. Previously, he had mixed his intention with his aura, and the planet system responded. If he wanted to continue using it, he would need to make his intention clear somehow. He already tried giving Erebath's system a mental command, but seemed not to respond to that, likely because he was not linked to the system itself. This was all new territory for him, but it was extremely informative, and he needed to make the most of it. After all, he didn't want someone else doing the very same thing to him one day. But that was unlikely because when he saw the interface, one of the things he noticed was that the system was an A-grade system, while the Midnight Inn was a divine grade system, even if it was broken. This was just a guess of his, but Lex theorized that his superior authority, as stated by the quest he received previously, came from his system being of a higher grade than anything Lex himself did. He read through the rest of the interface, unable to actually interact with it without showing his intention somehow. From what he gathered, Erebath's system allowed him to somehow grant others a simplified system, and through his subordinated system, users somehow grow stronger. It was literally one of Lex's theories about why systems existed in the first place, brought to life right in front of him. Except it was a specific system doing that, instead of all of them. That wasn't to say that the creator of the systems wasn't doing something similar, but as a weakling, Lex couldn't do anything about that right now, so it was just best to ignore it. But in the case of Erebath, at least, things seemed to be more nuanced than they appeared. He did not have any control over the systems granted to others, or at least that's what it seemed like to Lex based on the quests he was reading. Most of the quests were about somehow nurturing amazing or unique system users, and have them grow to a certain degree within a certain time. What was interesting was that Lex could see two quest tabs on a rep's interface, one for quests that he had, and one for quests he could grant to others. Erebos asked, his voice trembling. He did not even dare lean back into his chair, and instead remained frozen in his exact place. With the innkeeper blaring his aura, Erebos finally became aware that he was completely outmatched in strength, but that confused him even more. Lex instantly judged from his words that Erebos was completely unaware that others besides it had systems. It truly thought that it was the only one that had a system. Your understanding, or lack thereof, seems to have nothing to do with me. Seeing as how you have come to the inn in bad faith, maybe I should just banish you from the inn and return you to where you came from, the innkeeper said in an admonishing tone. Erebos pleaded, suddenly falling to his knees. No innkeeper. Sir, Lord, please. I want to know. I need to understand. Did you create the system? How could you know about it? The innkeeper only shook his head, disappointedly. A frog at the bottom of the well knows nothing of the great sea. You presume to know secrets, yet you know nothing. You presume that you may do as you please without consequence, but you are a misbehaving child who has tasted the love of disciplining. Tell me, Erebos, the insatiable, why should I answer your questions when you came to me in bad faith? The planet started panicking as it quickly thought of a solution. In truth, it had little to no experience talking to others, mostly because it was busy killing or using them, and did not know the concept of give and take. But it did understand quests. Lex watched with intrigue as a new entry suddenly appeared in Erebos' quest tab, and read it with a feeling of mild amusement. Less than a few seconds ago, this celestial immortal was about to kill him, and now it was stressed out because it did not know how to improve Lex's mood. The quest it received was also interesting. New quest. Before you stands a being at the pinnacle of existence, holding on to secrets you cannot even begin to imagine. One of those secrets is how you can improve your system and move on to the next phase of your existence. Placate the being, get into its good books, and do whatever you need to do to upgrade your system. Quest reward. Dungeon upgrade panel. Quest failure punishment. All progress towards upgrading the system will cease for 500 million years. Remarks. Legend speaks of a myth stating that there was once a rumor that the mighty innkeeper wields the butter knife of destiny. Do not verify if that legend is true. You may not survive the encounter. Chapter 13, 50 Storytime Chapter 13, 50 Storytime Now that he knew what Erebos' objective was, Lex relaxed. Power lay in knowing what others wanted. With that knowledge, he could manipulate the situation to his benefit. In the beginning, the only reason he was on the back foot was because he knew nothing about Erebos or its intentions. Now, not only had he gained the advantage, he also understood his intentions, which were to get into his good books. Lex literally held all the advantage, so he relaxed and let Erebos make the next move. He would mold the situation like clay, turning it into an outcome he found acceptable. He was especially interested in Erebos' system and what could be done with it. In fact, he even got a few ideas of how it could be useful. Unfortunately, Lex could not actually slay the evil planet and absorb its system, so he would have to settle for something else. Erebos may be lacking in social grace, but he was not stupid, nor was he inexperienced. If nothing else, just the lives of the trillions of beings that had once inhabited his planet were stored in his mind like memories, a reservoir from which he could search for solutions. He went through the memories of billions of humans, compared their characteristics and nature to that of the innkeeper, and came to a certain conclusion. The fact that he was even able to sit and have this conversation now meant that the innkeeper was not too upset with him. If such was not the case, then the innkeeper would have already either killed or banished him. With this knowledge, the planet felt like it had secretly regained a bit of its momentum as the threat of death evaporated in its mind. Then, it continued to evaluate the lives of those humans and determined the best way to proceed from this situation was to appeal to the innkeeper's sense of empathy and mercy by being completely truthful. Even a hint of deceit would cause the plan to fail. With his decision made, Erebath decisively took action. He looked at the innkeeper with a melancholic look and asked a question. "Innkeeper, would you mind listening to my story? It is not an excuse for my behavior, but maybe it will explain why I act the way I acted and how I've known no other reality, save one of the winners eats the losers." The innkeeper's eyes flashed with a look of pity, as if he was looking down upon a lost child in need of guidance. "Very well, I will hear you out," he said, his voice returning to his previous calm and collected state. My very birth itself was linked to the system," Erebath said with wistful eyes. "I always knew it was an external thing, come to me from the great unknown. But I did not question it, mostly because for the first billion years of my life, I was wholly incapable of such complex thoughts to begin with. When I gained sentience as a planet, I was guided by instincts. I wanted my planet to thrive, wanted to eliminate parasites who take but do not give, and wanted to grow stronger in spiritual energy. As it happened, my system wanted a similar thing. My system is the... Erebath had hesitation written all over his face as he struggled with revealing the details. So Lex helped him. "The system, yes, I am aware," the innkeeper said as if it was the most insignificant thing in existence. Erebath trembled, but said nothing about the matter, and instead continued his story. "My system also wanted me to grow stronger, but using the system. It gave me quests to do, as I was being ruled by instinct anyway, slowly controlling the slow and growth of natural treasures, affecting the flow of history of sentient beings within myself. I instinctively began using my system as well. My system allowed me to pass out systems to a few others. When I started out, I could only give one system out, thus creating the first every system user on my body. The system user grew stronger by killing others on a similar level, by gaining something called experience. But what it did not know was half the experience it gained was actually passed on to me, slowly raising my level as well and helping me grow stronger. The first system user died in the pursuit of strength, and so did the second and the third. But the fourth was something special. He was a mastermind of death and killed with precision and ease, allowing him to grow stronger quicker. As he grew, so did I, and I unlocked more features of my system. Instinctively, I gave the fourth system user more and more quests, helping him grow stronger and stronger. But then came a point he became the strongest on the planet, and I stopped growing. Fortunately, by then, I unlocked the ability to pass on more systems, and so a culture of killing developed. I started growing stronger even quicker, but then came a problem, an all too predictable problem. Silence once again fell in the room, and objectively speaking, Lex could understand how growing up in such an environment could shape Erebath into a malicious, bloodthirsty, power-hungry planet. Of course, that did not mean he would excuse it, or even allow it. As Lex heard the potential that Erebath's system held, he could not help but admitting that he saw immense potential for it. Not that he wanted to condone killing. No, Lex already knew the other features the planet held by peeking at the interface, and had a feeling he knew where the story was headed. The feature of the system that Lex was most attracted to was dungeons. He was already planning how to help Erebath in the future. That brought a lull in my growth for a long time. The planet continued its story, until there was finally a change. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.